Hey guys, sorry I am late. Good morning to everybody. And yes, Gwyn and everybody with the reminder here, please leave your DNA on the like button, the subscribe button. Good to see you, Keith. We have Christine. We have Susan here. Good to see you. Bama Rose. I am Shout. You guys are all here on time and I'm late. I'm sorry. I do have a quick recap. I figured it might be helpful, but I'm going to read it because I didn't want to go off on a tangent. So I wrote this up to constrain myself. So yesterday we went all the way back to the day of the abduction and looked at what's available on YouTube as far as contemporaneous news coverage. So before we get to where we are now, which is like July 2014, if you missed yesterday or just want to like reset because it's been a few hours, I wrote this out. So from 2011 through 2013, after the initial day of the abduction, media coverage gets pretty sparse. So like 2012, 2013, there isn't all that much going on, even though there was a ton of coverage in 2011. Early reporting was focusing on the abduction itself, the discovery of Holly Bobo's lunchbox, which was kind of a weird thing for me to hear yesterday, right? We heard that there was the lunchbox found very early on. Karen Bobo identifies it by saying, "That's the lunch I packed her in the morning." But then there's also a lunchbox found when they find her skull 3 years later. So that's confusing to me. Let's see. Law enforcement was asking the community to stay alert for suspicious behavior, including specifically anyone who may have recently cleaned or washed a vehicle. And there was no clear suspect. They were initially searching like local sex offenders, all of that stuff. And there was little public detail about the investigation's direction. TBI was, hey, we can't talk about evidence. But whenever we did get little tidbits of information, it seems like it was coming from a family member, usually Whitney Duncan, the country singer. And I think that's where we were hearing. I found some old 2020 clips that we didn't get to see yesterday, and it repeated pretty much the same thing. But it also looks like Whitney Duncan was the one letting some outlet know, or somebody know, or some message was stemming back from her that Clint Bobo right away took a polygraph the same day of the abduction and was cleared and passed, and that's where the flecks of blood across the lawn were. So at the end of February 2014, so we're moving into 2014, all of a sudden there's a lot going on. So TBI director Mark Gwyn, and I think I spelled his name wrong, he holds this press conference. That's the one he's standing in front of the highway. It's really loud. It's really, really loud, but he's holding a press conference there. And he's like, hey, we've got new search warrants issued, and we were picking back up our investigative activity. And then, like, just like that, there's a ton of action. So we have a call with Cindy Adams on like the 1st or 2nd of March. So Zach and Dylan's mom. And we find out from that call that Dylan's been interrogated in custody. We know that he's been in custody for that federal gun charge for like a couple months at that point. And then Zach Adams is arrested on an unrelated assault charge. So that's like the Amber Bray and Trisha thing. And so he's in custody and his home's being searched. Well, on March 5th, we have a lot going on. So Zach Adams is indicted for the Holly Bobo crimes. Only the murder and kidnapping at this point. Earlier that same morning, Karen Bobo held a press conference, and the family members were all there criticizing TBI for it was Kristen Helm making some post about coffee and it being a great day. For what it's worth, maybe they thought it was a great day because they knew they were going to indict Zach Adams. I don't know. It was like a 10, 14-minute press conference, mad at TBI's tweets. And then we got some details from the presser that the government moves to have Judge Creed McGinley reconvene a prior grand jury, and that they're also considering death penalty at this stage. So all of this activity right from these search warrants, even though no material evidence was actually recovered from those searches. We heard about bone fragments in the news coverage. But what's the problem with that? They don't actually match to anything relevant to this case. We never hear about that again. So by April, Jason Autry ends up getting indicted for first-degree murder and kidnapping. Zach Adams faces a coercion of a witness charge, so they indict him on that new count. And then prosecutors are starting to talk about their theory of the case. And we know at that point in time, we're seeing Beth Boswell in the courtroom, and she's handling a bunch of federal stuff as an AUSA and the Holly Bobo state level prosecution. So she is everywhere. That is the prosecutor we saw at the post-conviction hearing with the red stripy hair that did the slip of prostitute and prosecute. And then as we get to June, which is where we started to leave off, we're getting defense counsel asking for discovery and Brady material. And Beth Boswell, you don't need to tell me what Brady is. And then we left off with the media reporting Zach Adams' property as quote-unquote ground zero, saying that they found fragments and that they did this search because Dylan Adams had said something about seeing Holly Bobo in a truck at Zach's home. And they searched his land a few times. So here we go. That is a recap of where we are. We left off here, and I added in some more videos yesterday of all the Jeff Piercy stuff that I saved but never put on this playlist. So we're going to pick back up right in July of 2014 with Jeff Piercy, who we heard a little bit about because of a rumor of a weird video that someone thought they had. So here we go, chat. Get some captions. Love when we have captions, even though the content is old. And let's see.
And I would give my life for it. There's no doubt about it. I'm the only one that's actually...
Alright, this sounds horrible, so I might have to read the captions. They basically just destroyed somebody's life for no reason. I lived here. I would give my life, not only for her children, but for anybody's. So maybe talking about Karen.
Anybody's children in this courtroom, I would give my life for it. There's no doubt about it. I'm the only one that's actually trying to get out here and try to do something in life,
I'm the only one that's trying to get out here and try to do something in life.
Make something for herself, to make an example, set an example for their kids and everything else, and yet they're still on it, you know. All I can say is anybody that's sitting in that courtroom in there, I would lay my life down for them or their children anytime, anytime. And there's no video. I've not done anything like that, but all that's going to come out in court. It will. It's actually a major victory in mine because it's miserable. I haven't done anything to warrant it, but it's irritating, to say the least. It's like sleeping with a brick on your foot. I ain't got nothing to hide where I go. This right here has financially broke me. I can't even leave the county, much less the country, This right here is just not something for them to criminalize me, I think, to make me look more, like a criminal. But, it'll all come in. I'm just glad to get it off. And I'll be glad when it's all over with. And I'm sure my family will be too. For me, I've never been in a situation like this to be up in court and stuff. I've never been in a situation. And yeah, it seems like it's taking forever. And then the whole time that it's going, I don't get to work. I don't get to pay my bills. My son had to loan me. They had to put gas in my car to go to the store this morning. It's ridiculous. Which they got to be desperate. This case has been going on way too long.
They've got to be desperate. And now think about this. They just indicted. We have these indictments for others, and then this is Jeff Piercy, and then there's a Mark Piercy. And suddenly they're like thrown in the mix as like they're just gonna charge 6 people. And I think the connection is they live in the same town and they're all druggy bad people. Like, do we really have a theory of the case? Yet we're considering the death penalty?
I want justice for them, but I don't want injustice for anybody else that's innocent either. You know what I mean? I truly believe it. My heart does go out to the Bobo, and I would lay down my life for her children or anybody's children. But don't sit and just try to put people up there just to pacify people and pacify the time, because it's not the right thing to do. It's not. And I'm just ready for it to all be over. And it's affecting me, it's affecting my family, and only part of my family's here today. It's affecting my mother. It's everything. It's some of my family that's got jobs. If they're seen here supporting me, then they lose their job just because of the situation in the case that's on. And that's not right at all. Not at all. There's people out there that resent everybody for some reason or another. This allegations on me is totally false allegations, and probably has something to do with resentment on somebody's behalf. You know, the tape, the first I heard about the tape is when I was getting handcuffed and charged. And I didn't get charged until after I got to jail. And then the warrants for my arrest was 3 days later. I mean, I didn't hear anything about a tape or anything else. Like I said, I moved away from there in 2008 and moved back earlier this year. I mean, if, you know, and as far as
the state had indicated to me they were requesting the continuance to investigate whether there is a tape, it's not a tape. So at this point, you know, I question whether there is a tape. We maintain there's not. I know Mr. Piercy's not seen any tape. So wherever that come from, that's just a rumor.
Well, about 15 to 17 years of my life that I've done in gaining people's trust and doing what I do and gaining the experience that I got at what I did. And the job it cost me that I had for the rest of my life. I mean, it's took it all from me. I mean, what can you do to get it back? I mean, it's gone.
Well, I think it would have been better if they'd been investigated, you know, the claim before they went out and just make an arrest. I think that was kind of, you know, Gestapo tactics. But
Yeah, can you imagine? So this involves what sounds like some type of weird snuff film where some woman that somebody in the town says is Holly, even though I think it's Mark, had a wife named Holly, was, like, there's a rumor that Zach was on video having sex with a blonde girl. And nobody's ever seen this video. But it's said that the Piercys were, like, filming it or taking part in this video. Can you imagine if you get arrested and you're accused of doing, like, some snuff film with a missing girl? The way that rumor would just, like, spill through the town? Because everyone's going to think, you know, if you're arrested, they have good reason to arrest you. They saw the video. How do you overcome that? How do you come back from that?
they did it.
All right, so next one.
For joining us, we have some major breaking developments in the Holly Bobo case this afternoon.
For the first time in court today, we heard from a witness who claims to have seen a video showing the nursing student after she was kidnapped.
News Channel 5's Chris Conti is live in Henderson County, and Chris, sounds like it was an emotional day for both friends and family.
It certainly was, Vicky, and what we did not see today was that video which apparently shows Holly Bobo after she was taken from her home in Parsons 3 years ago. But we did get a much better idea of what that video may show if in fact it actually exists and as to how it relates to Jeff Piercy, who is being charged in this matter. Now, as we roll some video here, you want to keep in mind that this is all based off of testimony by Sandra King. We met her for the first time today, and she told the court that her and Jeff Piercy have lived together for a short time earlier this year. During that time, while she was on the stand, she said she was shown a video by Jeff, who was given to him by his brother Mark, and she says that she claims that Holly was in that video. It was 2 weeks later, after she saw that video, apparently, that she went to the TBI. To corroborate what she was saying, the TBI then recorded a phone conversation between Sandra King and Jeff Piercy. That was also played in court today. It was highly racy, included a lot of sexual references as to their relationship, and under oath today, she claimed that she saw this mysterious video.
He told me that Mark had videoed Zach having sex with Holly Bobo.
Okay.
And his exact words after he told me that was, he's a sick bastard.
Okay.
He even said that about Mark, too.
All right. So he goes to show you the video, and what did you see?
I seen a woman that was tied up that was crying.
All right, now let's talk about that. Did you recognize the woman?
She was blonde. Yes, it looked like Holly Bobo.
And she referred to a Holly. Holly who?
We're referencing Holly Bobo.
Are we? Or are we referencing Mr. Piercy's ex-wife, who's also named Holly? Which one was referenced on that tape?
It said Holly.
It doesn't say a last name, does it?
Now, what that was there was a cross-examination by Jeff Piercy's lawyer of that special TBI agent who recorded that phone conversation between Sandra King and Jeff Piercy. They are questioning as to whether or not Holly Bobo was in that video. There's some question as to whether or not it was possibly Jeff Piercy's ex-wife who may resemble Holly Bobo. The state apparently has someone's phone right now that they're trying to unlock. They're waiting for some codes from the Apple company to try and get a hold of what
waiting to unlock, meaning they don't have whatever's in it. They want what they hope will be in it. And this all ends up just being dropped. It's just like a blip on the radar when all of this is said and done. But can you imagine you're in court in one of the highest profile cases in the local area and sort of the state, and you're just outed as what they're accusing you of here. That's just crazy.
It's on one of those phones so they can figure out what is inside there, but they told the courtroom today, the TBI did, that they still have not seen this apparent video which shows Holly Bobo after she was kidnapped. The judge today did decide that there was probable cause and this case will move forward to October. It was an incredibly tough day for Holly's family and friends who were sitting in the front row, as this was the first time we really heard any hard, concrete evidence in this case. You will hear from them and Jeff Piercy coming up tonight at 5 and 6 o'clock. For now, we are live in Henderson County. Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
We begin tonight with new leads in the Holly.
For joining us, we have some major breaking.
I did that user interface thing again.
We begin tonight with new.
I just wanted to check the date before we keep rolling. All right, so now we're towards the end of July. So we jumped from the beginning to the end of the month. And here's another rumor about another video. A different video. Because why not? Why not?
Leads in the Holly Bobo case.
And questions about a possible sighting in Mexico. News Channel 5's Nick Barris is here with this exclusive story, and the TBI has received literally thousands of tips since she disappeared.
They have over the years, and I'm sure that some of those tips actually led to the arrest of 2 suspects now in custody. But attorneys for one of them, Jason Autry, now want to know how thoroughly the TBI is investigating some recent tips, including, they say, a report of a possible Holly Bobo sighting south of the border.
I'm a drug addict and a thief.
Are you a killer? Are you a killer?
Tell him, Nick.
No, sir. By no means. I'm not a killer.
Earlier this year, Jason Autry insisted he did not murder Holly Bobo. And in this exclusive interview, he said he had no idea what happened to the 20-year-old nursing student when she disappeared from her family's Decatur County home 3 years ago.
Honestly, I don't want to speculate and make a rumor of what happened to the girl.
Autry's attorney, Fletcher Long, doesn't know what happened to Bobo. But what he does know is that investigators still have not found her body.
This investigation isn't anywhere close to concluded.
Long says he has yet to see a page of discovery from the state detailing the evidence that led to the arrest of Autry and co-defendant Zach Adams.
It's pretty obvious to me that though they may have 9,000 pages of discovery that they want to dump on the defendant Autry, that they still haven't solved this crime.
Long makes the case that without a body, there is no definitive proof that Bobo is even dead. And without seeing the discovery, he wonders how thoroughly the TBI has vetted tips on other suspects or even the location of Bobo. In fact, Long says the defense recently learned of a tip reporting a possible sighting of Holly Bobo in Mexico. In response to our question about this, the TBI confirmed, "We've received and logged a variety of tips connected to the Bobo case. We're unable to speak to specifics, however, because this is an ongoing investigation." Now, of course, the vast majority of these tips on possible sightings do turn out not to be credible. But the defense wants to make sure any new reports of possible sightings are properly vetted. And they argue that without a body, the fact is Holly Bobo, in their opinion, could still be alive.
Now, Autry and Adams are still behind bars.
They are still behind bars tonight. Adams in the Chester County Jail. Autry at Riverbend Maximum Security Prison, where he was rumored to have linked up with members of an Aryan Nations group behind bars. His attorney, Fletcher Long, says that's not true, and Autry remains in segregation. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Nick. Now, attorneys for both Autry and Adams say they expect to get all the discovery in the case by mid-August, and Long says it will then take months to review it all. For that reason, a trial date is not expected to be set until sometime next year.
All right, so this is back to, there was another Piercy hearing. Let me check the date. Okay, July 29th, so end of the month again. He's got a different shirt on.
everything that it takes to clear me from this, they're sitting on it. They don't want to tell me to say it. I mean, y'all heard everything that took place in there right then. I mean, they say that I made mention of so-and-so. So-and-so's name wasn't brought up. My wife's name was brought up and everything else. And like I said, the character of the witnesses and the liability, and there's probable cause more than likely in all of it. I mean, somewhere down the road, I'd say people are all working together to try to either get the promotions and try to do this for their family members or what have you. But, I mean, when it comes right down to it, I mean, both of them, you heard what they had to say. Nothing. I deny that to the end. I haven't seen the video. No one has seen this video that everybody's talking about. It seems to me like the only person on earth that's supposed to see the video is the woman that they're working with. I mean, how come she's not under arrest, and how come she's not the one?
You see that? The woman that they're working with.
Is the woman that they're working with. I mean, how come she's not under arrest, and how come she's not the one? She's the only one that's seen this video that everybody's talking about. There's not a video. I mean, everything she's seen there, everything that was stated in there, from most of the parties is untrue. See, I could barely understand her. I'm driving no car and with no air conditioner, and I'm driving 60 miles an hour, four windows down, and you've got people here prompting her to ask this question and prompt that question. I mean, I had
prompting questions.
No idea. I know I was trying to set up this jewelry, and right there, I mean, that's what jewelry. She was talking about the doctors and doing all this right here. I don't have insurance. I'm self-paying. I'd get out here and I'll sell jewelry, and that's what I do for a living. And she was going to buy a piece of jewelry, and I was, being as nice as possible to her. I mean, cause she had done me a favor, but needless to say, I didn't know that it was going to turn around and she was going to use that against me either. I mean, absolutely not. I mean.
So I guess the same woman, Sandra King, had some type of grievance over, I don't know if that sounds like, back by 2014, there's already things like Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace. So maybe they were like, hey, I'm selling jewelry. Let's meet in like a Publix parking lot or whatever they have in Tennessee. And she's saying something weird happened with that exchange, which is very different than, oh yeah, there was also this video, and somehow how do they get to living together for a short period of time? I'm like invested in this case. It's going to go completely off the radar. Like, it's just going to be a big nothing in relation to Holly Bobo. But I'm like, what is happening?
Who would think about being recorded? I hadn't done anything to be recorded about. I mean, I was getting off work and I was going home to my kids, and I had no idea of any of it. But I do know that as far as a video, the first I heard of it was when they was picking me up. You can't get convicted of something you haven't done. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, if you didn't do it by the justice system delay, and if it works properly, you shouldn't be convicted of something you haven't done, and I have not done it. I mean, it's not true. The allegations that was in there and whatever was said, I mean, it's lies. I mean, it's not true.
Does video really exist of what happened to Holly Bobo after she disappeared? A key suspect.
Oh yeah, I should check the date. I'm forgetting to check the dates today. So we are now August 18th, 2014.
Suspect who just might know the answer.
So this is Dennis Benjamin, Dylan Adams rooming together times.
To that question was a no-show today in criminal court. Tonight, that's raising new questions about how the prosecution is handling the high-profile case. News Channel 5's Nick Barris uncovered exclusive details on that and what happened today.
What happened here in the Decatur County Courthouse this morning made for an angry judge and a lot of frustration, especially being felt by the Holly Bobo family.
It's embarrassing for the state that they didn't have things together.
Strong words about the prosecution from Decatur County Sheriff-elect Keith Bird. Speaking for the Bobo family, Bird voiced their frustrations.
The family is confused and they can't understand why this took place this morning.
Neither could furious Judge Ricky Wood, who threatened everyone involved with jail.
Count back to the court going to come into play? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All this after a key suspect in the Bobo case, Mark Piercy, was a no-show in court. But it wasn't his fault. He was already behind bars. Piercy is a...
What? So how many times, I guess it's going to happen often when they're looking at everybody in the community as a suspect. But, We have the same issue when it comes to Terry Britt's case with Tequila Jones. Tequila Jones would have been the victim, the complaining witness. She's in custody. They don't transport her. And then whoop-de-doo, just like that, Terry Britt gets a nice and easy free pass. Why do they not know about these transport orders? Especially when they seem to have no problem transferring and relocating somebody that's in custody when it suits their strategy for prosecution. But when it comes to getting someone to their court date, where they can start to get their, the due process that they're entitled to, what? What? Oh my goodness. What are we doing?
Accused of having video on his phone of Holly Bobo after she disappeared 3 years ago. If it exists, such video would be crucial evidence. But Piercy, who is charged along with his brother Jeff, never made it to court.
I'm innocent. Mark Piercy, he is innocent.
Sources close to the investigation tell News Channel 5 the TBI confiscated Mark Piercy's phones, but have yet to find any evidence of the alleged video. Could that be one reason prosecutors didn't get him to court? To buy more time to search? Piercy's new lawyer, Mike...
You hear Nick Barris speaking here, asking the question. He sounds like the chat. Listen to him.
Yet to find any evidence of the alleged video. Could that be one reason prosecutors didn't get him to court? To buy more time to search? Piercy's new lawyer, Michael Thorne, would not say.
I don't want to put blame on anybody else. I'm of course still in the early stages of my representation here, and he was not transported for whatever reason.
Piercy is being held on a separate...
I think Nick went up to that attorney and was like, do you think they did it on purpose?
federal gun charge. So the excuse for his no-show in court? It seems prosecutors and the U.S. Marshals never got on the same page, and he stayed in jail.
After all the explanations were heard, the judge made it very clear he doesn't want anything like this happening again, and he says if it does, some people are going to be held in contempt of court. In Decatur County, Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
Thanks, Nick. The judge did reschedule Mark Piercy's preliminary hearing for September. At that time, we should learn more about the case against him and his brother regarding the alleged video of Holly Bobo.
News Channel 5 Network. This is Open Line.
All right, let's check where we are. All right, we're a day later, August 19th. I think this is one of the discussion, because it's open line, where they have like people call in and ask questions after they discuss something.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Open Line on Tuesday night. I am Ben Hall. We are talking all about the Holly Bobo case. Another day in this case, another new big developments in this case. We are very happy to have with us our legal analyst, Nick Leonardo, to help us walk through all of this. Nick, thank you for being here.
Always a pleasure, Ben.
Big deal today. Somebody was supposed to show up in court. He wasn't in court. We're going to show a story here from Nick Barris here in a few minutes. He was out there. Kind of set the stage. So someone was supposed to be in court and he wasn't there. Is that unusual? What about that?
Well, believe it or not, it happens quite frequently in the criminal court process. The Department of Corrections and also, each local county jail, they have, a lot of inmates to get to various places in court, different courts from general sessions to criminal court and the like. And, sometimes people just fall through the cracks. I mean, a lot of times the clerk, is supposed to issue a transportation order, and it tells the jailer to bring that person to court. But sometimes maybe the clerk forgot to do that. And even if the clerk does that, sometimes, jailers are sick. They have a hard time. With their staff. So this is a frequent thing to have an inmate not show up for court on just a regular motion hearing. That doesn't normally happen on the day of a trial.
This case is so bizarre and so disturbing. In this case today, they were going to talk about a video that supposedly exists of Holly Bobo after she was abducted. A disturbing video that no one has seen, and yet people have been arrested and charged in this case. I mean, how unusual is what we're seeing with all this?
Well, it's very unusual. I think if you live in West Tennessee, you've probably got a 1 in 10 chance of being arrested in the Bobo case. That's kind of where we are in this particular.
Oh my gosh! Wait, I'm telling you, these people are the chat. Who said it earlier? You might as well just arrest the whole town. Was it Lay? I swear like it was Lay. Let's run that back. The odds of being arrested in relation to this case.
Charged in this case. I mean, how unusual is what we're seeing with all this?
Well, I mean, it's very unusual. I mean, I think if you live in West Tennessee, you've probably got a 1 in 10 chance of being arrested in the Bobo case. I mean, that's kind of where we are in this particular criminal prosecution. But there is no video, and I believe the only piece of evidence that they have is this particular witness who said that she saw a video, and in that video there was a woman named Holly, and it appeared to be a young woman that maybe matched those dimensions, but they do not have that video that the woman claims to have seen. And so these individuals' lives have been ruined by this arrest, and all you have is a disgruntled individual saying she saw a video.
And the fact that this person wasn't in court today and they don't have a video, is there some correlation? Do you think they're stalling, or do you think it's legitimate that it was just a mix-up?
I mean, I think it's legitimate. Obviously, I don't know how often the TV cameras get down to West Tennessee, but you would think that, they would not want that to occur on a day like today. But, I would give the benefit of the doubt to just the process and, those kind of things just happening, people falling through the cracks like that. But, I think the judge made it very clear that the next time the case was set, he wanted to ensure that one of those Piercy brothers was actually in court. So I don't know that I would say that the DA was doing that to gain a tactical advantage. I think they've done some other things with the Piercy brothers to gain a tactical advantage.
The Piercy brothers, and you said if you live in West Tennessee, you have a 1 in 10 chance of being arrested in this case. So you think...
I love hearing the call out. Because it really isn't all that often. And even, it took the YSL trial for them to start trying to arrest an attorney, Brian Steele, for the news to be like, oh, there's chaos over here. What is going on? That was 100 days in. But it's really refreshing to see news media, who typically has a more information on the investigative side, might not have as much on the defense, the counter response to what investigators or other law enforcement agencies or prosecutors are saying. So this is nice. I like seeing this pushback. And probably, maybe they just aren't concerned about the public opinion, but I wonder what the climate was like to say something negative about the side that's supposed to bring justice for Holly Bobo.
This is being done in somewhat of a sloppy manner.
That's where's the Joe's video?
I think that in a cold case situation like this, the district attorney and the police department, they have to look at all the evidence that they've gathered in the investigation so far, make a determination as to whether or not it's time to move forward. So at some point, this is as good as it gets, I guess, from their perspective. Witnesses, could die, they could move, they relocate. Police officers do the same. So I think they presented this to a grand jury on the Adams boys because it's as good as the evidence is going to get. And then I think they were hoping when they got into jail, probably that one might squeal on the other, because they look for that all the time in the criminal process. One, co-defendant telling on the other.
All right. I don't know if I'll make you guys watch it, but last night I watched a Nancy Grace episode that aired 4 months ago after one of the post-conviction hearings. So the episode was based on, will Killer get a new trial? And there was a psychologist on as a guest, and the psychologist was starting to speak about Cindy Adams and the things that Cindy Adams was saying about the boys. And Nancy Grace just completely goes off the rails. She's like, they're not boys. Why did you call them boys? She's losing her mind because the word boys was used. And I feel like I don't have you guys to share that with, because I watched it with Happily Angry Lawyer over on Discord. And I don't advise, if you guys can't stand Nancy Grace, that one will get your blood boiling. But when he said boys there, I had a flashback. And the episode, by the way, starts off, it almost threw me for a loop, because I thought she was, for once, going to be open-minded that, hey, maybe they didn't get the right individuals. Because the first, 15 minutes, she's blaming Clint. And I swear, if Clint was a girl, she would have very much felt like she was victim blaming. But, oh well, this is a guy, this is the brother, and she's just going off the rails about Clint Bobo, to the point where I was like, wait, does she really think that there was more to this than just the 4 guys that they ended up looking at? No, she just wanted to victim blame Clint for 15 minutes. That was the time. It is on YouTube. I don't know if it's her own channel or HLN or whatever. It's 40 minutes long. If you guys want something peaceful, fun, whatever to watch, Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace.
Didn't quite pan out like they wanted, and so people are starting to come forward, and it's hard to distinguish between the rumor mill and the actual facts. But as it pertains to these Piercy brothers, what they did, in my understanding again, is what they did was that they went and arrested these two brothers and then issued a search warrant for all of their electronic devices. And typically how that would be handled is that if you got a tip, you would issue the search warrant for the electronic devices, take those back to your headquarters, forensically evaluate those, determine whether or not that evidence exists, or or maybe it was erased and they could bring it back, and then they would go arrest those individuals. So I think they kind of put the cart before the horse in this particular situation. But again, I'm not privy to everything that General McAdams knows, the TBI knows, but from what's coming out in the media, it seems like they've gotten a little bit of a rush on these two brothers.
So let's take a look now at the report that Nick Barris filed today, a big no-show in the Holly Bobo case. This was Nick Barris' story. It aired at 6 o'clock. Then we'll come back and talk about it.
An angry judge and a frustrated family. That was the takeaway this morning from a court hearing here in the Holly Bobo case.
Yes,
a very crowded courtroom, but the key's in Jackson, and it appears as though there was a miscommunication between the district attorney's office and
in court. Person doesn't show, but the bigger issue is this video. Does it exist? And Mark Piercy, his attorneys say it does not exist. The TBI, I guess, is saying it does exist. You were saying there's a little bit of cart before the horse here. What evidence is there out there that this does exist, this video?
Well, I mean, at this time, all you have is this particular witness's, testimony that she saw a video, and in that video, the individual was referred to as Holly, and that it was a young blonde girl. Now, the Piercy brothers have gone to the media, and they've said, that was the name for a previous girlfriend or a previous wife, who does have, who is blonde and appears to fit those dimensions. But there is not a Holly Bobo video, and and I don't believe the TBI has said that. But at this stage and where they are now in the process, I mean, they're having a preliminary hearing. The only thing the judge has to determine is there probable cause to believe a crime was committed, and was one of the Piercy brothers may be involved. And so that woman's testimony that she saw that would be enough to get them past this first threshold at this probable cause hearing and keep the state in the game, if you will.
And we are going to hear the entire testimony. She was questioned by the prosecution as Sandra King, and this was from July 29th. We're going to hear that in a few moments. But like you said, to be charged in connection with this case is just devastating for your career, your personal life, everything. So Mark Piercy now, he's been charged in connection with the Holly Bobo case in some of the most disturbing ways possible, that there's a video in which she's being tortured, essentially. And he's saying that's not true at all, and the state can't produce the video.
I don't believe the state has the video. I mean, I think and I could be wrong again, I'm not privy to that, you're not as well, but I would think if the state had the video, they would have a police officer up there testifying who did the forensic analysis of that particular, personal device that says, I did go through the device, I did find a video, and it does appear that this person resembles, then you have the gasp in the courtroom, okay? They don't have that. And so they're going with what they started off with and all that they have, and that is that they have that witness who says that she saw it. But again, I don't know if I've said this yet, but I believe that one of the Piercy brothers testified against this witness's son in a previous criminal case down there where her son went to jail for rape of a child is what the crime is called, and it's a penitentiary sentence. It's a very long sentence. I think he got 22 years in the penitentiary, and I guess there's some bad blood between who we're going to watch this evening on this clip and these Piercy brothers. And so maybe there potentially could have been the motivation for that. But another thing to point out is that when this particular individual was set for a preliminary hearing about maybe a month ago, there were motions filed to dismiss this case, and they were going to make the state really put their evidence out there. But before they could do that, the Friday before that Monday, the state had him transferred to the custody of the U.S. Marshals and had him booked in on a federal guns charge. So he just he wasn't around for that hearing date. So again, I don't believe that they wanted him to go forward at that time. I just don't think that they have that piece of evidence, and
that's a big
we'll
deal.
see.
All right, we're going to do the Nancy Grace clip. So if you're watching this on replay and there's like a chunk missing and there's no Nancy Grace, she tried to get me. Here we go. And this would take us all the way into 2025. So
our daughter's abduction, of course, they all denied it. That from our friends at ABC 2020. Well, to use a technical legal term on you, Dr. Angela Arnold, she's got balls the size of coconuts.
Wow, she sure does. And Nancy, you need to have balls the size of coconuts to take care of your own children when things like this happen, because you can't leave it in anyone else's hands. I don't blame her in the least for going after these kids and confronting them and asking them what they did.
Why are you calling them kids? Why are you calling them kids?
Well, I believe I
The
misspoke.
A-train.
I called them kids.
Yeah, I believe you did.
When she taught them they were kids.
These are grown men.
And you know what, Nancy, maybe that had something to do with the fact that she was able to confront them also, because maybe she thought of them as kids because they were kids when she knew them and taught them. I understand that they're grown men.
Right.
And they should all go away.
Karen Bobo's going around and knocking on these guys' doors.
What they did to this beautiful girl.
Yeah, you know what? You said something really interesting right there. Well, a lot really interesting.
She just like lost it. Like, lady, she speaks with her nostrils. That's crazy. That is crazy. But she got so mad. This psychologist's point is, for whatever reason, these were supposed to be some 4 scary killers, but Karen Bobo was going to their homes and speaking with them, at least with Zach Adams. I don't know that she did the same with Shayne Austin or Jason Autry, but Karen Bobo was going into Zach Adams' trailer and home and speaking with him. So this lady's just trying to say maybe she remembers them as kids, because Karen Bobo is a school teacher and had Zach Adams in one of her classes. And Nancy Grace is like laser eyes through the screen. These are grown men. Like, oh my gosh, Nancy. Get it together, Nancy. Also, I feel like I gotta call this out. Sheriff Chuck has a new profile picture. So I feel like I gotta make a mental note to look for. I gotta memorize people's pictures when they change. Good to see you, Sheriff Chuck. Says he's in the bushes. Hope Kathy's not in there with you. Kind of miss a little bit of Viverito. Haven't been using her much now that she's been replaced by Kathy Ferguson. But yeah, there was that. I watched that last night without you guys.
That's a big deal. They don't have. Let's go to Philip on line 1 here. Hello, Philip.
Hey, good evening.
Hi, what's on your mind?
Here's what I think. I think the prosecutor, the detectives, anyone involved in this case, and I'm sorry for the Bobo family, but any law enforcement involved in this case should be thrown in jail. Anybody that's in jail should be released from jail. I'm sick and tired of hearing it. This is not a Bobo case. This is a bozo case, and it needs to stop. Either come up with some evidence or shut up. I'm tired of hearing about it. It's insanity how law enforcement is allowed to just throw these people behind bars with no evidence whatsoever. This is America. This doesn't happen in this country.
All right, Philip, thank you. That's very passionate. What about what he's saying? Obviously, frustration there. What about what he's saying?
Sounds like you might live in West Tennessee. But, I guess that's probably one, half of the puzzle here. And I firmly believe, Philip, that, our law enforcement officers do the very best that they can. And I think that they're trying to find out, what happened to Miss Bobo. I mean, at this point in time, we do not even know that she's dead. I mean, look at Ariel Castro in Cleveland, not Cleveland, Tennessee, but Cleveland, Ohio. And those girls were missing for 10 years. Everybody thought they were dead, and they were not. So, that's the first thing that the state's going to have to get past, is the fact that we don't even know that she's dead.
Wow. All right.
So imagine Philip and Nancy Grace on a panel together arguing about this case. I would pay money, like DirecTV, Fight Night, Primetime would be totally worth it to see Mr. Philip, whoever you are out there, go up to bat with Nancy. Oh, what a time. What a time. I love the call-ins. I love the contemporaneous call-ins. And again, this is this weird period right before we're going to find the skull. Do I need to bring out the Gamma timeline again? Because remember, earlier in the year, February and March, we have Dennis Benjamin while working as a private investigator, sauntering just casually his way over to Indianapolis to speak with Victor Dinsmore. All right. Is it just going to give me this stupid screen thing? Oh, there we go. I got so many messages. Just let me show my screen. So now we're all the way through. Zach Adams has been indicted. Dylan's in custody. They do the search on the home, but they still can't say they found any evidence after tearing the house up, looking through the yard. And then in August of 2014, Dylan's released from federal custody with the probation condition to live with Dennis Benjamin. They're going to find the skull. We're about to get to the news coverage where they find Holly's skull. So this coverage that we're going to start watching is going to be September 7th, and a lot of coverage in those following days because they're going to have all the line searches out there. They have the helicopters out there. And then 10 days later is when we have the Brent Booth and Jeff Jackson interview with Dylan Adams, the video that we got to see a little bit of during the post-conviction hearings. And I think Trial and Error podcast it's a still image that they use for it, but they do have like it's like an hour-long episode with the audio of this interview, where Jeff Jackson is yelling all of the investigative details at Dylan and getting Dylan to say yes back, agreeing to the details. So this is where we're entering. This is the part of the timeline. But the community, I don't think, has any awareness of how Dylan has been shuttled through these federal charges, sent to live with Dennis Benjamin, and as soon as the skull is found and it's known that there's, bullet wound to the back of the head, all of a sudden we get this more details as a confession, quote unquote, from Dylan Adams. So let's go down the September rabbit hole. At least I think we're getting there. Yep, here we go. Yep. Human remains found near former Holly Bobo search site. Former search site. September 7th. Oh, I didn't share my screen again. I do that every time.
The Holly Bobo case. This is Sky 5 video from earlier today in Decatur County, where officials spent the day searching a heavily wooded area after hunters there found human remains. But at this point, it's too early to tell if this is or isn't Holly Bobo. Now, those remains were found by two men out searching the woods for the herb ginseng just around 10 o'clock this morning. Multiple law enforcement agencies were on the scene investigating today. Now, to give you some perspective, this is Adams Lane, where officials renewed their search for Holly earlier this year. The area where that skull was found is about 6 miles west. The nursing student has been missing since April of 2011, but her...
You want to look at that zoom out again?
Earlier this year. The area where that skull was found is about 6 miles west. The nursing student has been missing since April of 2011, but her body has never been found. Chris Conti has the latest from Decatur County.
This is the area where officials were focusing the entirety of their attention today. It is a remote wooded area just off I-40 in Holiday. And although things are quieter out here tonight, it was a much busier scene earlier today as searchers were looking for any evidence that might help them determine who this is.
It's a heavily wooded area.
A few flashing lights on the side of a dirt road may mark the spot where a 3 years long search comes to a close.
Everybody wants to think that it's linked to the Holly Bobo case, and we don't have any information to confirm or deny that.
Outside the Decatur County Detention Center today, Sheriff Keith Bird explained exactly what happened.
It was two hunters that live in Benton County. They found a human skull.
Those hunters were combing through the woods off County Corner Road when they found that skull.
It was just laying out on top of the ground. The guys that found it were digging ginseng. Ginseng is a herb that grows in the woods.
Even from Sky 5, it was hard to see the half-acre wide crime scene. Having nothing more than a skull to work off of, investigators did their best this afternoon to determine who this is.
What we did today was look for obvious things.
Is it ginseng hunting or ginseng gathering?
other bones and things like that.
There are 2 missing people in Decatur County, according to the sheriff, but only one disappearance has gotten as much attention as Holly Bobo's.
We can't confirm that it's Holly or it isn't. And the lab will be able to confirm that.
Today's search was less than 6 miles away from the house of the man accused of killing and kidnapping the 19-year-old. Only DNA evidence, though, will determine who this is.
If it is Holly, it'll bring some closure to the family. But right now, any speculation would be wild speculation.
And so with the possibility that it very well could be someone else, a 3.5 years long wait still isn't over.
Right now, we don't have any indication as to who this is.
As the sun comes up tomorrow, officials will be back out here to continue their...
Who is the lady? Maybe it's just a reporter. Yeah, okay, Eyewitness News. Had to check the vehicle there.
investigation. If this is in fact Holly Bobo, it would provide some type of closure for a case filled with years of uncertainty. In Holiday tonight, Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
And tonight, that skull has been taken to a TBI crime lab in Memphis. Forensic specialists will spend the next few days trying to determine whose remains they are. All of this comes 6 months after authorities began searching Zach Adams' property again after a long delay in the Holly Bobo case. Before then, the case had been at a standstill since Holly went missing back in 2011. That search is what led to Adams being charged with murder, and then also Jason Autry not long after. We will continue to bring you any continuing updates on this case here and, of course, online at newschannel5.com.
We're following developing news out of Decatur County where a human skull has been discovered. Now, this is very close to the initial area that investigators search for Holly Bobo. News Channel 5's Deja Knight is at TBI headquarters this morning with the latest. And Deja, so far there's no confirmed connection to the Holly Bobo case, right?
Amy, that is right, but investigators, they are not ruling it out as a possibility. Really, we just have to wait till we get the results from the DNA testing being done at a Memphis TBI location right now. 2 men found that skull yesterday. Officials say they were walking through a heavily wooded area looking for herb ginseng. When they made that discovery, the skull was apparently not buried, just sitting on top of some brush in a heavily wooded area in Holiday. Now, yesterday's search was less than 6 miles away from Zach Adams' home, one of the men accused of killing and kidnapping Holly Bobo. That search started 6 months ago after a long lull in the investigation. It also led to the arrest of Zach Adams and Jason Autry. Again, so far the remains have not been identified. We're told that there are 2 people missing in Decatur.
They keep showing this, like, what and where is this? I know news stations will just keep showing B-roll sometimes, but is it relevant or is it just a creepy looking shack building?
Not been identified. We're told that there are 2 people missing in Decatur County. Of course, Holly Bobo being one of them. That skull, like we said, at a TBI crime lab in Memphis. Forensic specialist, they will have an answer to who those remains belong to, hopefully within the next few days. We're live at TBI Deja Knight, News Channel 5 HD.
And 2 other men are also facing charges in connection to Holly's disappearance. Stepbrothers Jeff and Mark Piercy are both charged with accessory after the fact and tampering with evidence. They're accused of having a video showing Holly alive after she'd been kidnapped. Both men deny the charges, and a third man could be charged. Shayne Austin had an immunity deal with prosecutors, but they say he was not cooperative, and they want that deal thrown out. We are waiting for a circuit court judge to make that ruling, and of course we're continuing to follow the latest. We'll bring you.
It's also weird, like, they had this immunity deal with Shayne Austin because they were trying to find the body, and then he doesn't give them what they want, but then they end up finding the skull. They have these ginseng hunter-gatherers find the skull when Shayne can't tell them where it is, because Shayne probably doesn't actually have any knowledge to know where to point anybody. Like, there's just a lot. There's a lot that doesn't make sense. And there's like this 2-3 day window when they find the skull for when they start doing the line walk searches. But TBI agents are over in that area, and then they take the skull back to a Memphis lab. Also, Gwig, maybe it's Gwig, says, I searched Nick Leonardo. That's the anchor that was on the right side of the screen that we were watching, not Nick Barris, who is now a Nashville defense attorney. So that is awesome. That is awesome. I can see that pathway. I can see the pathway completely. We see Sunshine's in the building. Buzzy Cat's in the building. Good to see you guys. Special Bendy Bros has joined us. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to know more about like the timeline of the deal, the terms and timeline. Give us what we want or else. Yeah, Nancy thinks maybe that was the corn crib on Shayne Austin's The Grandparents' Land. So that'll be interesting if they end up saying more about whether it's B-roll or relevant. And Blackbird, good to see ya. Let's see. Next video. All right, so this is more coverage of the remains being found, but let's just see. This is just the day after. So September 8th.
Back now for an update on our top story. Breaking news from Decatur County, where the TBI just a few short moments ago told all of us that skeletal remains found over the weekend are those of missing Decatur County nursing student Holly Bobo.
From way back in 2011, her skull was found this weekend by hunters. They then called authorities. They identified them through dental records. We want to go live right now to the sheriff there in Decatur County, Keith Bird, who's speaking at this moment.
Anything I wanted to bring closer to the family. I wasn't interested in anything else. I wanted to see them get some closure, and now I want to see the perpetrators get justice.
Sheriff, you mentioned you're close with the family. So on a personal level, what did this mean? Obviously, it was a case for you, but it meant a lot more than that. So describe what it was like.
It all along, you know, we would visit with the Bobos and have dinner with them, and we talked on a regular basis. Holly's father and I worked a part-time job together several years ago, so I knew him quite well. And I can remember very vividly the last time I saw Holly. Her and her mother were at the dollar store shopping, and that was probably 6 months before she was kidnapped. And I remember seeing her and her mother together almost like it was this morning. I mean, it's very vivid in my mind. But I was more interested in seeing them get closure than anything else, and seeing the people get justice that did this horrific thing.
Sheriff, what was it like for you when the hunters found the skull? Did you feel in your gut that it was Holly right away?
Well, I hate to say this, but in a way, I hope that it was, so we could get closure. I, as well as the family, you know, we held on to the hope that she'd be brought back to us safe and sound. And after those two guys were charged with murder, you know, that hope went away. When I first saw what the hunters found, you know, it was kind of a shock, and it was kind of strange to stand there and think that might be her. But in a way, I was kind of hoping it was.
You say the family's doing as well as can be expected under the circumstances, but you know the numbers with these kind of crimes and the low percentage that they're solved after this amount of time, in this case, over 3 years. Were there ever moments where you really began to doubt that you would get the family closure, that you would find Holly?
I never doubted that we'd figure out what happened. I mean, I knew it was a matter of time before somebody either talked or spoke up or we found the body. You know, I knew that at some point in time, you know, we'd get an answer. You know, it might be years later, but I was very faithful that it would be brought to a conclusion.
Sheriff, what about the
Newly elected Decatur County Sheriff Keith Byrd talking about his ties to the Bobo family, hoping against hope that Holly Bobo would be returned home, but also, once those remains were found over the weekend, really believing in his heart of hearts that it very well could have been and turned out to be Holly Bobo. Her remains, skeletal remains, identified positively by the use of dental records. Fox 17's Roger Suzanen continues to cover the story right now in Decatur County. We will continue to follow this story for you throughout the night and have the updates online at fox17.com and the very latest on Fox 17 this morning beginning at 4:30 a.m.
Breaking news tonight. New information is expected to be released in just a few moments about a human...
Let's double check. We are still the 8th.
Skull found in Decatur County.
They're going to say
Good evening, everyone. 3.5 years ago, nursing student Holly Bobo went missing in Decatur County, but tonight we still don't know if the human remains found this past weekend belong to her. Here's what we do know. Holly Bobo disappeared April 13th of 2011. The 20-year-old nursing student disappeared from her home. Her brother, Clint, was the last person to see her alive. And since then, over this past several years, thousands of volunteers have spent countless hours searching for her. Now, we have live team coverage of this breaking news story, and we're going to begin in Decatur County as authorities are preparing to address the media. Now, here's what we're told at this news conference tonight. The director of the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Mark Gwyn, will speak first, followed by the district attorney of the 24th Judicial District, Matt Stowe. Let's go to the podium now.
Good evening. First, I would like to extend my condolences to the family and friends of Holly Bobo. In light of the recent discovery of possible human remains in Decatur County, TBI has been able to confirm through the findings of an odontologist that the remains are of Holly Bobo. TBI agents and the Decatur County Sheriff's Department have continued to work tirelessly over 3 years to thoroughly follow leads and bring those responsible to justice. It was my prayer, as well as the prayers of many others, that Holly Bobo would be found. I assure you all, this is not over by any means. The investigation is still ongoing to get to the truth. I am now going to turn it over to District Attorney Stowe, who would like to share his thoughts.
I've just come from a very difficult conversation with the Bobo family. They will be issuing a statement tomorrow. I'm going to ask that everyone please respect their privacy until around noon or 1 o'clock tomorrow. We'll make sure everyone's informed, and they will be giving a statement at that time. After the kind of conversation I've just had, there's not a whole lot you can say. So I'm just going to say 3 things. First of all, the TBI has been working exhaustively on this case for years. The evidence is voluminous. We're going through it right now. We're going to be continuing to follow up leads with the TBI. We're going to be continuing to gather evidence and interview people. We are going to make sure.
This sounds entirely like they don't know why they have the guys they have in custody.
Sure that everyone who played a part in the heinous crime that has attacked the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee faces a consequence for that. I've looked at the case. The office has looked at the case. You know this case was being analyzed as a possible death penalty case. We are ready, willing, and able to seek the death penalty in this case. We'll be making a decision sometime in the next couple weeks in conjunction with the Bobo family. And right now, in the meantime, we have the finest experts that we can find and that are available. There are so many people working on this case right now that it would boggle the mind to really think about all the work that's being done, and nobody's sleeping. Nobody needs to be told what to do in this case. Everyone knows how serious the charges are and how important it is to get to the truth, and we will get to the truth. If today is proof of anything, it's proof that you can delay justice, but you can't deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
You just heard a statement from the TBI director, Mark Gwyn, and the district attorney, Matt Stowe, for this area. The TBI has confirmed that the human remains found on Sunday are that of Holly Bobo. The district attorney saying that this is not over. This case is really just getting started. They're saying that they are continuing the evidence gathering in this case, and they say that just because the justice has been delayed, because this case has gone on for 3 years now, justice will not be denied. They say that they are ready, willing, and able to seek the death penalty in this case. Of course, we're going to follow this. We're expecting a statement from the Bobo family tomorrow, but there are plenty of Holly Bobo supporters, people who have been through this for 3 years now. They were here in this room. They let out a cry. There were people who left this room sobbing. And, of course, there's still a lot of emotion even 3 years later. So we're going to continue to follow this, bring you the latest throughout the night and again tomorrow. For now, we're live in Decatur County. I'm Todd Walker, News Channel 5 HD.
Todd, thanks so much. So there it is, live here on News Channel 5. You heard it from Mark Gwyn, the TBI director, almost 3.5 years after Holly Bobo's disappearance. Confirmation that a human skull found this past weekend in Decatur County, miles from where she went missing, is indeed that of Holly Bobo. Now, so far, we know 2 men have been arrested and charged with her kidnapping and murder, Zach Adams and Jason Autry. Also, another man, Shayne Austin, was initially offered immunity in exchange for some information regarding the location of Bobo's body. That was pulled, though. There is a picture of the murder suspect, 29-year-old Zach Adams. The other is Adams' friend, 39-year-old Jason Wayne Autry, both charged with kidnapping, aggravated kidnapping, and first-degree murder in this case. Our Chris Conti has been following this case closely for months now. He's made numerous trips to Decatur County. Tonight, though, he's in our newsroom and has watched this story unfold along with us. Chris, it's almost, as we mentioned, 3.5 years now since Holly Bobo disappeared. Such a long wait for her family and friends, and now at least a bit of closure for them.
It certainly is, Rory, but you also can't help but to think that we've been here before. That same room where Todd is standing right now with Mark Gwyn from the TBI and the district attorney there and some of Holly Bobo's friends, that was the very same spot where back in March, those very same people stood and said that after 3.5 years they were issuing an indictment, but they did not have Holly Bobo's body. And that is so incredibly key here to remember. This case was going to be drastically different as it went through the court system without Holly Bobo's body. And you have to imagine that this was the day that Holly Bobo's family and friends have been waiting for, but certainly have not wanted.
So it's just now it's in memory of Holly.
For 3.5 years, heartache in the town of Parsons has been defined by the color pink.
We love you, and we miss you, and we will never stop looking for you until we have you back home.
April 13th, 2011, a cool spring morning in Decatur County when Holly Bobo was taken from her home and never seen again. Days went by, weeks went by, years went by. Nothing.
I love all the footage.
Until February, when an apparent break in the case came. Officials spent days combing.
Again, February when an apparent break, and then they keep showing the footage of the search on Zach's home, and there was spoken coverage about they excavated and found bone fragments. None of that ever comes back to some type of crime. There's no mention of bone fragments at trial found in Zach's property. But the media keeps showing it and saying this is how we got to where we are today. We do this excavation, we find fragments at Zach's home, he's arrested, and then we find the skull 6 miles away from his home.
Through the woods behind Zachary Adams' home in Holiday. The hope was that maybe Holly was there, somewhere in those woods. Her body, though, was never found.
Decatur County Grand Jury handed down indictment of especially aggravated kidnapping and first-degree felony murder on Zachary Adams.
But charges soon came for Zach Adams and another man, Jason Autry. Where Holly was, though, was still a mystery until 10:38 a.m. Sunday morning.
Everybody wants to think that it's linked to the Holly Bobo case, and we don't have any information to confirm or deny that.
Two hunters searching the woods for the herb ginseng in Holiday found a human skull, which was then sent to Memphis for DNA testing to determine if in fact it was Holly. On the ground, the spot where those remains were found was some 20 minutes from Zachary Adams' home. Google Maps gives you a better perspective of the 6 miles or so which separate the two search locations. It is an area officials say they searched by air, but never on the ground. And now it turns out she may have been there all along.
They're looking for closure. They need closure. The community needs closure too.
We drove it multiple times in the last couple of days, that 6-mile stretch between Zach Adams' home, where the search initially began back in February when they had that break in the case, and that spot right along County Corner Road just off I-40 is 6 miles, but it could be a lifetime of separation given the fact that it's a dirt road. It's hard to get down there. The sheriff told us over and over again yesterday that this is not a spot that you accidentally come upon. Someone would have purposely had to have put that skull there. We still don't.
And also, can you be speeding like 100 miles per hour down this road?
know who did that, even though 2 people have been indicted in this case. But tonight we do know that it was, in fact, Holly Bobo. Live in the newsroom this evening, Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
Good afternoon. All right, so now they have a press conference about the finding of the remains, and they do this on September 9th, so 2 days later now.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Faris. For the purpose of this meeting, I'm the...
So, yeah, okay, he's going to say it. He's the Bobo family spokesperson, and I don't know when exactly he was hired, but he's been in some of the videos from like the year or 2 prior already. So I think he was hired pretty early on.
Spokesperson for the Bobo family. Karen, Dana, and Clint have asked me to give a statement. After the statement is given, I will entertain questions, but I will not entertain any questions to do with the case. That will be in the province of the Attorney General and the Sheriff. If you wish to ask them questions, I believe they are here to answer the questions that they are able to at this time. Please remember, this is the family statement. This is not my statement. On behalf of Holly, we would like to thank everyone for their thoughts and prayers during this difficult saga. Our friends have been unwavering in their support, and the authorities have been diligent in their pursuit of justice. We will never understand the actions or the motives of those who took Holly from us, but we continue to pray that someone will have the courage to step forward and shed more life on this senseless tragedy. Those responsible will be afforded a trial. As an innocent victim, Holly had no such right. They can appeal the verdict if they choose to do so. Holly was given no such choice. I don't like that wording. Although in prison, they can breathe.
Those responsible will be given a trial, and I get that, you know, yes, people that do things do go to trials and do get convicted, but it just seems like that idea that a lot of people hold on to, that if we get to a trial in the first place, they must be responsible for something. They have some criminal responsibility if we get to trial at all. I don't like that wording.
See God's wonders of this earth and visit with their loved ones. Not Holly.
Hey, Keith.
We've lost a precious daughter, sister, granddaughter, niece, cousin, and friend. However, those responsible have lost their souls. Holly's soul is the one thing that their brutality could not diminish or extinguish. The family knows that Holly is in a better place, and we're comforted by that knowledge. We hope that no family will have to experience what we have endured. Our agony cannot be adequately described in words. For this reason, we respectfully request something circumstances have denied us, and that is privacy. We believe we have the right to mourn privately as a family and a community. We know the press and other media have jobs to do. And in fact, y'all have been very helpful in publicizing Holly's abduction. But now's the time for grieving. Please honor our request. The case is in the hands of the authorities, and we will not have any further comment as a family at this time. Thank you. If there are any questions concerning the family, we will try to answer them at this time. We may or may not. If there are no questions and y'all wish to speak to the Attorney General and the Sheriff, we will step aside.
Does the discovery offer any closure for the family?
Janice, as you know, that's part of the case. We cannot answer that question as far as closure.
Did he hear the word discovery and think it meant the evidence file and not realize that the question was about did the discovery of the remains give closure? Hold on, I think he misreads this question.
Attorney General and the Sheriff, we will step aside.
Does the discovery offer any closure for the family?
Janice, as you know, that's part of the case. We cannot answer that question as far as closure. This has been bittersweet. They had been informed previously of Holly's death, so they've run the gamut of emotions. They are comforted by the fact that they do have a definitive answer at this point.
Since day one, the family has vowed to find Holly, and now it's been bring Holly home. Now that Holly has been found, how is the family coping with this new reality?
I think they're coping minute to minute, hour by hour, day by day, as if any of us would in similar circumstances. Again, running the gamut of emotions that families go through. But I'll tell you this, I've never seen a stronger family. I've never seen a more dedicated family. I've never seen a family that wouldn't give up. I've never seen a family so full of faith.
Time for talking is drawing to a close, and the time for action is coming.
I don't know why it would not let me pause. Okay, this is just a quick clip. It's Matt Stowe, September 9th.
Fast upon us.
Promises of justice for the Bobo family, thanks in part to a key new piece of crucial evidence, Holly Bobo's skull. Today, investigators were back out scouring the scene as her family grieves their loss.
Tonight, we have live team coverage of this.
All right, so there was a group of people there on the 9th now.
Developing story, and we begin with News Channel 5's Nick Barris. He has exclusive details on what the skull discovery means to this case against two men accused of killing Holly Bobo. Nick?
Well, Rory, I'll tell you, that evidence is physical proof that Holly Bobo is now dead. The discovery of her skull, it is a crucial piece of evidence, but defense attorneys tell me today they're not concerned. Holly Bobo's skull was found in this heavily wooded area just off I-40 in Decatur County. This comes more than 3 years after she disappeared. Now Zach Adams and Jason Autry are charged with her murder, and the case against them is growing.
It will be some time before we know the full extent of everything that we've got.
But at this news conference with the Bobo family this morning, new District Attorney Matt Stowe made it clear the skull is a big deal for the prosecution.
I came into office 9 days ago prepared to try a murder case with no body. I now have a body, so it's going to be much easier.
Well, for the prosecution, they would be able to show the first prong of a murder charge, and that is that someone's actually died.
News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo says that's key when you're prosecuting two men for murder, especially when up until now, most of the evidence was thought to be circumstantial.
It's a much bigger deal for the prosecution than it is for the defense.
So what about the defendants? Will Bobo's physical remains implicate them? Fletcher Long is Jason Autry's attorney.
We don't know who's responsible for her death.
Long says the new evidence does not change his defense strategy, and he cautions those who rush to judgment, saying the discovery of a skull does not necessarily mean that Jason Autry killed Holly Bobo.
But they still have to prove that it was we. And that's the part, the nexus between us and the demise of anyone is what has to be established. It's not something that we have to prove or disprove. It's something the government has got to prove. And thus far, we haven't seen anything that would link Mr. Autry to any bad actions in relation to Miss Bobo, or that he took any actions, good or bad, relative to Miss Bobo.
Prosecutors do say they're going to make the case. And there's this. The DA said today he's going to meet soon with Holly Bobo's family to make the decision on whether or not to seek the death penalty in this case, Rory.
And Nick, the sheriff said there may be more arrests?
Yeah, you know, he said today that it's possible there will be other arrests in the very near future, others possibly connected to the case. To quote the sheriff, who says he's going to be working this very hard, they can run, but they can't hide.
And for the first time since Holly's remains were found Sunday, her family spoke out today.
This as the search for more evidence intensified. Chris Conte is live in Parsons. Chris, what's the mood there?
Well, Vicki, walking around here today, you get this sense of a profound feeling of loss and heartbreak. Holly's remains were found about 15 miles north of where we are right now at her family's church, and it does give her family and this community a bit of closure. But it also means that the small bit of hope that she...
So they're just going to summarize the statement. I got distracted over here because I was looking. This Sheriff Keith Bird, it keeps paywalling. But real quick, on September 1st, this is 2014, Keith Bird will become the new sheriff of Decatur County. He says he's going to inherit the ongoing investigation. So he comes on as sheriff. We saw him speak about finding the skull and saying he was friends and he was going to dinner with the Bobo family. He starts his work as sheriff on September 1st, and they find the skull like days later. So, I don't know. That's weird. And what I'm keeping in the back of my mind is Marshal John Walker, if they had listened to him, he had tried to point out years before where they could go and find the remains. So it's weird that this sheriff comes in, is like this with the Bobo family. Guy finds skull where they're hunting. I don't know. Maybe it's just really coincidental. Also, I think Sheriff Chuck switched his picture back. Sheriff Chuck came here to make sure you guys knew he was gifting the 10 memberships here. So let's make sure we say thank you right back. Always good to see you. You came out the bushes here with gifts and goodies for the whole chat. Super awesome. Major appreciation for you. And you've just been really helpful with this case. Again, you're always witty, but having your insight on some of the firearm stuff to start, but also the search and rescue and, you know, these big, beefy, tactical search teams coming in. Well, are they really doing what they say they're doing? It's been a huge help. So glad you're here, and thank you so much for the support. Philly says, I'm behind, but just want to say this case is crazy. It's crazy. So thanks for being here, Philly. And we can skip this one. This is just going to go over the family statement.
Mark, we understand that the terrain up there...
And now we're back to they're starting up. They weren't doing the search, even though TBI agents, I think it was Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth, over like the 2 days when they first find the skull, go over to this area. That big search party that we heard about doesn't take place till a few days later. And this seems like we're going to get some more coverage of that here.
There is incredibly rough.
That's right, but first I want to give you the very latest from here, and I just spoke with TBI Director Mark Gwyn. He just left,
And I asked him, did you find anything? And he said, no, I can't tell you about that. But he did say, Mark, we've had a good day. That may speak volumes. That might mean something later on. Now back to this terrain for a second. This is timber country. There's a sawmill out here, but it's very heavy with vegetation. In fact, a lot of the ground is covered in thick vegetation. This is what the search site looks like from Sky 5 HD. A TBI spokeswoman says more than a dozen agents, including forensic specialists, are combing over the area. A forensic pathology team from UT.
So look, this is the big crew. Look how, like, all of the cars and the vehicles.
Knoxville is also here.
The actual scene is about 400 yards off the road.
It's tough terrain. This is what it looks like from the ground. The property is owned by the Tubbs family.
We cut railroad ties, hardwood lumber, and pallet material.
They've operated a sawmill here for nearly 50 years.
It's rough. It's pretty rough terrain. It's a lot of hills and creeks, ditches, all over it down in there.
Stanley Tubbs says they've noticed nothing unusual on the property since Bobo's disappearance more than 3 years ago. He says there have been a half dozen ground searches here since then.
Most of the timber around here has been cut, and it's lots of undergrowth. In the summertime, it'd be pretty tough. In the wintertime, it's fairly open.
So when hunters searching for ginseng discovered the skull, which turned out to be Bobo, Tubbs says he was surprised. One of the first people to see the remains was Sheriff Keith Bird, who remembers seeing Holly Bobo and her mother just 6 months before the nursing student disappeared.
It was real strange for me to stand there and think that might be her. And it's still kind of a funny feeling.
Here at the crime scene, the search for more evidence, more remains is over for the day. The TBI says they will be back tomorrow morning. Reporting live from Decatur County, Mark Bellinger, News Channel 5 HD.
And be sure to stay with News Channel 5 for the very latest developments in the Holly Bobo case. You can get the latest updates both on air and online at newschannel5.com.
Wait, they look like... Is this a different one? Yeah, they look like they're wearing different clothes, right? Maybe this is the same one. Oh, but do... Okay, there's more from Matt Stowe here. Are they wearing the same clothes? Is this a repeat? Oh, I'm losing my mind.
Good afternoon.
It's got to be longer, though. It's 17 minutes.
For the purpose of this meeting, I'm the spokesperson for the Bobo family. Karen, Dana, and Clint have asked me to give a statement. After the statement is given, I will entertain questions, but I will not entertain any questions to do with the case.
All right, so this is the same one. We're going to skip him. Let's jump forward. Because the other conference was only 5 minutes. So let's jump past, like, where he asks a bunch of questions, answer some questions. And we'll get to Keith Bird, who took office on September 1st.
Thank you, sir. I'm here today, not as much as the sheriff, but as a friend of the family, and here to support the family. And you know, this is something that has touched every life in the county and surrounding counties as well. My new goal, my original goal was to find Holly. My new goal is to see to it that the people that did this are punished. And with
All right, I know we saw clips of him speaking, but he speaks here much longer than the clip of him. So we're going to repeat what we heard from him and then hear what's new.
Myself and our partners, the TBI and the District Attorney's Office. I don't have much of a statement to make. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. Yes.
Sure. Are there any other folks involved? I mean, we have these 2 suspects in jail. What are your thoughts about other arrests?
We believe there are, and other arrests will be forthcoming. How long that will take, I couldn't tell you, but we're gonna hunt these people until we find them. They can run, but they can't hide.
Were there any other identifying materials or evidence at the scene other than the remains?
Not to my knowledge.
This question may be for the DA, but does the new physical evidence dramatically change the way you prosecute the case?
Yes, it will. And that would be something for him to answer.
Is there any way to tell how long that she was there for?
No. I'm not qualified to answer that. I'm sure they can, but
This is weird, but I have my sus lenses on, so I'm reading this as someone who's very skeptical of this whole timeline. But no, well, I mean...
yes, it will. And that would be something for him to answer.
Is there any way to tell how long that she was there for?
No. I'm not qualified to answer that. I'm sure they can, but I'm not a party to that information.
I know last time we spoke, you mentioned you've been above that area in the air. Do you know, had it ever been searched by the ground?
I have checked into that since then, and it has been searched a couple of times. How far the searchers went back into the area is still unclear. The scene is about 400 yards beyond the gravel road, or actually beyond the cell phone tower. So it's quite a ways back in the hollow behind the tower. So I don't know if anybody went that far or not.
I know you've had a night to kind of take this in. I mean, does it still seem real that this is how it ended?
Well, not really. None of this seems real from the very start. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you always think about happens to those other people somewhere else. You know, we never thought it would happen here. But
don't they have, like... This is so Brent Booth with the, I rarely think victims are truly innocent. You have a map of sex offenders that you probed right when Holly was abducted, because there's like a concentration of sex offenders in this area that, quite frankly, doesn't seem all that densely populated. But yet there's a map full of sexual predators on the registry. You have a ton of missing persons, not just in Tennessee, but in this region. Like, the Natchez Trace Park is like a hot spot for missing persons and body dumping. What do you mean you don't think this would happen here? Where is here? Define here. It's almost like he just wants to say, we're shocked it happened to this particular cute blonde girl nursing student.
I know it's been...
Yeah, I did buffer.
Kind of take this in. I mean, does it still seem real that this is how it ended?
Well, not really. None of this seems real from the very start. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you always think about happens to those other people somewhere else. You know, we never thought it would happen here, but it did. You know, we're not protected from crime anywhere we live, but we want to take measures to see to it that it's not done again.
Sheriff, you mentioned the cell phone tower, and we noticed that, evidence keeps turning up around the family ping map, and we know that that's been disputed in the past. Can you confirm that the family has a ping map and it has to do with this case?
I don't know if they have a ping map or not. When we did aerial surveillance on that area just a few days after the abduction, for lack of a better term, we were chasing pings is what we were doing. We were looking in those areas that cell phones had pinged off towers, and that area was one of the areas. But at that time of the year, it was in April, the foliage had started coming out, and the foliage was too thick to really see the ground very well. If it had happened in January, we probably could have seen something, but not in April. The leaves are already on the trees.
And Sheriff, you talked about charges forthcoming, and we know that Shayne Austin's case still seems to be in limbo. What can you tell us about charges forthcoming against him?
I can't tell you anything. I'm not privy to that information. That would be a question for the district attorney.
Sheriff, was it investigators, like with the TBI or with law enforcement, that had searched the area previously, or was it the teams of volunteers that also were helping out with the search?
I'm not completely clear on that. I think it was probably volunteers, because starting out in the, we did volunteer searches, and then later on those searches got to be more law enforcement personnel searches. If there were areas where evidence had been found, or we suspected to find evidence, it was law enforcement people. Because, we have a little training in how to handle evidence and how to document it and all that the layman wouldn't. But I would say that that was probably an area for citizen searches.
Sheriff, talk about what the TBI is doing currently out at the search site, what their goal is today.
At the current time, as I told you earlier, the scene is completely secured. It's been secured ever since Sunday.
Has it?
TBI arrived this morning with their forensic teams. There's a forensic anthropology team from University of Tennessee at Knoxville, and they have since blocked the roads. And as I told you before the press conference, anybody that's planning on going to the scene, don't worry about it. You're not getting in. In fact, I'm not going back. There's no reason for me to go back. But the scene is pretty secured. And but they're out there processing the scene. No matter who the remains belong to, I mean, we had a scene that had to be processed no matter what.
Sheriff, you said you were surprised how quickly there was.
So they already have the skull, because we're watching this in chronological order. They ID'd the skull already before on September 9th they actually have the forensics person out there. So they find the skull on the 7th. They don't have all of the forensics teams where we saw all of those vehicles. That's not until the 9th. So they've already removed the skull from that area and rushed it to get tested.
Be processed no matter what.
Sheriff, you said you were surprised how quickly the results came back. Were you expecting this to happen so quickly?
I really wasn't. I wasn't expecting it to happen for at least 2 or 3 days. I was very surprised and pleased that it happened as soon as it did.
Many man hours have been expended. A lot of money has been expended. Over 3 years yet by law enforcement. Yet there was 2 hunters who found it. Is there anything that you think that law enforcement could have done differently with their searches?
No, we, as you do in any investigation, you take your information and you act on it, and you process it and act on it as best you can. To my knowledge, no information besides the pings ever came in for that particular area.
Tell us about the pings.
But practically everything.
What evidence did you have for any other area? Oh, we just had the phone ping go to this giant cell phone tower that's right like 40 yards away or 400 yards away from where we're going to find Holly's skull. But that's it. That's all the evidence we had. I'm getting mad.
Within a 20, 25 mile radius was searched at one time or another. There were places in other counties nearby that were searched. But if there was any indication to believe we needed a law enforcement search in that area, I never heard it, and I never heard that one took place in that area.
By a ground search, you mean, but there was an aerial search?
Yes, we did flyovers, both with fixed wing and helicopter. One of the fixed wing flights that I was on, we had a forward-looking infrared sensor on there, the FLIR system, which picks up heat on the ground. And as I mentioned earlier, the foliage was on the trees, and
thank you,
the
Nico.
FLIR wouldn't work.
100%
It
a
wouldn't
hot
look down
mess.
through the leaves. So we really couldn't see anything with the naked eye or the FLIR.
Are those woods dense enough that someone wouldn't have been able to get an ATV or a four-wheeler or something like that back there?
Yes, there's a log road that goes within just a few feet of where the remains were found. And it would be difficult to drive a car or truck or something like that down there. If you had a Jeep or an ATV of some kind, you could get down to the area.
This might be a TBI question, but will those two hunters be eligible for the reward money?
I don't know. I've been asked that before, and I don't have a clue about that. I don't have a clue.
What about, the other day when we spoke, before you knew that it was Holly, we talked about the proximity to Zach Adams' house and the location, and you said, if this is her, then that will be taken into consideration. How does that play into things now?
Well, it's, as I said earlier, that, you can get in your car and in 30 minutes you can be miles and miles from where you started. So, our society is so mobile that, distance don't come into play too much as it used to. However, as the crow flies, it's about 6 miles. So that's not a great distance. And that, yes, will be considered, sure.
Could we ask Mr. Stowe, could you address how this will impact the prosecution of this case?
All right, so now Mr. Stowe's going to speak. Before we get to Stowe, I wanted to, in relation to we're surprised this happened here. We just got to run this back from 2825, the post-conviction hearings. Just got to hear this one more time.
Good afternoon.
Amy Wyrick questioning Brent Booth.
Yeah. Tell the court why.
Grueling hours. Lack of sleep. I've got a daughter. When this case started, she was a nurse doing the same thing Holly was doing. Looks like Holly. Give me a second. It's not often in our job that you run across truly innocent victims. A lot of people that become victims in homicides and kidnappings are sometimes associated with drugs or illicit activity. She was not. She was a good soul. True innocence. That went through a nightmare situation. It was a horror when she walked out thinking she was going to school to take a test. When I saw the books, the cards that came out of Gooch Creek, I recognized those. I did the same thing with my daughter. Helped her study pharmacology. That case reeled me in.
Yeah, so there we go. Just a little flashback there. Just a little, well, a forward flash, since we're jumping forward to get to that in 2025. Hey, ML Loving Life, good to see you. And yeah, Curious Lace, it's time to get angry all over again. I'm sorry. Hey, Derek, good to see you. I Don't Love You says thank you for the membership. That is a big thanks here to Sheriff Chuck. Yeah, Sheriff Chuck says, so all victims are criminals too in his eyes, except for anyone that looks like his daughter. Like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Oh, sorry, let me get the question. Will it impact the prosecution of this case moving forward? So they get a sheriff on September 1st, and they get Matt Stowe as the district DA also on September 1st? What kind of dice roll is this? Hold on, let me add this to my timeline, because we've got September 1st, Keith Bird becomes sheriff, and September 1st, Matt Stowe takes office as district deputy attorney at the AG. Okay. Oh, it did the no sound thing again? Sorry, guys. All right, last time I had to unshare the screen. It's because I'm switching tabs too much. Okay, unshare, reshare. Anyway, basically this guy tells us, thank you for letting me know.
This will impact the prosecution of this case moving forward.
You guys can...
Well, that's a very...
Can you guys hear the screen now?
Very easy question to answer. I came into office 9 days ago prepared to try a murder case with no body. I now have a body, so it's going to be much easier. I heard a couple questions, and I'll answer those that I can, but I want everyone to bear in mind that the time for talking is drawing to a close, and the time for action is coming fast upon us. So while we're here talking to you, we're not out doing our jobs. And so we're going to try to answer what questions we can today. And
so this is like 3.5 years after the abduction, and these two guys just step into office and they find a skull in an area that's already been searched. That I don't really feel like was actually searched. Because we already know there were rifts. Nobody wanted to listen to Marshal John Walker except for Terry Dicus. And nobody wanted to listen to Terry Dicus. And Marshal John Walker, Terry Dicus, and Art Viveros, they were looking at these phone pings. And they said, hey, this is the direction of travel of Holly's phone. It's matching where her belongings are found. Here's where you should go look for her body. And they want to block that out. But suddenly we get these two. And in 7 days, they're finding a skull. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
And then we're going to ask that you understand that if there's an important development that we can share with you, we will call a press conference and let the public know. Otherwise, just know that we are out there working. There's many, many people out working on that site right now, and it will be some time before we know the full extent of everything that we've got.
Have you decided whether you're going to pursue the death penalty?
That's a decision that I will be making with the family and with the family's input, and we'll be working together very closely on it. It's going to be a very tough decision. We will go through all of the pros and cons, and I'll make sure that the family is fully informed of what they need to know before they make their decision, and I expect that their decision will be honored.
Can you comment on Shayne Austin's pending case?
There are, as I know many people want to know, and we have often alluded to the fact that we still think there's someone else out there that we need to get a hold of, and we are working very hard on making sure that we do get a hold of them. And that's basically where we are right now, is trying to dot I's and cross T's and make sure that nobody escapes the net. That's where we are with the investigation. Are there any other questions at this time?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, there was an issue with getting Mark Piercy to court for his hearing. Has that been fixed in time for his next court appearance in a couple of weeks?
That's an issue that we'll be getting into in the next week. Some of our decisions in that case may be affected by some of the things that we've have just been found. So I'll have an answer for that question, but not today.
They don't need the brothers anymore.
If there's nothing else, again, like I said, the time for talk is over. It's time to go do our jobs. So we're going to go do our jobs, and we will see that justice is provided to this family before we're finished. Thanks, and have a great day.
I think this is weird.
Tonight we've learned
All right, let's see where we are in the timeline. I just think this is just odd. All right, now we're 1 day later. We're September 10th.
Investigators in the Holly Bobo case have more than just a skull to work with.
There apparently was other evidence found at the scene where the missing nursing student's body was discovered on Sunday. Chris Conti has more from Holiday tonight.
From back here where we're being kept, it's hard to tell that up on the hill there is a flurry of activity going on right now. There are agents from the TVI and even a special team of forensic scientists from Knoxville combing through the woods trying to find any evidence that might help them in this case. This, of course, is the spot where Holly Bobo's remains were found on Sunday. All of this comes as News Channel 5 learned today that it wasn't just a skull discovered in those woods on Sunday, but apparently there was also...
All right, so this is kind of a big road. So KP in the chat, our resident trucker, was like, hey, I can get like 18-wheelers back on these logging roads. You would think that makes sense, right? Because how else would you transport logs? You're not going to transport logs on an ATV. And then they have the tents all over here. So...
It wasn't just a skull discovered in those woods on Sunday, but apparently there was also a bucket nearby. How that plays into all of this or what may have been inside it, we still don't know. And in terms of what those forensic specialists are dealing with, they are looking at an incredibly dense area of trees. However, on the ground, the brush that they're trying to walk through and sift through and find key pieces of evidence that might be out there is actually fairly thin. This section of County Corner Road in Holiday is still shut down to anyone trying to get through. And the TBI says that they will be out here for as long as it takes. In Decatur County this evening, Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
And today we learned Holly Bobo's mother, Karen, asked that this Facebook page titled Bring Holly Bobo Home be taken down. One of Holly's close friends created the page and told us this is being done in an effort to bring the family toward a sense of normalcy.
We begin tonight with the very latest in the Holly.
Right. September 15th.
Bobo death investigation. The Williamson County Sheriff's Office has told us that Zach Adams, one of the two men charged in Holly Bobo's death, is now being moved to their jail. Let's go to News Channel 5's Jason Lamb, who's been following this new development for us tonight.
Zachary Adams had been held at the Chester County Jail, but we've learned he's since been transferred to one of the cells here at the Williamson County Jail, where he remains behind bars tonight. District Attorney Matt Stowe said Chester County was not equipped to handle housing Adams for a long period of time, and Williamson County agreed to take him in. Stone said the move was not only for Adams' safety, but for others as well. Adams, along with Jason Autry, is charged with kidnapping and murdering Holly Bobo. The 20-year-old nursing student disappeared from her home in Parsons back in 2011. Her remains were found 1 week ago in a wooded area of Decatur County. Adams has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. We're told Adams is not facing any new charges right now, but that could change. That's the latest from the Williamson County Jail tonight, where Zach Adams remains one of this jail's newest inmates. I'm Jason Lamb, News Channel 5 HD.
Hi, everyone. We begin tonight with a shocking development in the Holly Bobo case. Breaking details just...
Uh-oh. Where are we? Are we on the 17th? Guess what happens on the 17th? This is September 18th. Guess what happens on September 17th? Maybe this guy will tell us.
Into our newsroom this afternoon about a new arrest in the nursing student's murder. Let's get right to Chris Conti in our newsroom. Chris, officials said all along more arrests were coming.
And tonight, Rory, this may only be the beginning, as we are hearing that multiple new developments may be happening over the next few days. For now, though, we can tell you that Zachary Adams' brother, John Dylan Adams, is in jail tonight, although it's not his first time there. TBI agents arrested him last night and charged him with one count of tampering with evidence. John Dylan Adams is 26 years old, and the TBI says that agents developed information over the last few months that he tried to get rid of evidence that could be used as evidence in this case.
Interesting. They developed evidence over the last few months.
Is 26 years old, and the TBI says that agents developed information over the last few months that he tried to get rid of evidence that could be used as evidence in this case. We don't know what those items were, though. Holly's remains were, of course, found just last week near County Corner Road in Holiday, but it was in April of 2011 when Holly Bobo went missing from her home in Parsons. It was that very same day that she disappeared that John Dylan Adams apparently destroyed evidence. John Adams' brother, Zachary Adams, is charged with one felony count of murder and aggravated kidnapping in connection to the nursing student's death. We should point out here that it was as early as a month ago that John Dylan Adams was in federal custody on a federal gun charge, but he was released back on August 13th, and it was last night when he was arrested. He was actually still on federal probation. There will be more developments coming in this case, according to the district attorney, and we will continue to follow this story on air and online. For now, we're live in the newsroom. Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
We have new information in the Holly... Hi, everyone. We begin...
The interface thing again. I got to stop clicking that pause button because it always moves. So this is, if you didn't catch what I was putting down, on September 17th is when Dennis Benjamin comes in and brings, yokes Dylan Adams up, because Dylan Adams has been living with Dennis Benjamin as a probation condition, and it's been 10 days since they find the skull. And Dennis Benjamin brings Dylan Adams to the TBI office, and that's where we have him sit down with Brent Booth and Jeff Jackson. That nice little interrogation video. No contamination of the witness. No leading and feeding and spoon-feeding information to the person we're interrogating. None of that. None of that happened on September 17th. For us to get this big news break that while we're arresting Dylan Adams, he's confessed. He's telling us what we need to know. Very, very interesting timeline we've got going on. And again, shout out Trial and Error Podcast has a million things that if you have not watched over on their channel, totally worth watching. Why is it giving me... Okay. It's giving me two options to share the same tab, so hopefully StreamYard doesn't screw up on us. But where is it? It's episode 8 and 7. Okay. Yeah, episode 7 and episode 8. They've got what goes on with Dylan Adams and how they're trying to speak with him. And if you haven't listened to that, it's crazy. You can listen to it and see that Dylan Adams is not the one giving answers. He's just sitting there and they're yelling questions at him. All right, as we get back over here, I'm going to stop my screen share and restart it because it's being funny. It was sharing two screens within a screen. All right, so hopefully that's good. Hopefully you guys can hear it as soon as I press play on the next video.
We have new information in the Holly Bobo murder case tonight. It's our first look at the area where hunters found the human skull, later identified as the missing nursing student. Hunters discovered her remains near a cell tower in Decatur County. News Channel 5's Mark Bellinger takes us to that spot.
A cross and some flowers next to this logging road, which is 300 to 400 yards from the cell phone tower, led us to this obvious dig site. It is freshly turned earth where we believe TBI agents were looking for more remains of Holly Bobo and possibly evidence that could help them solve the case. This is our first look at the site where the TBI was digging for other remains and evidence that could be tied to the Holly Bobo case. Besides the freshly turned earth, we found crime scene tape and markers, pink and orange ones, that may mark evidence found at the site, possibly measurements where agents were digging. Again, this is not too far from the cell phone tower where the TBI was staging and processing evidence that we believe they found at this site, the site which could be the final resting place for Holly Bobo. In Decatur County, Mark Bellinger, News Channel 5 HD.
Mark, thanks. One other development today. Dylan Adams is scheduled to be in a Decatur County courtroom Monday morning. He is charged with tampering with evidence. Dylan is the brother of Zach Adams, who is one of the two men charged with Bobo's murder.
Less than a week after.
So that was September 19th. This is September 22nd.
A shocking new arrest in the Holly Bobo case. We saw the man accused for the first time today. Investigators say John Dylan Adams destroyed evidence the same day the nursing student disappeared in 2011. John Dylan Adams is the brother of Zach Adams, who is charged with murdering and kidnapping Holly Bobo. Chris Conti has more tonight.
Surrounded by people fighting speeding tickets and parole violations, John Dylan Adams appeared here in Decatur County Court this morning facing much more serious charges. As for what evidence he specifically tampered with that has to do with Holly Bobo's disappearance, that is a question that the district attorney still would not answer today.
The pink bows were for bringing her home, and the pink and green stands for justice.
There was a change in the season outside the Decatur County Courthouse today.
What's the blue ribbon?
Is there anything you want to say about this?
And a change in the faces who appeared there as well.
There's like orange and blue ribbons.
There was a change in the season outside the Decatur County Courthouse today.
Is there anything you want to say about this?
And a change in the faces who appeared there as well.
First case on the docket this morning is the state of Tennessee versus John Dylan Adams.
Through the same door and in the same spot where his older brother has stood a half dozen times before.
Are you John Dylan Adams?
Yes, sir. John Dylan Adams stood to face charges that he tampered with evidence on the day Holly Bobo disappeared 3 years ago.
Are you able to hire an attorney?
No, sir. The 26-year-old was appointed an attorney, and it was over.
These charges, compared to some of the other charges that have been brought, are very minor.
The new district attorney, though, said more arrests and more charges are coming. He would not say, though, if John Dylan Adams was perhaps conspiring with his brother, Zach, who's been charged with murder in the case.
Would this have happened had her body not been found last week, these charges against him?
Good question.
We owe a lot to some ginseng hunters. There's no question about that. We owe a lot to them.
This has been a very, very long 3.5 years, and every step that's made is one more step towards them, knowing what happened, and they deserve that.
A change in the seasons, perhaps, but for Holly's family, no change in their desire for justice.
It's God's timing, and of course not ours, what we would want, but it is happening, and we're grateful for that.
So what's next for John Dylan Adams? He'll be back here in court on October the 22nd at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Until then, he's being held in the Madison County Jail about 2 hours away from his brother Zachary, who is in Williamson County. In Decaturville this evening, Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
Adams' attorney also requested a bond hearing today, opening the possibility that he could be released from custody.
Right, so now we're going to hear from one of the Adams relatives. Well, I guess one of the relatives of the Adams brothers is how I should word that. So September 23rd, 2014.
This part, I guess, the worst part, most of our family was concerned that they kept getting him out of trouble. He had no accountability, didn't have to. Zach didn't. Everywhere, not just in Decatur County, drugs are rampant everywhere. I mean, that's just the way it is. And Zach was, from what I understand, was doing drugs, and he had someone that continually got him out of trouble. So it didn't matter that he got caught. There's nothing traumatic in his life that would have caused him to start using drugs that I know of. That he came in demanding money, and she refused to give him any money, and he pulled a gun, and then when she slapped the gun, she shot her in the leg. It wasn't like he tried to kill her. shot her in the leg, that when she slapped the gun, it went off, or he pulled it or whatever, and it shot her in the leg. But I don't think he was ever violent. I think it was never any intention he was going to kill his mom. That's what I'm saying. Well, I understand there was a gang there. They called themselves the A-Team. All four of them had last names that started with A. They were the A-Team. Well, I understand it was a pretty rough bunch. That they were into drugs and stealing and different stuff. The Austin boy, well, he was in prison. My understanding, he was in prison, and they filed.
So he's mentioning that he heard that there was this theory about the gang, A-Train gang, when A-Train is supposed to be the nickname of just Jason Autry. But when I was watching the Nancy Grace thing yesterday, she was insisting that A-Train is the whole gang of four. And I was looking, and there was like there was someone commenting about how TBI, there used to be mentions of a gang expert, Lapone, maybe Rick Lapone. And that's where there was some discussion that this is like a gang-like behavior from these four guys. But for whatever reason, the comment was saying, like, he disappeared from the case. Like, nobody ever brought that person in to opine on this was a gang of four individuals. But I guess at this point in time, that was part of the discussion. Maybe we'll hear more about it as we go through some of these videos. But it's just something that I saw and didn't really... That's all I saw about it.
My information correct? He told whoever, some police enforcement officer, that Zach was the one that did it, and they let him out of prison. And Skull was found 3 miles from his house, 12 miles from Zach's, and 3 miles from that boy's house. Anything that we know of that's ever come about to show that he killed this girl, well, some kind of violence.
Why do they have this random? What are we doing? Very cute. But why is this here? They've got like a little tape up here.
Come about to show that he killed this girl. Well, some kind of violence against somebody or something. The second time was that he assaulted a guard, and they keep him there for that. Of course, now they've indicted him on murder, but I mean, what has he done? I mean, because they've never shown us anything. Show us something where he has killed this girl. After they arrested Zach, they started saying justice for Holly. Well, what's justice? You know, you prove this guy did it, and that's justice. You don't lynch somebody just because you got somebody now. Just kill them. It has gotten so blown up that they're saying we have to do something because this is our job and we're not doing it properly. We're going to have to do something. Let's just hang somebody.
All right, so there was a bit from Moss Miller, second cousin to the Adams, who the Adams are apparently half of the gang. Yeah, but maybe the gang is just one person, depending on who's defining A-Train. And, like, what doesn't sit right with me is when, I think it was Kathy Ferguson that was testifying, and Doug Bates gets her in this line of questioning where, well, so you just relied on the word of Sheila Kilzer, but Sheila Kilzer was relaying that she heard that A-Train was doing something. So wouldn't you have realized at that point that that couldn't have been Zach? And Sheila was speaking about one individual, and Kathy Ferguson's response, fair enough maybe, was, well, Sheila got the nickname mixed up, but who she was visualizing, who she was thinking of when she was saying A-Train was really Zachary Adams. So even back then, when Sheila Kilzer would have made this phone call, it was the understanding, at least if we take Kathy Ferguson's explanation as a possibility, that A-Train was just one person. So somehow that gets morphed into some weird theory that it's a gang of four. I don't know. And yeah, maybe it's just time to grow the gang. Thank you so much, Sheriff Chuck is growing the gang. Big thank you to Sheriff Chuck. 5 new gang members, either voluntarily, with or without your will. You are now part of the KNW gang, thanks to Sheriff Chuck. Thank you for the initiation here. And guys, there's channel emojis when you're a member. Please make use of those. I think they're lots of fun. There's a Doug Bates emoji in there. Maybe we have to get some more going for this case. Maybe we've got to get some more going. Thank you so much again, Sheriff Chuck. And Slim Life and Jay is in the building with us. Good to see you. Tay Toom says they're moving like they need to be in a RICO as well. Also, big thank you here. I see Derek with the super sticker. And I'm actually able to see today we've got the Bravo Fox. Thank you so much, Derek. StreamYard doesn't carry over the stickers, but sometimes I can see them over on YouTube. Thank you, Derek. We've got, all right. Is this also? Okay, it says Moss Miller again.
In the past, Zach had worked and had a productive lifestyle.
All right, so I guess I just chopped this up into parts.
One time, and of course, Dylan was close to him, and that's how Dylan probably got on drugs. Dylan has always been kind of pushed aside. Dylan he's not mentally retarded. He doesn't have a mental issue. He has some mentality. He's never developed. He has probably the mentality of a 10-year-old. He has IQ in the 70s. He's been around 10-year-olds, go to school, and that's just, they want all your attention, all your attention. That's the way Dylan was. Dylan come in and he'd aggravate you because he'd want you to talk to him, he'd want you to love on him, he'd want you to hate him. And that's what he was always, and that's probably what happened to him in that Lexington deal. Being around his brother got him started doing some drugs too. And from what I understand, Dylan was doing some, I think when they caught him at the time of Lexington, he was doing some drugs. I mean, Dylan was afraid of Zach. Zach had, my understanding, I found out this weekend that Zach had been mean to Dylan. So Dylan was not one to hang around much with Zach because of that. Because he had I think had slapped him or something a time or two and had been mean to him, and he didn't much like his brother either, so he didn't hang around a lot. So if Dylan did anything, it would have been a case like Zach made. If Zach had done anything, he had said, "Here, take this and do something with it. It's my brother. We'll do it." You know. And I think the U.S. Marshals or somebody had gotten him on a work release. He was staying supposedly in a safe house in Memphis. They had told him not to come.
A safe house? Did say Dennis Benjamin's house. We finally have a mention, but we're not getting it hashed out. And it's only coming from this Moss Miller interview video. Dennis Benjamin, retired.
I think the U.S. Marshals or somebody had gotten him on a work release. He was staying supposedly in a safe house in Memphis. They had told him not to come back to the case.
What did they tell these family members? They're acting like he was put in witness protection. They're saying the federal marshals got him a safe house location. He's going... Unbelievable.
He got a job and he was working. He was out on supposedly a witness protection program or something. I don't know why he'd be a witness, but he was out on a program. He was in a safe house and had a job. And he said, "They just come arrested me." This is what Dylan says. They just came arrested me. He said, "I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they arrested me for." But supposed to have a court-appointed attorney. It's a lady. He said, "I never saw her. I didn't know I had one." He said, "She's never talked to me." And he said when they arrested him, got ready to take him out, he said they stuck a piece of paper on him and said, "Sign this." He said, "I just signed it." Needs to be where he is. He don't need to be.
Oh my God. And remember we heard about, like, later they're going to have this thing that was typed up or written up, and Dylan in the post-conviction relief hearings is like, "That's not my handwriting," but it's like some love letter about how much he loved living with the Benjamins. And he's like, "I can't even spell those words." And then there's a different issue. There's an IR for a different person. It wasn't Dylan's, but there was a different investigative report entered into the system. But it was written in first-person language, even though it would have been a detective typing it up. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is crazy. Yeah, and Jeeva says, "I was wondering how Dylan's mom didn't raise hell about that." I mean, maybe mom was just told it was some regular witness protection program and you just think you can't ask too many questions about something like that. Gigi says I wouldn't trust Benjamin with my goldfish. Oh no. Slim Life NJ, thank you for the super. Says love you, cat, love you back. Much love to my chat friends. We always love when Slim Life is in the building. Guys. Like, let me just hear this one more time.
He was staying in supposedly safe house in Memphis. They had told him not to come back to Decatur County. He had a job and he was working. He was out on supposedly a witness protection program or something. I don't know why he'd be a witness, but he was out on a program. He was in a safe house and had a job. And he said, they just come arrest me. This is what Dylan says. They just came arresting me. He said, I don't know what they do. I don't know what they arrested me for. But supposed to have a court-appointed attorney. It's a lady. He said, I never saw her. I didn't know I had one. He said, she's never talked to me. And he said when they arrested him, got ready to take him out, he said they stuck a piece of paper on him and said, sign this. He said, I just signed it. Needs to be where he is. He don't need to be treated the way he has. He has had no representation. The family members believe that Dylan did what he did. What we think has happened is that's got to be, the Bobo family, unfortunately, they lost a daughter. And that's unfortunate. Someone evidently killed their daughter because they found a skull and said it was her. So someone has perpetrated this crime. We don't think it was one of our family members that did it. They have kept this in such, it's called a high profile, that now the TBI and the people involved in the case are, it's like we're going to hang somebody. But we feel it's like they're saying we don't care who it is, we don't care if they're innocent or guilty, we're going to hang somebody because we have egg in our face. Dylan can still be a productive part of society if they leave him alone.
Well,
Holly Bobo's skull actually.
That was a lot. That was a lot. I mean, I feel like that would have been a lot even watching that in real time. Like, why are they moving the brother into witness protection program? And I don't think the timeline was spelled out, but there was news coverage of Dylan Adams was in federal custody. So I wonder if, not knowing what we know now, if we would have had some questions like, wait, wasn't he just in federal custody? They're talking about moving him to a safe house and he has a job and he's working. Like, how is he already settled in and working? This all happened in, he gets his probation release. And within 5 weeks, Dennis Benjamin is walking him into the TBI's office to sit down with that interview, and then he's arrested. So, like, I'd be scratching my head like, okay, they probably placed you with like a temp agency, a work agency, maybe, but how do they place you and give you work right away if you're also supposed to be in some witness protection program? I'd have so many questions where the way it was being presented wouldn't make sense to me. And I wouldn't know where to go with it. I have a roadmap thanks to Doug Bates in these post-conviction hearings. But still, even within a bubble, contemporaneously, I would have been like... And I would have asked, what would he be a witness to? Is this another immunity thing? What's going on with Shayne's immunity? And the family member, for what it's worth, is like, he almost seems detached from the situation. It's like, maybe he has some type of professional relationship where he knows Dylan Adams rather than it being a family member where there's like a warmer, more intimate connection. Or he's kind of, it seems like he's at an arm's length where he's just like more academically explaining what he's aware of. Like, this is just odd. Yeah, pending witness, moved quick as heck, all the way out to Memphis with Dennis Benjamin. They don't say the name Dennis Benjamin in any of this. The public has no idea that Karen Bobo has this same guy where Dylan Adams is living as a private investigator. I've got to run it back, like Sheriff Chuck. We've got to make it stick. We've got to make it stick. This now we are moving to September 25th. Okay, we haven't really moved. So.
Actually helped clear one of the suspects charged with her murder.
It's the latest twist to this high-profile case.
Tonight, defense attorneys are turning up the heat on prosecutors. New at 6, they tell News Channel 5's Nick Barris prosecutors are stonewalling and have ignored a judge's order to share evidence.
Oh, nobody.
We obtained this exclusive copy of a letter sent from defense attorneys to the
Nick Barris is on it. He's been. Do you think they're doing this on purpose? All right. So we have, this is Fletcher Long's letterhead and Herbison, Long and Herbison at the top. So this is from Autry's attorneys. September 23rd. We're watching this on the 25th. And let's see. They want the bill of particulars. So they haven't defined exactly what Jason Autry, the elements of what he's charged with. They want a bill of particulars. They're referencing media interviews. Let's see what Nick says.
The district attorney in the Bobo case. Plain and simple, they want to know, where is all the evidence? And there's lots of it, all collected in the past 3+ years since Holly Bobo disappeared in Decatur County. There's so much, it reportedly now fills an entire room at TBI headquarters. Defense attorneys are supposed to be given access.
So we were led on a primrose rabbit trail, promised information that we still to this date have not received.
Fletcher Long is the attorney for Jason.
Sidebar, but I think Gwig or Gwig, I gotta figure out how to say your name right, had mentioned that Fletcher Long has a YouTube channel nowadays.
Autry, who along with Zach Adams will stand trial for Bobo's murder. But will it ever go to court?
We can move to dismiss the case for the blatant discovery abuse.
Strong words. Judge Creed McGinley made it clear discovery was to be shared no later than August 29th.
We are well outside of any deadline that they have been provided to give us discovery, and we still do not have it.
But that doesn't mean the defense isn't working the case. Get this. Long says the recent discovery of Bobo's skull may actually help clear his client. How? He says the area where it was found had been thoroughly searched over the years. Long will argue the skull was recently planted.
It's pretty suspicious, and that they didn't discover anything, and then all of a sudden it's found in a place where it would have bound to have been discovered.
So who planted the skull? Long believes the real killer, not Autry, who's behind bars. But to further build his defense, Long says he will need access to the discovery. We've learned because of these complaints, defense attorneys will be meeting with the judge in early October. And in the absence of any discovery between now and then, they may ask to have the charges dismissed. Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
District Attorney Matt Stowe did comment on the issue this afternoon. He says much of the discovery is already transferred onto the hard drives and should have been sent to the defense. If not, there's been a mix-up, and he'll clear it up promptly.
I've also had questions. We heard Beth Boswell, and a little bit with Kathy Ferguson talked about it too. But in this I think it was late 2013 and early 2014, because it took them some time, they were digitizing and like going through files that they had at TBI or wherever, the prosecution's office. It seems like it was an overlapping issue where they're trying to like sort and organize and file and put through the computer system, the database, all of these different pieces of information, tips, leads. And we heard from Beth Boswell, they leaned on that. I think they're leaning on that as an excuse of why 2014, they're suddenly having this like enlightened moment where let's look at the Adams brothers. We're going to pick up Dylan Adams. We're going to believe everything Sheila Kilzer told us about the wrong A-train. And we just have this database thing happening. Last night, I sit and think about this case all day, even when I'm not streaming with you guys. I'm still thinking about it. I was really wrapped around the axle about this. Was it 2011 or 2014 when binocular guys are in the woods on the Adams property, supposedly seeing Zach vacuum out the back of his truck? When was that? Because there were search warrants in place. So surely there should be records of search warrants. That was how it was covered. Search warrants. Then they said cadaver dog team and the guys in the woods, the volunteer searchers. It was made to appear at trial that the guy with the binoculars, I think his name was Steven, He said he was part of the initial search in 2011, and then Hagerman switches questions without specifying any date about being in the woods with the binoculars. That's all up in the air for me. But I have questions. If they were putting all of this stuff into a database, who's to say we don't have the dates mixed up? Or who's to say that we put everything into the database? Which would then force the defense attorneys to be in a position where they'd have to go in this giant room that's filled with evidence and cross-check that, hey, we actually have this all accessible. We were provided all of these. What's a physical copy here? We were actually provided this or not. Okay, and Trial and Error Podcast says, I believe that was in 2011 and there was not a search warrant. Okay, because then that takes me to my other... So I thought it was weird when Warren Rainey was on the stand and he was discussing, and Hagerman shifted questions very quickly when there was a discussion of dismissing the K-9 unit, and yet the guys were still in the woods. So I have questions about something. So this here, you guys, we are...
Tonight, chilling new...
We move forward. We're in October now. So now we're in October 14th.
Revelations in the Holly Bobo case.
Yeah, we've learned the 20-year-old nursing student was raped before being murdered. The information comes from new indictments handed down just this morning. Our Chris Conti is following these developments live in our newsroom. Chris?
And Roy, that information apparently came to the TBI through a confession that was made by Dylan Adams. Dylan Adams is the younger brother of Zach Adams, who is charged with murdering Holly Bobo. Now, this is the 26-year-old's mugshot. He is no stranger to the law. He was actually arrested on September 17th and charged with destroying evidence the day that Holly disappeared. On that same day, in April 13th of 2011, Dylan Adams says he raped the nursing student. He was indicted on 2 counts of rape by a grand jury this morning. Through that indictment today, it was also revealed that this apparent rape occurred at Zachary Adams' home in Decatur County. That area, of course, was the focus of an intense search by TBI agents back in February. We can also tell you this afternoon that Dylan Adams is being held just outside of Nashville. He was apparently transferred to the Robertson County Jail in the last few weeks. And he is now apparently providing the TBI with information that has eluded them for the last 3 years. What we still do not know this evening is just how long Holly Bobo may have been alive for after this alleged rape occurred. Live in the newsroom this evening, Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
And you notice right there that, again, just the casual viewer, it might be reinforced for them that they end up finding like forensic evidence relating to the crimes against Holly Bobo at quote-unquote ground zero, Zach Adams' home.
Once again today, we begin with breaking news in the Holly Bobo case.
Just within the last hour, we learned charges against 2 men accused of destroying evidence have been dropped. We're going to get straight to Chris Conti, who is in our newsroom now with more. Chris?
And Jessica, for the last month or so, the district attorney from Decatur County has said very emphatically that more charges were expected to be filed in this case. He never said, though, that charges would be dropped. Now, details here are limited, but here's what we can tell you. Mark Piercy and Dylan Adams are no longer facing tampering with evidence charges. Those charges, of course, relate to the kidnapping and murder of the nursing student 3 years ago. You'll remember that it was just yesterday that Dylan Adams, whose older brother Zach is charged with murder, was handed 2 indictments of rape. He apparently confessed to raping the 20-year-old nursing student at this property in Holiday. As you can see from Sky 5 there, that's actually where her body was discovered. Those charges, we're told, are still very actively being pursued. The District Attorney General's office says they consulted with the Bobo family regarding this decision and the reason for it. Now, this in no way gets Mark Piercy or Dylan Adams off the hook. Attorneys tell me that this is more of a technicality so that those more serious federal gun charges that both men are facing can move forward. Live in the news from Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
Certainly is. I mean, these are government grounds. I pay taxes.
All right, so this is Moss Miller again, who we just heard speak. October 22nd.
It's kind of like all the rest of the others in here, and that's not, to me, is not something that should be done. You shouldn't have reserved seating. They didn't have reserved seating for us. The sheriff didn't take us out and talk to us. This whole thing is one-sided. What's happened is they've had so much hype that that everybody is, well, the entire community and half the country has convicted these boys with no evidence. There's no evidence that we know of that anything that they've done this. They have destroyed Zach's house and yet have found nothing that we're aware of. Now, they might have something in this locked room.
I love this because I guarantee you anyone that's made up their mind is not going to take anything that's coming from the mouth of a relative of the Adams for having any worth. But we're finally, after all of this footage, ground zero, and they found remains, they found a body, which if you were to report that only a skull was found and then you said someone's being charged with rape, I think half the audience would be like, well, how would they know? How would they know it was a rape? Is it just an assumption? Like, why else would you abduct a young girl? The thought could go right to trafficking of some sort. We're hearing the words body. I don't think the public at this time is understanding that it's a skull. A skull that was found. No flesh, there really wouldn't be anything to indicate forensically of a rape. And this is really the first time we're getting anybody on the record, and I don't know how many people watched this when it was put on TV, but this only has 370 views on this upload. Let's get it in the algorithm. And here we have someone saying they've searched and found nothing. And nobody's hearing that.
Talking about, but as far as we know, nothing has come about to show that they did anything. The thing would have been for this family and this community to step up and say, look, there's no evidence, we can't prove they did it, let's just stop. Let's stop passing judgment until we have evidence, until they convicted them. That would be the Christian thing to do. However, there's a pastor involved in this whole thing that is right along with them. Justice, justice. There's been irreversible damage done to the family and to people that have been wrongly accused, possibly, that accused before there's any evidence of anything that ever happened. They have just come out and they have someone they think has done it, so they want to have what they call justice. So I mean, just think of if that were your son or your cousin or your brother, Zachary and Dylan. I mean, that's going to go with them the rest of their life. That if they're found not guilty, it's still going to go with them. It's going to be even in small communities, it's a stigma.
Some harsh words, a lot of emotions today in court from the uncle of a man accused of...
All right, so they're going to talk about the bond. And Trial and Error podcast reminding us that they only found the skull, 7 partial ribs, part of a sternum, and part of a scapula. Sheriff Chuck, I think right on the money here, says that is odd to only find those specific bones. Because again, it would leave out the possibility, I'm not saying like 3 years later, that if you found like the lower body bones, you'd be able to discern anything from it. But it's just not there at all. Just odd. It's just odd.
Raping Holly Bobo. Back in...
Oh, and I should get a date, because there had to be a hearing. So October 22nd now.
September, Dylan Adams admitted to raping the nursing student on the day she went missing in 2011. News Channel 5's Chris Conti was in Decatur County for the 26-year-old's arraignment.
Typically at these court proceedings, we only hear from Holly Bobo's family. But today, Dylan Adams' uncle spoke out and had some provocative things to say about the way all of this is being handled.
You don't do this stuff on government properties that all of us pay taxes to support.
The pink and green bows seen both inside and out the Decatur County Courthouse signify justice for Holly.
I'm going to stand up for my family.
The Decatur County Courthouse signify the pink and green bows seen both inside and out the Decatur County Courthouse.
Oh, this is way beyond the Fulton County level. Oh, the cake has been taken from Fulton County.
Signify justice for Holly.
I'm going to stand up for my family, for justice, for what needs to be done.
But for Moss Miller, these ribbons, he says, are an injustice.
When they say that ribbon, they have come up with this hype of justice for Bobo. They're not looking for justice. They're not looking for justice. most of them should know what justice is.
Moss is the uncle of Dylan Adams.
All right, you are John Dylan Adams? Yes, sir.
Who pled not guilty today on charges that he raped Holly Bobo the day she disappeared in 2011.
We're asking the court to set a bond in this matter.
I'm going to set a bond in the amount of $25,000.
Fairly typical proceedings inside of court. Outside, though, was a different story.
They've had so much hype that everybody is, well.
So, hold on. So we just found out they randomly dropped the witness tampering charge. Is this real life? So we get this weird explanation like, well, randomly they dropped we didn't know they were going to drop these charges, the witness intimidation. If Tennessee is like a lot of other states, a witness intimidation charge is something that is not a bondable offense. So they drop this witness intimidation charge, then have this bond hearing for the rape charge and issue a $25,000 bond for Dylan Adams. Seems to me like prosecution wanted Dylan Adams back out and about. I have questions. I have questions.
The entire community and half the country has convicted these boys with no evidence.
Moss also says Dylan Adams barely has the IQ to understand what he's been charged with.
So he has a learning disorder where he does not comprehend, except family tells me he can't even tell time. But now he's not mentally retarded, he's just slow.
Does Dylan have the intelligence to know what is happening?
I can confirm that Dylan has been judged competent in the past to stand trial and to face charges.
Decatur County finding justice for Holly, it seems, is not as simple as it sounds.
The pink in the ribbon was Holly's favorite color. The green in the ribbon is for justice for Holly.
I don't think it was
Pre-trial motions are set to begin just before Christmas on December 17th, but we learned today that some plea deals could possibly be in the works, which means that there may never be a trial in any of this. In Decatur County this evening, Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
Dylan's brother Zach Adams is charged with murder and kidnapping in the Holly Bobo case. He's currently being housed in the Williamson County Jail.
And more breaking news tonight. This about the Holly Bobo kidnapping and murder case.
We have learned of two new developments that we want to share with you tonight. One of them could affect a man facing charges connected to the Bobo case. Jeff Piercy is charged with tampering with evidence and accessory after the fact. This after a witness claimed Piercy and his half-brother Mark Piercy showed a video of Holly being raped after she...
Why did they drop Mark and Dylan's charges and then they come back around and drop Jeff's? Because I thought it was weird when we watched the announcement that Mark and Dylan's charges were dropped. When they were about to pull up the pictures, I thought we were going to be talking about Jeff Piercy and Mark Piercy, and all of a sudden it was Mark Piercy and Dylan Adams on the screen that they were talking about. And now we're having, like, on October 30th now, a week later, oh, we forgot about Jeff.
Been kidnapped. In July, a woman named Sandy King testified under oath that Jeff told her Mark had that video.
Did Mr. Piercy tell you what the video actually was?
He told me that Mark had videoed Zach having sex with Holly Bobo. And his exact words after he told me that was, he's a sick bastard.
But Jeff Piercy's lawyer tells us the district attorney did not bring up the charges to a grand jury during this session. Now, it doesn't mean the charges have been dropped, only that they're not being pursued at this time. We spoke with Jeff just a few months ago, who maintained his innocence.
It has cost me everything, me and my family. I mean, I can't tell you where we're going to get our food next week. I mean, it's destroyed my life, is what it has done.
Well, there is new information as well tonight about Zach Adams. Our partners at WBBJ report he was indicted for trying to take meth into the Decatur County Jail last March. Adams and a friend of his, Jason Autry, are both charged with first-degree murder and especially aggravated kidnapping in Holly's death. Zach Adams' brother Dylan also behind bars on 2 counts of rape. Now, the TBI says that he admitted he was involved in the crime the day Holly went missing from her home. For the latest updates on this case and for a timeline of the events, visit our website at newschannel5.com.
And reality TV star Whitney Duncan is used to being in the spotlight, but not when it comes to dealing with the death of a loved one.
It's been 3.5 years since her cousin Holly Bobo was abducted outside her Decatur County home. And WREG's Melissa Moon recently sat down with Duncan to talk about the events that changed her family's lives for good. Melissa, is this the first time someone in the family has opened up to talk about her death?
It is the first time family members have talked since her remains were found. Now, several people have been charged in her death and her disappearance, too, with murder. Whitney Duncan says that her family is strong, and that, combined with all of the support from the community, has made this easier to deal with.
I feel I've seen one of these before, but they're really hot and sexy.
Country singer Whitney Duncan said,
this is when Whitney was on Survivor. Whitney is a cousin of the Bobo family. Remember the early footage that we were watching a lot with the blonde girl? I think that's her on the screen here too, without the curls. But all of the captions were like, country singer cousin goes missing. And the framing was shaped around Whitney Duncan being the celebrity.
In many ways, 2014 has been a great year. She and her fiance, Keith Tolson, got to travel the globe on the popular CBS show, The Amazing Race.
Is that Big Ben?
Well, they were on 2 shows?
What?
Big Ben.
Ah, sweet.
We said our first goal in the race was just to have fun, and we did, but we both, our competitiveness kicks into gear, and we really get in that game mode, and it's just, you know.
That's where our conversations get a little short.
Yep, where you turned.
Other girls.
I told you.
They came in 8th in the race, and a month later got married in Tennessee.
I was so stressed out by that. I think planning a wedding is almost as stressful as Amazing Race.
But Whitney says all of this
That's the sound a puffin makes.
Was a good distraction from the things not so good in her life.
Yeah, ups and downs, and throughout the whole, tragedy with Holly, we've, it's just been a rough year.
Whitney says even 3 years after her cousin's kidnapping, she held out hope she would be found alive and was dealt a blow in March when Zach Adams was charged in Holly's murder.
It's just something still so bad it's hard to even grasp who could do something like that to someone you love.
The worst came in September when Whitney and the rest of Holly Bobo's family got the news her remains had been found.
So it's been mourning really the whole time, but you still have a little bit of hope, and getting that final piece of information for me was just, I didn't realize how much hope I was holding on to, actually.
Whitney says Holly was more like a little sister than a cousin, and the day she probably missed her most was at her wedding.
Yeah, the wedding was difficult, for sure. We had a table set up for her.
Whitney still wears these bracelets for Holly and has been beside family members in the courtroom for Zach Adams' hearings. She says all they want now is justice for Holly.
I'll be there when it matters the most. It's just really hard. It's going to be really hard, I think, to hear some of the details. That's not what I want to think about or know, really, but I'll be there to support my family and for Holly.
Now, Jason Autry has also been charged with her kidnapping and murder. Dylan Adams, Zach Adams' brother, has been charged with rape, and a third man, Jeff Piercy, is facing tampering with evidence charges. As for Whitney Duncan, she just recently released her first single in several years, as well as a new music video. Reporting live this morning, Melissa Moon, WREG, News Channel 3.
All right.
Shocking new developments in the Holly Bobo murder case this morning.
Oh, yes, this is... Okay, guys, I've been waiting to get to this part of the timeline. We're going to have a fun video of Nick Barris at some point. I can't wait. So now we're in December 17th, 2014.
A dispute between the DA and the TBI could lead to major fallout at trial. It's a story seen first right here on News Channel 5. And Cuthbert Langley joined us in studio this morning. And Cuthbert, this is true. It could have a serious impact on the case, right?
Absolutely, Amy. Right now, a source tells us that the district attorney for the 24th district, which oversees Decatur County, which is where this Holly Bobo case really has been leading from, has cut ties with the TBI, meaning the agents will no longer be assigned to that area. As I said, that includes Decatur, Benton, Carroll, Hardin, and Henry counties. And that move, well, it could end up having a big impact on that murder case. And here's why. State law says that TBI agents are only allowed to work on local cases at the request of the DA. For the Bobo case, that of course would be Matt Stowe, whom you see right there, newly elected, by the way. News Channel 5 Investigates has learned that Stowe no longer wants the help of the TBI, meaning the TBI crime lab will not be able to help local law enforcement. And perhaps the biggest point here is that TBI agents could not be able to testify in cases in that district, meaning the Bobo case. As you'll remember, the TBI has been one of the main agencies leading that investigation and assisting with it into the murder and disappearance of Bobo. Now, according to one source with knowledge of the situation, local law enforcement in the district demanded an emergency meeting with Stowe to try to resolve the situation, but we have learned that Stowe never showed. Now, a spokesperson with the TBI has refused to confirm or deny these latest details, but we could learn more today. That's because the two men charged with kidnapping and murdering Holly Bobo, Zach Adams and Jason Autry, will be in court for motion hearings beginning this morning at 9 o'clock. Of course, we'll have full coverage throughout the day. Amy?
Yeah, we need. Meanwhile, the three prime suspects in.
All right, so I can't wait. And I'm pretty sure I put the video in the playlist. There's going to be some emails that come out relating to that exchange, but it doesn't come out until I think February. So we were in December with that. And I think when we get to the February videos, if we get through February and we don't see those videos, I'll make sure we play them for us. But I am Shout and DB helped out making sure we'd be able to read the full emails, extracting the screenshots from the videos so we can read them. I can't wait to get there. This is going to be a little bit off that topic, right? So we have other videos to go through until we get back to an update on the TBI Matt Stowe saga. So attorneys for Holly Bobo suspects plan to ask for change of venue. Yeah, maybe because there's ribbons in the courtroom. December 17th.
In the Holly Bobo murder case faced a judge.
And there were a number of new developments inside the courtroom. Now we go to Chris Conti for that part of the story.
For the first time in a very long time, we actually heard Holly Bobo's name in court today. We also heard from Judge Creed McGinley, who was fed up with the lack of progress that's been made in this case.
This whole ordeal has been very frustrating to the family.
You could call it a holiday season under maximum security.
What?
As the three prime suspects in the murder and kidnapping of Holly Bobo walked into the Decatur County Courthouse today.
I think in fairness to all parties.
The first person to appear before Judge Creed McGinley was the first man charged in the case, Zach Adams.
In this matter, I have not received any inculpatory evidence.
His attorney says she's received little evidence from DA Matt Stowe and vented her frustrations before the judge. Then the judge vented his.
But quite frankly, I'm disturbed that this case has not moved from March.
His bow tie looks like, is it Electabuzz, the Pokemon?
through today anywhere.
I have no physical evidence whatsoever about my client linking him to the kidnapping and murder of Holly Bobo.
It was much the same for Jason Autry and Dylan Adams. Jason accused of murdering Holly, Dylan accused of raping her.
Absolutely out of patience.
The hope was to possibly set a trial date today. It quickly became clear, though, that wasn't going to happen.
Of a motion for a change of venue.
Yes, Your Honor.
However, it did become clear that in one way or another, both the trial and the jury will not originate from Decatur County.
One only need to look around the courtroom to know how public this case has become, and unless something should convince me otherwise, I think it would be humanly impossible for a fair and impartial jury to be seated in this county with the type of emotion that has been brought.
All right. And so with a mandate by the court for evidence to be turned over immediately, the day was done. Zach, Dylan, and Jason were led out of the court and into a maximum security holiday season.
Every emotion has run through their minds imaginable.
Another large point of contention today was the death penalty. Both Jason Autry and Zachary Adams could face it, but the district attorney still hasn't determined if that's how he's going to pursue things. We will be back here in court on January the 14th. In Decatur County this evening, Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
I want to go and look at some of like the campaign videos. I'm sure there's some available that just, I was really looking for like Holly Bobo, Zach Adams, like all the names. that would have pulled up content. But I'm sure there's got to be campaign video. So I screamed earlier in this video. We have Keith Bird saying he just became sheriff on September 1st. Then we realized Matt Stowe took office on September 1st. And then September 7th, they find remains. They find the skull. They ID the skull like immediately. It seems like they ID'd the skull as belonging to Holly before they had that September 9th full forensic TBIs all there. Staff is walking around. They've already ID'd the skull. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have to put together like a little, and it'll be out of order, but I'm gonna put together some Keith Bird playlist. Bird is the word, and we'll go out of order and look back at that. Oh boy. All right, so this video ends.
Hi everyone, we do begin with...
Now we have a motion to dismiss hearing, maybe, or filing, December 30th.
Breaking news, a major development tonight in the Holly Bobo murder case. Defense lawyers are now demanding that all charges against the two prime suspects be dismissed.
News Channel 5's Nick Barris uncovered this stunning development, one that could keep this high-profile case from ever going to trial.
Certainly, it's hard to imagine something that extreme happening, but defense attorneys filed this motion asking for all charges to be dismissed against Zach Adams and Jason Autry. Here's why. Remember, at a hearing earlier this month, Judge Creed McKinley was upset to learn that the prosecution had yet to provide key discovery to defense attorneys.
Quite frankly, I'm disturbed that this case has not moved from March through today anywhere.
Specifically, defense attorneys want to know more about the skull found earlier this year that prosecutors say is that of Holly Bobo, arguably the key piece of evidence. The defense motion states they have yet to receive the dental record analysis and forensic studies performed on the skull, and that raises some serious questions.
It would appear to me that if...
So they use the odontology we heard to ID, say that the skull belonged to Holly. But Jason Autry's story is, of course, they're under the bridge, and he notices a foot moving, so they shoot Holly, but then they're spotted by a guy on a boat, so they have to take Holly's body and move the body somewhere else. So if this shot that enters the back side of the head and comes out the front side of the jaw, we did hear Jerry Gonzalez ask a couple questions about this angle of the gunshot, but I don't think it was really driven home for the jury that it doesn't really make sense that teeth could have been broken or knocked out, but then they were still available when they found the remains, which were not at the site of where the shot allegedly occurred. Something had to be off about that. It just doesn't add up to me. But here we have a motion to dismiss, like, hey, we have some concerns about these dental records, and you haven't turned them over.
Prosecutors say is that of Holly.
And they keep showing this footage is from Zach Adams' property, where they're sifting through all this dirt. It's not from where they find the remains.
Bobo, arguably the key piece of evidence. The defense motion states they have yet to receive the dental record analysis and forensic studies performed on the skull, and that raises some serious questions.
It would appear to me that if they had a skull and if it was a dental match to the alleged decedent, that they would have given that to us right away. And so we're a little suspicious as to why we don't have any of that forensic information.
At that last hearing, Judge McKinley ordered the prosecution to provide additional discovery by December 24th, more than 1 week ago. Autry's attorney, Fletcher Long, says that the state missed that deadline, that he's received nothing linking the suspects to a homicide.
I mean, it would seem to me in a murder case that the first thing they'd want to give us would be proof that someone had been killed.
The strongly worded defense motion accuses the state of silence or stonewalling, and now, in a stunning move, asks the judge to dismiss the present indictment for murder against both Adams and Autry. It could happen. But short of that, defense attorneys want the judge to sanction the state and at the very least order it to pay the defense team's fees for being forced to file and argue this motion. It will be very interesting to see what the judge does and what it means to the future of the Holly Bobo case. Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
The prosecution for this case has been in flux in recent weeks, with the district attorney Matt Stowe removing himself from the case. But it's not clear if that will be an excuse the judge will accept for failure to provide the discovery. At this point, because of all the delays, a trial date still has not been set.
Good evening. It's a bizarre twist tonight in a News Channel 5 exclusive.
Oh, is this where we get the emails? This might be where we get the emails. Oh, no, never mind. It's still part of the prosecution turnover drama. But we're in January now. January of 2015. We've made it to 2015.
We've learned the DA once set to prosecute Holly Bobo's accused killers may now actually become a key witness for the defense.
How on earth could this happen? News Channel 5's Nick Barris uncovered the latest stunning development in this high-profile case.
It's hard to imagine nearly a year after two men were charged with murdering Holly Bobo, there's no one to prosecute the case. In an ugly mess, the DA removed himself after a dispute with the TBI. But as I learned today, that doesn't necessarily mean he's in the clear. A staffer at District Attorney Matt Stowe's office says her boss has recused himself and will no longer answer questions about the Bobo case. But that doesn't mean defense attorneys for prime suspects Zach Adams and Jason Autry aren't asking.
If he's made allegations of misconduct on behalf of the TBI vis-a-vis the Bobo case, I demand to know what those allegations are specifically.
Stowe called his dispute with the TBI a misunderstanding. Investigators said he accused them of misconduct in regards to the Bobo case. It's not clear what this was all in reference to. Perhaps the handling of evidence, arrests, case strategy, or something else.
We want to know this. We're entitled to know this.
And Autry's attorney Fletcher Long says he'll subpoena the DA to get answers.
I think that makes District Attorney General Matt Stowe potentially a witness in our case in chief in the event these charges come to trial.
This is a little bit unprecedented.
But News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo says it makes sense that defense lawyers want to learn more about the dispute between Stowe and the TBI.
And it could very well be something that helps their client.
So imagine Stowe called to testify for the defense. He could fight the subpoena, but before any of this happens, the state must first name someone to replace Stowe on the Bobo case. Sources tell me special prosecutors are not lining up for the job. Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
Remember, as we first reported last week, defense attorneys also have asked the judge to dismiss all charges because prosecutors have failed to turn over discovery evidence in a timely manner. The judge will rule on that motion next week.
New developments.
So we're going to hear more. There's coverage that is ongoing about that saga. This is now January 6th of 2015.
Once again, in the Holly Bobo murder case, court dates have been delayed for the two men accused in Bobo's kidnapping and murder. According to attorney Fletcher Long, court appearances for Jason Autry and Zach Adams have been postponed until the special prosecutor is appointed. Autry was scheduled for court on January 14th. Adams was scheduled for January 21st. Last month, District Attorney Matt Stowe removed himself from this case after a dispute with the TBI. As of now, no trial date has been set.
Not so fast. That's the message for the DA just appointed to the Holly Bobo murder case. New tonight, there's a challenge to have her taken off the job. It's a potential shakeup that raises the question, will anyone ever prosecute the two accused killers in this high-profile case? Our Nick Barris is here with the exclusive story.
If you follow the Holly Bobo case, you must ask, what's next? Well, here it is, a motion demanding that the judge remove the special prosecutor, arguing she has no right to take over the case. The motion was filed by Jennifer Thompson, attorney for Zach Adams, who, along with Jason Autry, is charged with Bobo's murder. Why the motion?
This could very well become a capital case. And when you're dealing with death penalty cases like this, you will challenge everything you can. You will leave no stone unturned.
This comes 2 days after the state appointed Jennifer Nichols, an assistant DA out of Memphis, to replace Decatur County DA Matt Stowe. Nichols originally worked with Stowe on the case, but had returned to Memphis. Then Stowe removed himself after a dispute with the TBI, a messy breakup that raised the question, would anyone ever prosecute the Bobo case? You have to wonder. In this motion filed with the court, Adams' attorney writes, there exists no statutory or constitutional authority for Nichols to serve as DA pro tempore.
It appears as though that the General Assembly, though, has set forth rules, statutory rules, that the conference must go by.
News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo says the question is, were the rules followed? Wally Kirby with the state DA's conference told us by phone the motion is baloney, and he suspects that Adams' attorney is simply afraid of facing Jennifer Nichols in court. The judge will decide if she stays or goes, but for now, the future of the Bobo case again appears to be in limbo. And there's more. Remember, Nichols originally worked with DA Matt Stowe on the Bobo case. Defense lawyers will subpoena Stowe about his dispute with the TBI. I'm told they will also subpoena Nichols to see what she knows. It's hard to see her prosecuting the case if she's also a witness for the defense.
And it's so golden that in 2025, and I don't think we had Matt Stowe up for anything at the PCR hearings, unless it just was one of those days where there's no camera footage. But we have Nichols on the stand. We've got Boswell on the stand. It's been a time. It's been a time. We've got, let's see. Oh, and DB says Nick Leonardo doesn't seem like he's the most average state shill legal analyst like most local media. So, Gwig said earlier in the chat that Leonardo is now an attorney, a criminal defense attorney. So, if that maths to you, it maths to me. All right, next week
it's a case that defined a small.
Let's see. And I love this. This is some great on-the-ground coverage from MT10. This is the first time I saw them enter the ring. But they go out and they do some interviews. So
All West Tennessee town, and now, after 3.5 years, the family
January
of Holly Bobo
27th.
is finally getting closure. Late last night, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation announced that the skull found over the weekend has been identified as missing nursing student Holly Bobo. Today, the family...
Oh, so this must be old, actually. It was uploaded... All right, so this was uploaded in January of 2015, but the time of reference here that they just referenced, this would have been the week that they found the skull.
They released a statement through their family attorney saying, on behalf of Holly, we'd like to thank everyone for their thoughts and prayers. We will never understand.
Student taken from her own backyard.
I was out there shortly, within 2 hours of everything, because we were in class when we learned. We weren't but about 10 minutes into class when we were getting the notice that EMS had been notified.
The last person to see her, her own brother, as she walked into the woods with a man he thought to be her boyfriend.
If he thought his sister was in danger, I'm pretty sure he would have done everything he could have. He thought it was the boyfriend, and a lot of people have criticized him over that.
Police started their investigation with few leads.
When she was first abducted,
Keith
there
Bird.
were...
Notice, oh, this is hilarious. It says Keith Bird family friend. It does not say sheriff.
thousands of people showing up to search, and everybody pulled together, and
Did you guys see that? Just to make sure I didn't have it blocked. Yeah, there we go.
people showing up to search, and everybody pulled together and kind of worked as one, with a common goal.
And 1 year passed, and then 2, still with no answers. The case might have gone cold, but the community didn't.
Well, it doesn't let a case fall by the wayside, I guess.
And this guy's wearing Vote Brian Duke for sheriff.
Yes, it keeps it active, keeps it on people's minds. We don't want the justice system to lose sight.
Whether they knew Holly.
Holly was one of my best friends in high school and college.
Or not.
As far as I actually know, the Bobos I don't, but they need the help, they need the support, so that's what we do. We all pull together, we support. We're all close-knit, we all have a heart.
They all joined together for one common goal.
We're still praying that they'll find her and bring her back home if she is still out there.
Everyone doing their part to find Holly.
Searching, trying to get information. Karen's been out with multiple friends and family trying to get flyers put out to try and bring Holly home.
I've been searching for Holly for 3 years.
There's always been pink boats here because we all had that hope for Holly to come home. Good afternoon.
And then finally, 3 years later, the day...
All right, we've seen some of the press conferences, but they've got a compilation of, sentiments from everybody when this was all going on. At least that segment was before it was found, the remains were found.
Ready to hear.
Right now, it's just heartbreak. It's just not the way we hoped it would turn out. It's just not.
Another devastation, another sock in the stomach, another letdown. It's a truly sad day in Decatur County because this didn't just affect one family, it affects two.
Well, of course, there's disappointment, because everybody wanted Holly to come back safe and sound, and, we realize now that that's not going to happen.
And they do have some very difficult days ahead of them. But we just wanted to know that we're right there with them.
And then, instead of accepting defeat, the mission of the community changed.
They're making, this is a time of readjustment for them.
From bring Holly home.
We're going to get justice.
Justice.
I just pray that justice is served.
To justice for Holly. Name everyone knows in one way or another.
I grew up in the same neighborhood.
Oh! His hat is CB&S Bank.
Is her dad.
Holly was one of my best friends.
Was Holly's teacher at the time of her abduction.
And I'm personal friends of the Bobo family. And
Holly's life touched their hearts.
And most of the time what we were doing was just being silly and just joking around.
Beautiful young lady, had a bright future ahead of her.
And her disappearance broke them.
Can you imagine not knowing where your child is when you get up? It's broken everybody's heart.
even though it's been 3 years, we're all still kind of floored by what we've learned and what we've found out. It's tough, and we'll never completely get over it. No.
When Holly Bobo first disappeared, the message of the community was help us bring Holly home. Now that murder charges have been filed in this case, the new message is justice for Holly. With local resident Zach Adams charged and the searches called off, instead of quitting, the community is fighting harder than ever.
Heavenly Father, once again we come to you with very humble hearts and very broken hearts. For 3 years, Holly hasn't had a voice. Somebody took that away from her. It's up to each and every one of us to be Holly's voice.
They don't want her to be a story. They want her to be remembered as who she was.
Since the indictments were announced in March, multiple Justice for Holly rallies have been held.
Well, this one is more in support of the family, to encourage them, to let them know that their friends have not forgotten them and that we're going to be with them and beside them in the days ahead.
They have people here for them. If they have, they want to cry, there's a shoulder to lean on. They need somebody to pray. There's people to pray for them.
And I think this helps keep everyone involved reminded of how important it is to.
After a prayer service at Holly's home church, a procession of motorcycles and cars traveled across Decatur County, each adorned with pink and green bows to show that though the searches have ceased,
the community is backing the Bobos 100%.
We can come together for a cause, and we've shown that with this case.
Their support,
people showing up and offering their support and presence,
never wavered.
We're here to support her. If it takes now, from 20 years from now, we're going to get justice for Holly.
Oh, we get Sugar Tree.
But there are some in the community that also remember Zach.
Everybody knew the Adams family. Everybody knows the Bobo family. It's a bad deal.
And are fighting to defend him.
What'd they find this time? Come on, folks. Get real. They trying to blame Zach because he's an outlaw. He's an old country boy, and he been in dope so long that now, by God, they trying to hang him.
There's also those that think their legal system failed them.
If the justice system would have put him in penitentiary for his drug charges, maybe Holly would be alive today.
I don't even understand how he could be out of the system to have this happen.
On April 9th, the murder case was scheduled to begin, but a variety of issues stalled it.
The wheels of justice move slowly.
Decatur County Circuit Court Judge Creed McGinley allowed Adams to
They move slowly unless there's an election.
waive his right to appear in court.
If I were to draw one word for today's status conference, it would be uncertain.
And due to the fact he had not retained an attorney, his status hearing could not take place.
We really
Look at Brent
cannot go.
Booth. Look at Brent Booth in the corner over here. Hold on, it's real
An
quick.
attorney, his status.
He always has this like furrowed brow. Like, I'm working hard. I have the answers. Yes. Just like, you only heard him say the name Holly in the video, not Holly Bobo, right? You know, like his ex-wife named Holly. I heard Holly.
Hearing could not take place.
We really cannot go forward without him being afforded his constitutional right to counsel.
You know, it seems like that everybody was unprepared, and you know, he hasn't retained an attorney, and you know, it was kind of a letdown, really.
Of course, the family's somewhat disappointed. They wanted everything to proceed. We want it to be fair, but at the same time, we want it to be as quickly as possible.
It seemed like to me that the defense knew what they were doing by postponing and putting off.
Though there's no indication.
I wish they could ask, if Nick Barris was here, Nick Barris would have asked that lady, do you think the prosecution was looking for a delay on purpose a few months ago?
On when this case will end.
We need to get the case moving forward before it loses the speed that is needed. But I also respect the judge's opinion in that, you know, we need to be cautious so that justice is served on both sides.
The resounding message stays the same. A hurting community.
You know, we're frustrated.
It's very, very frustrating.
Longing for answers in the pursuit of justice for someone they love.
As bad a thing as it was, it brought the community closer together, which is a good thing, but I wish something else could have caused that.
And the one thing they want everyone to know.
We'll be right here. We'll
The
be
sad
right behind
music.
them the whole time. We'll see it through to the end.
Aaron, we did send a crew to Decatur County today, Emily Kinzer and Brock Howard. Unfortunately, they got stuck in the I-24 accident that did end up turning deadly today. We are thinking of the family involved in that crash as well. But as you can see, a lot of moving parts in this case. This is not going to stop anytime soon. It looks like the trial should pick up around December. That's when the trial process should begin for both Autry and for Zach Adams. But as you can tell in that whole timeline of events, a lot of events happened over the course of this summer, a lot of changes in the case with those that are in charge of it, and the only real consistency is the TBI. So this story is far from over.
Consistency
That's
over
true.
the
A
truth.
long way to go for some justice. Thank you. Well, thank you, Chris. The story is still so...
There we go. That was, I think that's probably the best, like if we had a time capsule, we want to call it a time capsule on what the community, how the community was approaching this case. I mean, I think this is it right here, is what these two guys put together for this video. Like, you know exactly how this community felt. They wanted to see this speed trial. Sure, they don't want appeal issues, but everybody's ready to go get those guys. Next video we've got... Oh, yes, I think this is it. I'm so excited.
The search for Holly
This is the trailer. This is the dramatic trailer.
Bobo is over. Her suspected killers are behind bars. It's one of the biggest crimes that TBI ever worked. So why were they kicked off the case? Now exclusive new information reveals what went wrong, leaving some to ask, will justice ever be served? Find out what fueled the feud between the DA and the TBI in a News Channel 5 exclusive Thursday on News Channel 5.
So very, very dramatic. Now remember, we first heard about this being reported in December of 2015. I think we're going to be in February. They have these emails. And we're going to watch the video, and thanks to DB and I Am Shout, we also have like better screenshots we can read from. So we'll watch the video and then we'll pause and read or whatever we got to do to read the emails. But Nick Barris kills me in this video. I can't wait to
It was an
for you guys to see.
unprecedented fallout between the TBI and the DA responsible for overseeing the Holly Bobo case.
The fight got so heated it almost cost the TBI an investigation they focused on for years. But tonight, new documents uncovered by News Channel 5 paint a disturbing picture of a paranoid freshman district attorney slinging blame and determined to go it alone. Here's News Channel 5's Chris Conti with the exclusive details new at 6 tonight.
Time turned back is where this story began. The date was
And don't forget the slogan. We heard Doug Bates call this out. That guilt shall not escape, nor innocence suffer.
December
TBI.
12th, inside a conference room at TBI headquarters in Nashville. Several people, including TBI Director Mark Gwyn and Decatur County DA Matt Stowe, were meeting to discuss the Holly Bobo case. Emails obtained by News Channel 5 reveal things quickly fell apart. General Stowe said he felt that TBI had compromised the case, wrote Wally Kirby, executive director of the Tennessee's DA conference. He was also in the room at that time. Stowe went on to say that the TBI had proceeded, quote, so slowly that culprits were always one step ahead, and that TBI was leaking information and possibly covering up evidence. General Stowe also stated that he trusted no one in the room, which, as you can imagine, had a chilling effect on the remainder of the meeting. The rest, as they say, is history.
All right, before we get, let's read this. So I Am Shout made this a bit bigger for us to see a little bit. Up in the top, you see Wyrick Amy sent Saturday, December 13th, 2014 at 10:32 a.m. to Wally Kirby. And I'm going to read what DB transposed because it's got weak eyes. And I should wear glasses. So thought I should update. Sent from my Verizon Wireless 4G LTE droid. Wally, thanks for memorializing our meeting yesterday. I think you covered everything. Amy. So that was a reply there from Amy. And we've got this original message. Thought I should update everyone on the latest concerning General Stowe and the Bobo case. There was a meeting at TBI headquarters yesterday with Mark Gwyn and Jeff Puckett. Also present were General Wyrick, General Brown, Jennifer Nichols, spelled wrong, ADA in Memphis, who was assigned by Amy to assist General Stowe in this case. Me, General Stowe, and one of his assistants. The purpose was to attempt to soothe feelings and to proceed in a professional manner in this heinous case. That failed miserably. General Stowe said he felt that TBI had compromised the case. Parentheses, no evidence cited by Stowe. So we're prosecution here, their office is like, Stowe hasn't given us any evidence of how TBI might have compromised the case. Not we, how TBI might have compromised the case. So weird that they're making parentheticals about there being no evidence provided. By proceeding so slowly that the culprits were always one step ahead and that TBI, at the very least, was leaking information and possibly covering up evidence. He said he did not trust TBI and did not want them involved any longer. Director Gwyn said he was removing TBI from the case and would no longer work cases in the 24th District. This will have a tragic effect on the Bobo case. General Stowe also stated that he trusted no one in the room, parentheses, which, as you can imagine, had a chilling effect on the remainder of the meeting. General Wyrick that's Amy Wyrick, removed Jennifer Nichols from the case, and no one outside his office will be assisting General Stowe at, and we can't read this part, supervised General Stowe that even with his comments that my office would never do, that my office would do whatever we could in regard to this blank of his office, but that he was not to call, and all requests, regardless of the nature, are to be in writing. The can't read it, then basically over. Maybe the meeting was then basically over. Jennifer requested of Amy that she be allowed to talk with General Stowe alone for a few minutes, blah, 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 can't read it, which Amy agreed. After about 30 to 40 minutes, what a painful 30 to 40 minutes that must have been, Jennifer Nichols reported that she made no headway with him. He and his blah blank left the building. Director Gwyn decided that he should go and talk with the Bobo family to apprise them of what had transpired. I was told last night by Jeff Puckett that Mrs. Bobo had a meltdown and that she was going to destroy Matt Stowe. Further, that she wanted him off the case and Jennifer and TBI back on the case. So Karen Bobo wants Jennifer and TBI on this case. She wants Jennifer Nichols, Miss Whisperer, closing argument lady, bad Jennifer, to be on the case. That is where we stand for the present. I will keep you apprised of any new developments. I certainly regret the way this has played out, as I feel that we have done all we could to help General Stowe in this matter because of his lack of experience. Now there's that. There is that. Now we have, and I want to make sure, make sure you guys can let me know if you guys hear this when we start playing the video, because StreamYard doesn't seem to like when we go from sharing an image on a screen back to a video.
Indictment. TBI Director Mark Gwyn immediately removed the agency from all cases in the 24th Judicial District, but not before visiting Holly Bobo's mom and dad. From the same email, Director Gwyn decided that he should go and talk with the Bobo family. Mrs. Bobo had a meltdown and said she was going to destroy Matt Stowe. She wanted him off the case and the TBI back on the case. District Attorney, hey! We want to talk to you about what's going on with the TBI. Since those days in December, Matt Stowe has repeatedly and intentionally avoided us. Why don't you want to talk to anyone about this? The day the story broke, though, Stowe sat down with another local television station, a decision that seemingly made the situation worse. Wally Kirby writes, Stowe was not truthful in the interview.
Oh, we're going to watch that chase again. This is Nick Barris chasing Matt Stowe down. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it.
Oh, she wanted him off the case and the TBI back on the case. District Attorney, hey! We want to talk to you about what's going on with the TBI. Since those days in December, Matt Stowe has repeatedly and intentionally avoided us. Why don't you want to talk to anyone about this? The day the story broke, though, Stowe sat down with another local television station, a decision that seemingly made the situation worse. Wally Kirby writes, Stowe was not truthful in the interview. He said he never asked TBI to leave his district. Mark Gwyn is not happy and will likely make some statement tonight.
I've never heard of this happening before, and I think somebody should give us some answers on what is going on.
Then, Memphis District Attorney Amy Wyrick enters the fray. Stowe initially demanded her special prosecutor also be taken off the Bobo case. Wyrick, quote, if my office has been removed from the case, what is the point in me sitting down with him? The only way we will be back on the case is for Stowe to recuse himself.
Channel 5 at 6.
And in the end, that's what finally happened.
A heated battle between the director of the TBI and a local district attorney is over.
With very little choice, Stowe finally stepped aside from the Bobo case on December 18th, 6 days after that initial meeting with TBI Director Mark Gwyn. A very short, yet very public battle, perhaps summed up in one sentence. I feel that we have done all we can do to help General Stowe in this matter because of his lack of experience. We reached out to Matt Stowe multiple times this week for comment. Our phone calls were not returned. Because of all this, court proceedings have been temporarily delayed in the Holly Bobo case.
Right now, developing news in the Holly Bobo murder case. A man...
And conveniently, there's defense attorneys wanting to dismiss, they're asking for evidence, and now the prosecution office just coincidentally gets to say, oh, we have all of this going on, and all of a sudden we get continuances. So we're going to hear about Shayne. So we're going to be talking about Shayne's suicide. So just to prepare you for that, this is being reported February 23rd, 2015.
Who was expected to be a key witness for the prosecution is now dead. Fox 17's Megan O'Halloran joins us live in Decatur County with more on this unexpected twist. Megan?
Well, Shayne Austin apparently committed suicide. His family notified his lawyer, and his lawyer, Luke Evans, confirmed that information with us. However, the TBI is not commenting on this developing story. Now, Shayne Austin has been a highly controversial person in this case, and tonight we're in Decatur County to find out if and how this will impact the Holly Bobo murder trial. Take a look at this. This is Shayne Austin in court last May. The state offered Austin an immunity deal in the murder case. In exchange, he would lead investigators to Bobo's body. Prosecutor said Austin did not cooperate and took the deal off the table. Austin and his lawyer then sued. Tonight, the Decatur County Sheriff has some questions about that immunity deal. If it was taken away, should Shayne Austin have been behind bars?
If he were charged with something and incarcerated somewhere, his chances of being alive to testify would be much better, yes.
What everyone is wondering tonight, what exactly was Shayne Austin's role in Holly Bobo's murder, and does he have the answer to questions we may never know? Coming up tonight at 10, does the sheriff think Shayne Austin's death will be a major loss at trial? Again, that's tonight on Fox 17 News at 10. We're live in Decatur County. Megan O'Halloran, Fox 17 News.
We begin with breaking news tonight, a call for the special prosecutor in the Holly Bobo case to be jailed.
She's accused of contempt by defense attorneys who now demand the judge take action. News Channel 5's Nick Barris uncovered this.
We're in March 17th, and Nick Barris is at the prosecution's necks.
Attorneys who now demand the judge take action. News Channel 5's Nick Barris uncovered this exclusive story, a development that threatens the future of this high-profile case.
It's safe to say no one saw this coming, a request to put the district attorney pro tem on the Bobo case in jail. It's all in a motion filed earlier today. The judge will now have to consider it. Defense attorneys say it's about time.
Extremely frustrating.
Fletcher Long is part of the legal team representing Jason Autry,
Innocent man, falsely accused.
who along with Zach Adams is charged with killing Holly Bobo.
The United States Constitution entitles us to know not just that our client has been charged, but why, and we don't have the but why.
Come on in, Mr. Autry, please.
The judge in the case ordered prosecutors to provide the defense all discovery evidence in the case.
All right, you are Jason Wayne Autry.
Now, nearly a year later, Long says they're still waiting.
We can move to dismiss the case for the blatant discovery abuse.
You're charged with first-degree murder. Do you understand what you've been charged with?
That is exactly what this motion filed today asks the judge to do.
They doggedly refused to provide us any information as to why he was so charged.
Dismiss the indictment with prejudice or find Special Prosecutor Jennifer Nichols guilty of willful contempt and commit her to jail. The strongly worded motion attacks the state for inexplicably and inexcusably refusing to comply with the judge's orders, and that the three prosecutors for this case have danced around the maypole. The motion refers first to former DA Hansel McAdams, who then lost his seat in election, to DA Matt Stowe, who then recused himself after a dust-up with the TBI. And now the defense blames Nichols for failing to get the ball rolling.
Well, our client has been charged in a murder case for a murder about which
he can be transported back.
The office doesn't appear willing to provide us any information as to what composes the basis of those charges.
So Long is now asking the judge to drop those charges and set Autry free, or throw Nichols, the special prosecutor, behind bars until her office moves forward with the case. Could it happen? We'll see. Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
Thanks, Nick. It's expected that Judge Creed McKinley will set a date soon to hear this motion filed by Long and John Herbison. We called for reaction from Special Prosecutor Nichols, but we've not heard back.
Hi, everyone. He is accused of raping Holly Bobo before she was murdered nearly 4 years ago. But tonight, Dylan Adams demands to be released from jail.
His attorney says the state has severely fumbled.
And I'm just so into this, I'm not even looking at the time. Okay, we are March 25th. March 25th.
This case and is insisting someone be held accountable for the lack of progress that's been made over the last few months. Chris Conti has exclusive details from Decatur County, where a number of key motions were filed earlier today.
Small town America.
Spring arrived in Decatur County today.
I am Dylan's attorney.
And yet the changing of the seasons brought little by way of change in the Holly Bobo case.
As a citizen of the state of Tennessee, I'm almost ashamed on how this case has proceeded once charges have been filed.
Matt Maddox was appointed by the Decatur County Court to represent Dylan Adams. Adams is charged with raping Holly Bobo. He is also the younger brother of Zach Adams, who officials say murdered the nursing student in 2011.
I think his speedy trial rights are being impugned.
Since Dylan was charged in September, he's been sitting in jail, as his lawyer has been sitting and waiting for the state to provide any evidence related to the charges he's facing.
As a criminal defense lawyer, I'm almost appalled by everything that's happened in this case and the lack of the rule of law being carried out.
On Wednesday, Maddox filed 4 separate motions.
It's unusual to have to file something like this in a criminal case.
One
Motion to compel discovery.
requiring the state to hand over specific evidence as it relates to Dylan's case. He's also demanding that the 26-year-old be let out of jail on his own recognizance.
He would like to be released due to the delay, as anyone would.
The complete lack of movement in this case is partially due to the fallout between Decatur County DA Matt Stowe and TBI Director Mark Gwyn.
Do you think it's fair to your client that that has impacted the case the way it has?
I don't think it's fair, no. But he had no control over that. But evidently he's suffering the consequences of it.
At this rate, he's just hoping another season doesn't change before something changes in this case.
I would have thought that then, since charges have been brought, then this case would have proceeded much quicker.
So what about that key piece of evidence, Holly Bobo's skull, which was found back in September? Well, Matt Maddox says he hasn't received any kind of evidence relating to that either, showing that the skull actually did belong to Holly. As for these motions filed today, they will likely be heard by a judge here at the Decatur County Courthouse on April the 15th. In Decatur County this evening, Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
In addition to being released, Adams' attorney is also asking that a special prosecutor from Memphis be removed from the case due to a conflict of interest.
In his own words, and for the very first time, we are hearing from the man who...
All right, now this is April 27th, so now we're in April.
found Holly Bobo's remains.
Oh!
Larry.
So this is, I think you guys have been waiting for this. I think Gwyn, because I should have said something. I didn't want Gwyn to feel like I was ignoring what she sent over. I just knew it was something that they didn't interview this guy until later. So this is going to be the guy, the ginseng hunter, talking about his experience. But they don't interview him. He's doing this interview in spring of 2015.
Stone was asked
For Holly.
Oh.
when he made that gruesome discovery. He spoke exclusively with our Chris Conti. And Chris, he's frustrated by how slowly this is going in court.
Yeah, he is incredibly frustrated, Vicky, with how this has been proceeding lately. Photojournalist Angie Dones and myself actually met Larry last year, the day after he found Holly's remains. At the time, he was too emotional and too scared to speak publicly. But tonight, in an exclusive interview, the man who accidentally broke this case wide open is staying silent no more.
It consumed everybody. It's all anybody talked about. This was the first paper that after the disappearance.
If Crystal Osier had a choice,
That stuff doesn't happen here.
then these headlines tucked away in the corner of a Lexington library wouldn't be here.
It says the searching, the questions, the prayers continue on the 6th day following the mysterious April 13th disappearing of the 20-year-old Holly Bobo from her rural Decatur County home.
This county,
There's not a day that goes by that you don't think about it.
these people,
Volunteers prove relentless during Holly Bobo's search.
that girl, never chose any of this.
So for this to happen in our own backyard, it was scary. It says here an estimated 1,200 showed up to search.
They searched by ground, they searched by air, and they searched within themselves.
We were looking for somebody that we weren't sure if we were ever going to find.
Until one day, last September, on the seemingly interminable road to finding Holly led here.
You'll kind of walk and look.
Serendipity is a word often pinned on someone who finds something they aren't looking for.
And we'd walk right down this ridge right here.
But by his own admission,
Ginseng sort of looks like these baby hickory trees.
Larry Stone will tell you anytime he was ginseng hunting these past 4 years, he wasn't just looking for a plant.
You're almost the perfect person to be searching for her.
Well, 90% of the people that find people are hunters.
He knew about this spot off County Corner Road because his father poured the concrete for the cell tower 30 years ago.
Well, I can tell you the exact path I took.
Larry was right around here last September when he found a bucket.
I was facing the ravine this way, and it was like somebody, hey, turn around, here I am.
He turned around and then found something that would change this case forever.
You're standing there looking at remains that you know belongs to somebody that was loved, and you're sitting there looking at the ground, and you're seeing your daughter laying there in her place. It hits home.
The TBI would later confirm what Larry felt in his heart. Those remains were Holly Bobo's.
Do you think Holly would still be out here if you hadn't found her?
Oh, I believe she would have. I don't think they'd ever found her. They was trying to hide her best they could.
For 8 months, he's stayed silent, but after watching various aspects of the case against Zach Adams and Jason Autry essentially be fumbled in court, silence, he says, is no longer an option.
To these defense attorneys that are saying, we haven't seen evidence that Holly's skull was found, you say what?
It's been found.
You finding her helps the case exponentially.
Well, no body, no case. And that's what these men had planned. No body, no case.
If those dental records are in fact correct, Larry will always be the man who found Holly Bobo.
Kind of set up a little memorial for Holly and to show the family that I cared.
He may look like a tough country guy,
Holly's favorite colors, pink and green.
but he has the tender heart of a dad.
I just want to say to the Bobos that I'm sorry for the loss. That all got shattered because of these men.
And so much like Holly herself, Larry is now a part of this story in which choice is no longer a part of the equation.
We want justice for Holly.
If there is a trial, it will be safe to assume that Larry will be called to testify. He did find something in that bucket near Holly's body, but Vicky, authorities have asked him not to discuss what that is.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
So this interview again is now all the way in 2015, and they're still asking him not to discuss what was in the buckets. And we're gonna no, DB, no. Let's get some love in the chat for Sheriff Chuck. We have had some contacts from Sheriff Chuck, who was part of the his team, and his dogs went out and helped with the search parties in the early days. He didn't really realize exactly, piecing the details back and forth, what everything was. But he says, I have to share some details after watching this morning. I'll put a string of events together so you can see why this went off track as soon as TBI came in. He says, first, remember my team found the hot shovel at a home. And he believes that this was at Zach's house. So a shovel leaning on Zach's home. 2, Rainey came in. So Warren Rainey, we saw him testify. Rainey came in and told everyone not brought in by TBI had to leave. 3, Rainey saw something in the backyard he wanted to dig up, which he called a shallow grave. He thought it was a shallow grave. He took the known hot shovel and started digging. 4, he found nothing. 5, he brought in the TBI dog preference team. The dogs then indicated where he had dug with the hot shovel. So the dogs now get a hit on this shallow grave that wasn't a shallow grave because likely dug with this hot shovel. 6, they bring in the backhoe and they find animal bones. 7, blamed the dogs for hitting on animal bones. Sheriff Chuck says, our team was tasked to go from this area in front of the home to the last place Holly's phone had pinged. We would have easily found a freshly deceased full body with our dogs. So I asked a clarification question. I said, and so this means you didn't ultimately go to the location next where the phone pinged as you were supposed to because you were dismissed. He said yes. So incredible context. And again, great insight on just what to expect, what canine teams can and can't do. But this, factual information, since Sheriff Chuck and his team were part of this in the early stages, remembering that Warren Rainey comes in and is like, nope, if you're not TBI, call it off, you gotta go. Even though we don't call off the guys with the binoculars in the woods, we call off the other dog team who was about to go next to search the area where the remains were ultimately found. And if that were the case, and if they had gotten a hit, they could have had much better information, a much faster investigation, and they would have known what happened to Holly very quickly if Holly was in fact, like Marshall John Walker's theory, been killed that day, shortly after the abduction, which I personally think that's most likely. So, great context. Let's get some love for Sheriff Chuck in the chat. Like, it doesn't make me have any more confidence in the investigation, but it kind of answers some questions about how we don't have a search happening in the area where she's ultimately found. Yeah, is the shovel equally crazy, though? Next up, I think we've got some court footage. Let's see. All right, so we're all the way in May. We're all the way in May 18th, 2015.
Killers are charged with the murder of Holly Bobo. Defense attorneys argued there's no proof. To date, the evidence remained a mystery until now. Tonight, in a News Channel 5 exclusive, the details that led to the arrests of Zach Adams and Jason Autry.
Nick Barris obtained documents straight from the criminal file. They spell out the case against the prime suspects.
In this matter, I have not received...
2 suspects, 1 high-profile murder. Zach Adams and Jason Autry are accused of killing Holly Bobo. While both sit in jail awaiting trial, their attorneys argue prosecutors have no evidence linking them to the crime. We don't know the results of testing on physical evidence that may tie the suspects to Bobo. So what did prosecutors use to get indictments last year?
It could be witness statements, it could be, footprints, it could be any kind of DNA evidence.
News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo says the answers are in the confidential case file. We obtained exclusive copies of several critical documents from that file.
Absolutely. Anything that's in that criminal file is what, maybe the grand jury heard, or it's definitely something that the state will rely upon in the case in chief in the prosecution.
One affidavit for a search warrant spells out the probable cause linking Adams and Autry to the crime. It begins with what Adams' brother Dylan told TBI agents. On the day Bobo disappeared, he went to his brother's home to get his truck. Dylan observed Holly Lynn Bobo sitting in a green chair in the living room wearing a pink t-shirt with Jason Wayne Autry standing just a few feet away. Dylan also described his brother Zach as wearing camouflage shorts, a black cut-off sleeve t-shirt, and a pair of green Crocs shoes. We found the evidence file includes this Croc footwear print lifted from the carport at Bobo's home where Holly was abducted.
Does the criminally accused possess a pair that's analogous or similar to the print that is found at the particular scene?
Dylan also told the TBI his brother blocked him from further entry into the home and threatened to kill him if he told anybody what he had just observed. Dylan also said Zach told him he had raped Bobo and videotaped it. There have been rumors of such a video.
Oh my goodness. So they were spoon feeding the details. So they get these details from Sandra King? Sandy King? Sandra King? Oh, I heard about a video with a Holly on it. Then they feed it to Dylan Adams. Dylan Adams comes out and says, yeah, they videotaped it. Because Brent Booth was assured. He was confident that there was a video out there that this woman had seen of Zach and Holly. So somehow Dylan Adams has this idea in his head that there's a video of it. This is damning. This is so damning, once again, that they're feeding information to the people they need to have testimony from. Videotaped it. And this tape doesn't exist. They just, oh, we dropped the charges now that we've got Dylan Adams saying something else.
But to date, no such video has been found. Another point of interest, the case file includes crime scene photographs of blood discovered in the carport at Bobo's home. The blood matches Holly's DNA and may help explain how she was taken.
There's the potential that a weapon could have been used or that there could have been serious bodily injury in the abduction if it is proven that that blood is a result of some sort of struggle.
Another document describes what was found during a search of Zach Adams' home. Forensic scientists recovered a blonde hair covered in dust from a bedroom closet. Is the hair Holly's? Did her abductors confine her in a closet? The results of forensic testing remain a mystery, but the details spelled out in these documents are likely what led authorities to initially charge Adams and Autry with Holly Bobo's murder.
So they're charging based on a random blonde hair found? Yeah. Spoiler alert, the hair is not Holly's. But then the prosecution says that they couldn't have brought charges against Terry Britt because what they find at Terry Britt's wouldn't have been enough. What's the difference?
Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
Today, defense attorneys for Adams and Autry say they still have not received the results of forensic testing done on physical evidence collected by investigators. No trial date has been set in that case.
2 accused killers.
All right, so now I'm like getting angry all over again. All right, May 18th, 2015. Oh, is this the same video? Yeah, I have this in here twice.
The third man has been charged with murder in the Holly Bobo case. Authorities say John Dylan Adams also participated in the kidnapping and rape of the nursing student. Adams' brother Zachary and another man, Jason.
Hi, everyone. We begin tonight with a surprising new development in the Holly Bobo case.
May
New
21st.
at 6, the director of the TBI, Mark Gwyn, could himself be called to testify.
This bizarre twist comes just one day after his agency indicted yet another suspect for Bobo's murder. Now, as News Channel 5's Nick Barris tells us exclusively, defense attorneys want to grill Director Gwyn under oath.
This is the letter just filed in Circuit Court in Decatur County. Defense attorney John Herbison is asking that subpoenas be sent to, among others, TBI Director Mark Gwyn, compelling him to be in court in about 2 weeks to answer some pointed questions
slimy tie
about the
again.
Holly Bobo case.
So long as the court doesn't spank the prosecutors when they need spanking, that bad faith prosecution is going to continue.
Herbison, who represents Bobo murder suspect Jason Autry, is requesting subpoenas for TBI Director Gwyn and Decatur County District Attorney Matthew Stowe. You'll remember Gwyn and Stowe had a messy dispute over the Bobo case late last year, at which point the TBI temporarily stepped aside from the case. The reasons were never clearly explained. Herbison wants the specifics as to why the break happened.
That would be a very interesting question to put to Mr. Gwyn.
So there could be something there that the defense team could put their finger on or use in their defense.
So there you have it. The TBI director put, perhaps, in the uncomfortable position of answering questions that might actually help the defense. Could that really happen?
But I think there will be a little bit of a legal battle of these individuals trying to get out of coming to court and testifying about these certain circumstances.
Herbison also plans to press Gwyn and Stowe on why it's taken so long for the TBI and prosecutors to provide discovery to the defense. Without the DNA testing results on evidence like Holly Bobo's skull, Herbison says they've been unable to prepare for trial. And he's now asked the judge to drop the charges against his client, Autry.
It's very relevant to what we have alleged as grounds for dismissal of this indictment.
The subpoenas will likely be delivered sometime next week, so at this point it's unclear whether or not Director Gwyn and the others will object. But John Herbison says he expects them to show, and he says he's going to be ready for them. Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
Herbison says the subpoenas will call for Director Gwyn and General Stowe to be there at the next Holly Bobo hearing on June 3rd. Barring any legal challenge at that time, Herbison says they will be expected to take the stand and answer questions under oath.
Big day in the Holly Bobo murder case. All 3 men accused in her kidnapping and murder will appear before a judge in just a few hours. News Channel 5's Cuthbert Langley is here in studio with more on this. The first time we've seen these 3 since these new indictments came down, right?
Steve, it is. And basically the 3 suspects will appear in court to be arraigned on those 3 new charges they're now facing. Keep in mind, this is not an official trial. It's expected to just be a hearing so those men can be officially charged. Jason Autry, Zach Adams, and Dylan Adams, along with their attorneys, are expected to be in court this morning at 9 o'clock. Following an indictment handed down 2 weeks ago, all 3 men will be charged with rape, kidnapping, and premeditated murder. Jason Autry and Zach Adams were originally facing just kidnapping and murder charges, and then those additional ones were added on. Dylan Adams was only facing rape charges until 2 weeks ago, when all three were indicted for those three charges I laid out just a little bit ago. Now, no details were released on what led up to the indictment, so perhaps we could learn more about that today. We will have, of course, complete coverage of their hearing throughout the day, so be sure to check back both here and online. We'll have the latest updates on our website, Twitter, and Facebook page.
Major developments in the Holly Bobo.
All right, so now we are June 3rd, 2015. We get the notice of aggravating factors, death penalty.
Case today, all three men accused of raping and killing the nursing student will now be facing the death penalty.
Oh, he gained a lot of weight. Wow, that was quick.
They appeared before a packed courtroom in Decatur County early this morning. Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry were all arraigned on new charges relating to Holly's disappearance 3 years ago. It was in the middle of those proceedings that the prosecution dropped the bombshell that they'd be pursuing the ultimate punishment. Chris Conti has the latest now from Decatur County.
We learned today that the state consulted with Holly Bobo's family before deciding to pursue the death penalty. But prosecutors also made it incredibly clear outside of court here in Decatur County that Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry are not facing the death penalty because of what Holly Bobo's family wanted, but because that's what the law dictates. All three defendants are now facing the exact same charges, 8 counts in all, ranging from premeditated murder of the nursing student in 2011 to her rape. And all three pled not guilty today. As they have been since the start of all this, Holly's family was sitting in the front row for all of today's proceedings. They called today a giant step forward in getting justice for their daughter. Because the death penalty is now being pursued, special counsel is having to be provided to both Zach, Dylan, and Jason.
When you're talking about the ultimate punishment, then there's a heightened due process, and I want the attorneys to have an adequate time to file their motions.
So the death penalty is an available punishment in the state of Tennessee by law, and that's why we filed a notice to seek the death penalty.
Defense attorneys have been livid with the prosecution over the last 6 months, saying that they've received 0 discovery materials. Well, today we learned that the volumes of investigative material, large enough to fill a small library, will finally be handed over by the end of the month. We will be back here in court at the end of August. In Decatur County, Chris Conti, News Channel 5 HD.
We'll have
Yeah, see, Els, thanks for asking in the chat what they found, because I went back and looked for a trial and error, summed it up better than I can do from recall. But they only found the skull, 7 partial ribs, part of a sternum, and part of a scapula. But then I missed this part. I missed this chat from trial and error where they said they don't find a finger, hand, upper limb, bones, no spine. And even though they say that animal scavenging was responsible for the rest being missing, her promise ring was found there. No finger. We find a promise ring. So, I don't know. I have questions. When don't we have questions, chat?
Have more on these latest developments in the Holly Bobo case later tonight. Just keep it here on News Channel 5 and newschannel5.com.
Hi, everyone. They are accused of kidnapping and killing Holly Bobo more than 4 years ago.
And now we know Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry will all be facing the death penalty. It was
okay. They did, for whatever reason, they have 2 uploads from this day. They're 20 seconds different in length. Oh, maybe this is important.
Punishment was not a decision left to the Bobos.
Both of us always consult with the family about decisions such as this. Ultimately, it's not the family's choice. It's not the family's decision. It's based on the law and what the law provides and allows for.
And so under the kind of security only reserved for accused killers, all 3 men were led away from court, knowing that their lives are now at stake.
We begin tonight with new developments in the fight to execute Holly Bobo's accused killers. New at 6, a major shakeup just weeks after prosecutors announced they would seek the death penalty. Those close to the case tell News Channel 5's Nick Barris this means significant new delays and a big shift in legal strategy for the defense.
Here's what you need to know. If you think the Holly Bobo case has been taking a long time, well, take a deep breath, because the state has some very strict guidelines for death penalty cases, and that's going to mean delays.
More delays because experts say death penalty cases are infinitely more complex to prosecute or defend. And News Channel 5 has learned all three suspects, Zach Adams, his brother Dylan, and Jason Autry, will shake up their legal teams and add new lawyers. The official announcements are expected perhaps next month. Why the change?
You would have to be a death qualified attorney, which there's a whole lot of things you have to do before you'd be eligible to try a capital case.
These lawyers must have 5 years of criminal trial experience, along with 6 hours of specialized training in death penalty law. And they must also have handled at least one jury trial involving a capital case. These death-qualified lawyers don't come cheap. They make nearly double the rate the state pays for other lawyers of indigent clients. Why the high standard? Legal analyst Nick Leonardo says the state can't risk a verdict being overturned on claims of ineffective counsel.
It costs so much to bring these cases and have them prosecuted that the last thing you want to do is try that case twice.
But first, you have to try the case once. And the attorneys the Adams brothers and Autry add are going to need time to prepare.
New lawyers getting involved, they're definitely going to have to get up to speed on the case.
Now, the judge in this case will likely review and then approve the request for the new attorneys. Then they come in and they will start cold, reviewing the thousands and thousands of pages of evidence in the Holly Bobo case. It's going to take time. Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
Nick, thanks. Holly disappeared in 2011. The three suspects were charged last year, but we're still no closer to a trial. The next hearing is not scheduled until August 26th. Well, finally, all the evidence is on the table. Tonight, we've learned defense attorney...
Oh, this is funny. So this is July 13th, 2015. And remember, we're going to have in August, Matt Stowe, new attorney for Jason Autry, is going to say we need a continuance. We're not going to be ready for this trial. We're not going to be able to prepare. It's a death penalty case now, and there's all of this evidence that we have to go through. And then they're going to come back in November and say, wait, you guys must not be turning something over. We need discovery. Where is the inculpatory? Where is the exculpatory? Where is the actual evidence? Because anything we can get into, how is this a death penalty case? And the state responds saying, well, we don't have any known exculpatory evidence. And then also in November, we have that weird discovery delivery that Joe Walker talked about that goes to Jason Autry only. And again, that would mean that something is not accessible as of July when we're about to watch this video, where it's being claimed that all discovery is available.
Evidence is on the table. Tonight, we've learned defense attorneys now have the full criminal file in the Holly Bobo case, and that's a big step toward finally setting a trial date.
As Nick Barris tells us in a News Channel 5 exclusive, the discovery likely includes forensic tests on evidence, including Bobo's skull.
I'm told that an entire room here at TBI headquarters is dedicated to evidence collected in the Holly Bobo case over the last 4 years. And that evidence, of course, is now at the heart of the capital cases against 3 murder suspects.
For months now, the attorneys for Zach Adams, his brother Dylan, and Jason Autry have been waiting to see the evidence prosecutors say link their clients to the murder of Holly Bobo. In fact, Autry's former attorney Fletcher Long made quite a stink last year, citing one missed delivery after another.
We are well outside of any deadline that they have been provided to give us discovery, and we still do not have it.
Not anymore. Sources tell News Channel 5 all the discovery, not just a portion, but all of it has been made available now to defense attorneys, a crucial step toward getting the case moving forward.
You need to see what evidence, hard evidence, the state intends to use against you before you can actually formulate a defense.
The discovery is expected to include forensic testing results confirming the discovery of Holly Bobo's skull. Defense attorneys had questioned if the skull was really hers. News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo says the discovery will likely put that theory to rest.
I would think that they were almost certain on the dental records that this was the remains of Miss Bobo. However, to verify that in a more accurate manner, they submitted it for a DNA analysis.
Those results, along with everything else from this massive investigation, comprise thousands and thousands of pages of evidence. So much so that one defense team is actually hiring a private investigator to help them sift through it all.
So what's next in the case? We should learn more at a status hearing next month, but it's safe to say that the defense attorneys will ask for at least 4 months to prepare, with the possibility of a trial maybe in December. In Nashville, Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
But things can change. Legal analyst Nick Leonardo says we should expect another delay to a trial because defense attorneys will likely request a change of venue, citing pre-trial publicity. Will a trial date finally be set in the high-profile Holly Bobo case?
New at 6 tonight, word of more delays.
We're August 20th. We are moving along August 20th.
And the slow-moving exchange of evidence.
As News Channel 5's Nick Barris learned, the delays come just as a key hearing on the case is abruptly canceled.
This is so funny, back to back. All of the evidence has been turned over, and now we have slow-moving handover of evidence. So, was somebody not being completely forthcoming in July when they probably told a court we did all the things that we're supposed to do for discovery?
For months now, Jason Autry has been locked up here at Riverbend Maximum Security Prison. Now, his co-defendants, Zach Adams and his brother Dylan, have been locked up elsewhere. None of them should expect to go anywhere, especially trial, anytime soon.
All three are charged with the murder of Holly Bobo. A much-anticipated hearing was scheduled for next week, where a trial date could have been finally set. But News Channel 5 has learned the judge canceled it.
No trial date will be set for some time.
John Herbison, who represents Autry, says the case became more complex when prosecutors decided to seek the death penalty. New lawyers have been hired who need to get up to speed, and there's the issue of discovery evidence. Reams and reams of documents, video and audio to review. Herbison says he still hasn't seen the results of forensic testing that may or may not link Autry to the crime.
We're still waiting through that. I'm still baffled as to how Jason Autry came to be charged in this case.
As things stand now, it may be at least 6 months before a trial date is set. And when it is, Herbison says there's a good chance the defense will ask for a change of venue away from Decatur County.
That is something we are considering carefully. It's something where the local populace is kind of inflamed, to put it mildly.
But it's still too early to talk about a trial. Autry has been here at Riverbend Maximum Security Prison for more than a year, and it's likely he and the other co-defendants will be incarcerated for another year before they face a judge and jury. In Nashville, Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
Indications are one reason the judge canceled next week's hearing is because defense attorneys are so busy going through all of the discovery evidence, they haven't had time to file any new motions.
Will there ever be justice for Holly Bobo?
Tonight, a new development that could help fast-track a trial for 3 accused murderers. News Channel 5's Nick Barris uncovered the exclusive details which could jumpstart prosecution of this high-profile case.
It's no big secret. One entire room here at the TBI headquarters is dedicated to evidence collected in the Holly Bobo case over the last 4 years.
It's my understanding that the discovery of the state's evidence is extremely voluminous.
The sheer volume of it all may now be the single biggest barrier toward keeping this case from moving forward. Prosecutors have charged 3 men, Zach Adams, his brother Dylan, and Jason Autry with the kidnapping and murder of Holly Bobo in 2011. It's been more than a year since the first arrest. They all await behind bars, but still no trial date.
And if you've got 30,000 pages of documents to review, it takes some time.
There's more than just documents, there's photographs, and we've learned now forensic testing results on everything from a skull prosecutors say belongs to Holly Bobo to hair fibers found in Zach Adams' home. And then there's this.
It's also a death penalty case.
That means even more lawyers are on board reviewing the case. It's an incredibly slow process, but now a proposal that could speed it all up. Hire one person to review and organize the evidence for all the defense teams.
I think it can help move the case forward because the defense team's not going to be able to come into court and say, Judge, I need more time to organize the discovery if there's already been someone paid who has given you the discovery in an organized fashion.
It saves time, and News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo says it saves money, paying only one person instead of all the lawyers.
I think it kind of makes sense. Again, if it does save the taxpayers money and everyone's in agreement, then it seems like a no-brainer.
This really is a big deal. If the plan is approved as expected, it will finally clear the way for the judge to set a trial date, something many say is long overdue. In Nashville, Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
And Nick tells us even with this new development, it's still unlikely a trial would be scheduled until at least fall of next year.
He's charged with kidnapping and murdering Holly Bobo. Tonight, Jason Autry remains isolated at Riverbend Maximum Security Prison. But in a News Channel 5 exclusive, this accused killer breaks his silence in a series of letters to Nick Barris.
In the latest surprise twist to this high-profile case, Autry talks about a potential new witness against him.
So we heard that, I think maybe around August of, well, no, because it would have been Autry time, but like October, like fall, end of 2014. We heard that at one of the hearings, the state waltzes into court and they want a gag order because they're concerned that somebody's been going to speaking to Autry, which would have been after Autry's already associated with some type of charges for the Holly Bobo case. And we get to see through Nick Barris the interview that he does with Jason Autry. And it just blows my mind, like trying to control the limited amount of information that could come out that could be favorable to the defendants. Meanwhile, you have TBI and possibly the prosecution team giving information to the family, and then the family members are giving the information to the media. We heard about OK Magazine, Whitney Duncan was speaking. If there's going to be information, let it go both ways.
And for the first time, he points the finger at co-defendant Zach Adams.
November 16th. November 16th is where we're at right now, 2015.
I'm a drug addict and a thief.
Are you a killer? Are you a killer?
No, sir. By no means, I'm not a killer.
That was Jason Autry in an exclusive interview 1 year ago on video uplink from Riverbend Prison. Did you kidnap and kill Holly Bobo? Were you part of that? Since then, nothing. Autry was off limits. No word from him until now. And these letters, handwritten from his jail cell in recent months. Of course, much has happened since we last heard from Autry. Now, 3 people, Autry, Zach Adams, and Adams' younger brother Dylan, are accused of kidnapping and murdering 20-year-old nursing student Holly Bobo in 2011. And
they have changed from a regular murder case now to a death penalty case.
If convicted, Autry will be executed. And of that, he writes, the collateral damage this terror tactic is reaping is unreal, such as innocent kids, grandkids, parents, friends who support me. Autry also challenges a possible key witness against him. He knows Dylan Adams told investigators he saw Bobo with Autry after she disappeared. I feel the government has manipulated a weak and unstable mind with Mr. Dylan Adams. He may dismiss Dylan, but Autry has other worries, namely his wife. The government has dressed this wolf up in a sheepskin to be their star witness. Autry says his wife was questioned by the TBI and may have given them a potentially damaging statement. We could not find her for comment, but Autry says she did send him this letter in prison. It's almost apologetic. Autry says she admitted she talked to the TBI, then went back and told them she had lied. My wonderful buddies came to see me again, wrote his wife. I had to go meet with them and the new DA again. She told them her original statement was a lie, but they don't believe me. They told me some other people told them the same story. I know I've got to testify. The DA said there's no way around it. News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo says the wife now could be a witness against Autry at trial.
The state doesn't always like where they get their witnesses or what they have to rely on to get their convictions, but they'll take whatever they can get, especially if it's relevant and it helps their case.
If that's not enough, consider this. Autry's own words could be used against co-defendant Zach Adams. News Channel 5 obtained an exclusive copy of a TBI interview with Autry. When asked about Bobo's murder, he's quoted as telling agents, "The thing that made me wonder about Zach is when I questioned him about it, he said that he would never say if he got her. Zach would be more capable of it. He is violent-minded." And Autry added, Zach did tell me that Holly Bobo had been to his house hanging out a couple of days before she disappeared.
Well, it can be very powerful.
But there is, of course, a credibility issue to all this. It's one accused killer possibly testifying against another. As Autry admitted to us last year, he's far from perfect.
Are you a killer? Are you a killer?
So this is published the same day that Joe Walker releases like the folder of the Discovery, the 2 discs of Discovery, only to Jason Autry. And now Jason's like, yeah, you know, Zach did tell me he was hanging out with Holly Bobo. Holly, specifically Holly Bobo. Do we already know what we're going to do with that Discovery information? We're starting to set the stones. We're starting to try to sow some seeds.
No, sir. By no means, I'm not a killer.
Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
So what is next for the Holly Bobo case? A status hearing is set for Wednesday to possibly set a date for a trial sometime next year. A new development tonight in the Holly Bobo case. The trials against the 3 men accused in her death will not take place for more than a year. Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry are all accused of kidnapping and killing the nursing student back in 2011. And as News Channel 5's Chris Conti tells us, the Bobo family is unhappy that justice will take so long.
5.5 years will have passed from the day Holly disappeared before a trial date might possibly be set. Today, her family called this simply disappointing. Rain slowly fell outside the Decatur County Courthouse today, alluding perhaps to the speed at which this case is moving along. For the first time in nearly 6 months, attorneys, the judge, and Holly Bobo's family all gathered in court.
I don't want there to be a public perception that we're doing things behind closed doors.
And the news they received was a harsh dose of reality in the criminal justice system.
That I did not anticipate being able to try it prior to 2017.
There had been some hope that maybe in 2016 the trials of Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry might get underway.
Because a lot of our defense comes from the things that are buried within those boxes, Judge.
But the nearly 5-year investigation into the nursing student's kidnapping and murder has netted some 600 witnesses and 200,000 pages of evidence. Each page needs to be reviewed by attorneys before they can even begin to comprehend a trial date.
Counsel has described this case as like none other.
Well, the family's disappointed, but I think the judge expressed it right when he said we're going to do it one time and do it right.
And getting this case done right for both sides will require time.
Were you thinking this was going to be tried in 2016?
I think we both thought that might be a possibility.
Possibility,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
We've been delivered a huge haystack, and we're sorting through to try to find needles.
Progress in this case, like the rain here, is steady but slow.
Certainly we want to see justice,
Poetic.
but we want it done right too.
Chris Conti, News Channel 5.
The state also wants to try each of the suspects separately, something which can only postpone the conclusion of the case.
There is stunning new information.
Well, speaking of Happily Angry Lawyer in the chat, Happily Angry Lawyer did a sort of relevant on-topic video about what difference it might make when there's a severance of co-defendants, meaning one trial is not the end of the whole case because others are still waiting to be tried. And how, sentencing language about withholding sentence until the completion of a trial might be impactful. So I'm going to drop a link if you missed one of Hal's recent Moontunk updates. Check that out.
Tonight in the Holly Bobo murder case.
One of the prime suspects, Zach Adams, is talking behind bars. So what did he tell a fellow inmate, and why is the TBI interested?
Tonight in a News Channel 5 exclusive, Nick Barris has details from a jailhouse informant who could become a key witness when this high-profile case finally goes to trial.
Is there a key
new player in the Holly Bobo murder case.
He's definitely going to be called as a witness, and he could be the star witness.
Three men, Zach Adams, his brother Dylan, and Jason Autry, are charged with killing the nursing student 5 years ago. If convicted, they face the death penalty. This man could play a key role at trial.
The defense is going to try to attack this guy's credibility all they can, but the state's going to probably want to use it.
39.
This is February 8th, my bad. February 8th, 2016.
year-old Benjamin Lee Hendrix is a convicted sex offender serving time in Williamson County. That very same jail is home to Zach Adams. News Channel 5 confirmed the two inmates did have access to each other. Hendrix talked with Adams, and now we know the TBI has talked with Hendrix.
Loose lips sink ships, and a lot of times these individuals, while they're incarcerated, talk to other inmates about why they're there and the facts of their case.
So what story did Adams tell? Hendrix sent this letter unsolicited to News Channel 5 outlining the very graphic conversations. He wrote that he spent months next to Zach Adams and that Adams told him the following disturbing information about what happened to Holly Bobo. Adams stated that about a few days before she died, Holly was at his house with his brother Dylan and Jason Autry. After this, Zach and Jason planned to kidnap and rob Holly for money to get drugs. Zach said when Holly didn't have much money, Jason got mad and started beating on Holly. The three sexually assaulted Holly before shooting her. Then they dumped her body by some woods close to Zach's house.
That's really horrific. My heart goes out to the victim's family, whether that's true or not true.
News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo says Hendrix's credibility is an issue. Yes, he could have made up the story based on news reports in hopes of getting something in return. Hendrix does have a pending civil rights lawsuit against the Williamson County Jail in federal court, but prosecutors have questioned him and could still call him.
They have an individual that they can subpoena to court who can testify as to what he was told by one of those defendants, and it's going to be up to the trier of fact, the jury, as to whether or not they believe him.
This would not be the first time a jailhouse informant here in Williamson County played an important role in a high-profile criminal case. Remember Nathan Ferris, the inmate with a question mark on his neck? He played a key role in the Janet March murder case a decade ago. Ferris first wore a wire in the Davidson County Jail, recording incriminating conversations with prime suspect Perry March. Ferris then moved to the Williamson County Jail. His testimony helped convict Perry March. Could Hendrix do the same with the Bobo suspects?
Inmates will say anything.
John Herbison was Perry March's attorney then. He now represents Jason Autry, one of the three suspects in the Bobo case. There are no tape recordings this time, and Herbison doubts Hendrix's truthfulness.
It looks to me as if this fellow was well coached.
How important a witness could this inmate be?
You've got multiple defendants and everybody's, tight-lipped and not saying anything. And then, you have Mr. Adams here who has given his play-by-play account allegedly to this individual.
If the case goes to trial, the jury is going to want to hear it. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Zach Adams' attorney and the TBI declined to comment on Hendrix's possible involvement in this case.
We begin with a major new development tonight in the Holly Bobo murder case. A trial date has been set for April of 2017. Our Chris Conti spent the day in Decatur County and has more on today's court proceeding.
We may now have a trial date, but we still do not know who is going to be tried in April of 2017. And that is because the state has moved to sever the cases of Jason Autry, Zach Adams, and his brother Dylan. There was a precedent set in prior proceedings that today's hearing might not amount to much.
This is a case perhaps like none other concerning the massive amounts of discovery.
But it quickly became clear Judge Creed McGinley was ready to turn the wheels of justice faster.
We've got to get this case moving. As I said, I think the interest of the public.
It's been almost 2 years since Jason Autry, Dylan Adams, and his brother Zach, who wasn't present today, were charged with killing Holly Bobo. And today we learned it will be at least another year until their trial begins.
I anticipate.
So I got the timeline wrong like 10 minutes ago when I was talking about it. I jumped to 2016, but we were actually in November of 2015 when we had the news reporting about the Lisa Autry, Jason Autry's wife's letters about TBI. So that was not the same month that Jason will ultimately get the discovery. We still have a year next November that we're going to get that. And we are only in, we're coming up on it. We are in March of 2016. So we're in the right year. But we still have not gotten that only accessible to Jason Autry discovery quite yet.
Trial.
Appointed a new attorney. He's 17. Our Chris Conti spent the day in Decatur County and has more on today's court proceeding.
We may now have a trial date, but we still do not know who is going to be tried in April of 2017. And that is because the state has moved to sever the cases of Jason Autry, Zach Adams, and his brother Dylan. There was a precedent set in prior proceedings that today's hearing might not amount to much.
This is a case perhaps like none other concerning the massive amounts of discovery.
But it quickly became clear Judge Creed McGinley was ready to turn the wheels of justice faster.
We've got to get this case moving. As I said, I think the interest of the public.
It's been almost 2 years since Jason Autry, Dylan Adams, and his brother Zach, who wasn't present today, were charged with killing Holly Bobo. And today we learned it will be at least another year until their trial begins.
I anticipate trial to be April 3rd, 2017. Everybody good on those dates? And like I say, I don't know who I'm trying, but I'm trying somebody on April 3rd.
That statement is rooted in a motion filed by the state to sever all three cases. It's possible the men could be tried together or separately. Lawyers argue there's so much evidence they still need more time.
Just to find Dylan Adams' statements in this discovery took myself and my investigators the better part of a day.
We're here to try and get justice for Holly Bobo. That's why we're here.
Attorneys on both sides will be working around the clock.
Now, our client did not kidnap, he did not rape or murder anybody.
Because the wheels of justice are finally starting to speed up. In Decaturville, Chris Conti, News Channel 5.
Chris, thank you. And another development today, Jason Autry was appointed a new attorney after his high-profile lawyer, John Herbison, was suspended from practicing law in Tennessee for an unrelated matter.
That is willing to act on this case as opposed to the court appointing someone that would.
This is a longer one, finally. We're getting into proceedings where we actually have coverage in the courtroom. So this is going to be arraignments. And it's 48 minutes. The quality isn't so great, but it'll be fine. And this is, we are June 3rd, 2015. So I wonder why this was uploaded. Weird. Okay, guys. So this is June 3rd, 2015. We're going backwards in time. This was just uploaded March 31st, 2016 by Law and Crime. So that's why it's going by published date in the playlist order. But we are all the way back in 2015 right now. So I'm going to put a banner up and we'll see what's going on here. And sorry about the quality. McGinley didn't like being late.
Honorable Judge Creed McGinley presiding.
Be seated, please. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't bring the new indictment with me. This file, I had it back there. This, here it is. I just use this. Okay, we're here today on the case State of Tennessee versus Zachary Adams. Jason Wayne Autry, John Dylan Adams, number 15 CR 30. This is a new indictment, but we will be taking up all matters that touch on these three defendants from the old indictments and anything that counsel wants to bring up concerning the new indictment. I've been discussing with the attorneys essentially the protocol that we will be following. I was disturbed recently when Monday a week ago a news report was released by one of the. It was obvious that material had been furnished to that television station that essentially is not in the public domain. They read apparently from information that is still in an investigative file under seal, and I was I was upset by that, because if an attorney had leaked that information to the press, I would deem it very, very unprofessional. I have some problems with the news media that gets material that has, quote, been leaked to them and then releases it and sensationalizes it. I told the press early on that I could be their best friend or I could be their worst. I've been on the bench over a quarter of a century. I have sealed very few files, usually for minors and things that are required to be sealed by statute. I have never issued a gag order. But I will say that if things continue to be leaked and sensationalized, the court might be put in that position. I would hope that the news media will be professional in what they release, because they could be jeopardizing being placed under a gag order in this case. I don't want to do that. I think the public has a right to know. But things that are not public, so I think that's probably enough said about that. And if I were a member of the media, I think I would talk with my colleagues about jeopardizing my further access. We will be taking each individual forward. Or 10, whatever. We will be taking each individual defendant up. First order of business will be arraignment, and then I will take any matters that counsel wishes to take up touching that case. There's been a development that has occurred this morning that I think significantly impacts this case and will affect the speed at which we can travel in getting this case ready to trial. I understand that the state this morning filed notice of aggravating circumstances and intent to seek the death penalty as to each of the three defendants. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. As a result of that, it will become necessary for the court to appoint additional counsel for at least have individual counsel, and the court will be in the process of appointing someone that is death penalty qualified to assist on the case of Zachary Adams, Ms. Thompson, and John Dylan Adams, Mr. Maddox. So the court will hopefully get someone. You've suggested someone that you think you can work with well. I'll be checking with Mr. Matty. I'd rather have someone that is willing to act on this case as opposed to the court appointing someone that would join with reluctance. So we will see if we can take care of that. That's essentially what I discussed in that background, is what we've covered up to now. Let's go ahead and bring Zachary Adams in. Let's bring him to the podium. You are Zachary Adams.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, in case 15 CR 30, there's been a new indictment that has been issued. This essentially is a superseding document. It includes primarily the charges that you were earlier charged with under a different indictment. There might be some additional charges as well, but most of these charges were on the other indictment, but you are now indicted with your two co-defendants in one indictment. In count one of the indictment, you have been indicted with the offense of first-degree murder. It is essentially, you're charged with unlawfully killing Holly Bobo in the perpetration or the attempt to perpetrate kidnapping. It's what legally is known as felony murder. Do you understand what you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature of those charges?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thompson, do you waive the reading of that indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go to count two. You are charged along with the co-defendants on that, having committed the offense of especially aggravated kidnapping in violation of 13-305. Do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the nature of that charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you waive the formal reading of that? Ms. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. As to the third count, you're charged along with two co-defendants with having committed the offense of especially aggravated kidnapping in violation of 39-13-305. Do you understand what you have been charged and the nature of that charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you waive the formal reading of that indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Count four, you are charged along with co-defendants with having committed the offense degree murder. It's a felony murder once again that you did unlawfully and with the intent to commit rape, kill Holly Bobo in the perpetration or the attempt to perpetrate rape, thereby committing the offense of first-degree murder in violation of 39-13-202. Do you understand the nature of that charge?
Yes, sir.
Waive formal reading.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, count five. You're charged with having committed the offense of aggravated rape in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-502. Do you understand count?
Yes, sir.
Do you waive the formal reading?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Count six. You're charged with having committed the offense of aggravated rape in violation of TCA 39-13-502. Do you understand what you're charged with on that count?
Yes, sir.
Waive formal reading.
Yes, Your Honor.
To that, with having committed the offense of aggravated rape in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-502. Do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Waive formal reading.
Yes, Your Honor.
Count eight. You're charged with having committed the offense of murder in the first degree, premeditated killing of Holly Bobo in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202. Do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature of that charge?
Yes, sir.
Waive formal reading.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that completes the arraignment process.
And he enters the plea of not guilty.
Yeah, let the record so reflect a plea of not guilty is entered. It's my intent to attempt to design at some point a scheduling order. In speaking with the attorneys, discovery will be an ongoing process. However, state's attorneys have indicated that they're ready to turn over all discovery within 30 days. And I've given them some extra latitude. They said they've actually got it ready. It could be done within a week. I will consider that to be the attorney's work product when they receive it. I expect you to share it with your defendant in consultation, but I don't know that outside sources should necessarily benefit from your discovery. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What other matters do we want to touch on Mr. Zachary Adams.
I would like to say for the record, just in terms of the report that was on Channel 5 last week, while I have been provided with the photographs that they referred to in the report, I have not been provided with the affidavit to the best of my knowledge, and I've been through that discovery, and I've had multiple people go through that discovery. I've not been provided with the affidavit that they referred to, and I have not been provided with the TBI lab report that confirmed that the blood was Holly Bobo's. So I don't even have that information. I would like it, and hopefully I will get it soon, but I don't believe I've had that information.
They will get you the discovery. She said it is indexed. It's indexed. She will furnish a copy, the same copy, to each attorney. In that material are co-defendant statements, if there are any. There's also jinx material, which technically they're not required to provide until after that person testifies, but they might very well be aware of my history as possible, so as to not delay a trial.
Yes. And on top of that, Your Honor, I had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Thompson this morning and have made ourselves available, and that we've agreed. I've offered to, once the discovery is given, to meet with her, answer any questions she has about, what we were providing, point her in a particular direction if she has questions.
I think open discovery, I think it facilitates the case moving and is beneficial for all parties, both the state and the defendant.
When she gets her co-counsel in line, it's probably, that would be the time to do it, but the offer remains on the table.
Well, as I said, one of my primary objectives is to preserve the defendant's right to a fair trial as well as the state's right to a fair trial. And I think open discovery will actually aid all parties concerned.
And there was an objection that I had expressed at prior hearings, and the state assures me that open discovery doesn't mean just come and look and see what we have, but they will file a record with the court so we can be clear as to what I've been provided.
We're going to
file it directly with me.
We're going to file a duplicate copy now, I know, directly with Your Honor.
That way, as we run into discovery disputes, we'll know where we're going, okay?
At this point, Your Honor, in light of the fact that the state has just filed this notice of aggravating circumstances on the new charges, we had several motions that were before the court, but I don't believe that now is the proper time to have hearing on those. We'd like to continue those matters until we have an opportunity to.
At some point, we'll be proceeding totally under the new indictment, and I would assume the old ones because everything's covered in the new one. But we want to preserve your right to present those motions if you wish or desire.
Can we say that those motions, any motion that I've filed in the other case, will automatically transfer to the new case? The discovery?
It is fine with us. That's the only reason that I've delayed this, was because I frankly didn't want the defense.
Let's not gnaw across yet.
Yes.
Okay. I don't need to file a new motion for discovery, and I had a motion regarding Brady material. I don't need to refile those duplicate motions in this.
Unless you find deficiencies in the discovery,
okay.
At which point you can file anything to bring the matters to the court's attention that you feel are appropriate. Then the circumstances with filing the notice have changed dramatically.
Yes.
And I had wanted to find out how long you folks felt oceans. We've got a whole new situation. So I'm not going to be able to move at breakneck speed as I had hoped. I think in fairness to all parties, when you're talking about the ultimate punishment, then there's a heightened due process. And I want the attorneys to have an adequate time to file their motions. But I'm going to suggest in 180 days. So let's start looking at that framework, okay?
Yes.
And that will be as to each defendant.
Yes.
Okay? And we will try to have new counsel on board probably by the end of this week. Okay?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you might notify that person and make sure, because this is going to be very burdensome. You already know that.
He knows.
Okay.
He's been involved. He's aware of the nature of the case. He's actually met Mr. Adams, and he's prepared.
Okay. Is there anything you don't understand at this point, Mr. Adams?
No, sir.
All right. Let's dismiss Mr. Zachary Adams.
Yes.
Bring in Jason Autry. Just at the podium there. You are Jason Autry?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Autry, we're here today to arraign you on a new indictment. This is essentially something that will take place of the old indictment. There might be additional charges on this that were not contained in the old indictment, but you have been indicted along with Zachary Adams and John Dylan Adams in one single charging instrument. We're here today to arraign you on these charges and then take up any other matters that you folks feel are appropriate. You are charged in case 15 CR 30. In the first count, you're charged with what is known as felony murder. It charges you with unlawfully and with the intent to commit kidnapping that you killed Holly Bobo in the perpetration or the attempt to perpetrate kidnapping. Therefore, committing the offense of first-degree murder in violation of TCA 3913-202. Do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature of that charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
We do waive formal reading. I would qualify Mr. Autry's answer as to the nature and cause of the accusation. We have had a continuing problem in this case with that, and we don't want to waive any objections.
You're not waiving anything today, okay?
Very well.
All right. Count number 2, you're charged with having committed the offense of especially aggravated kidnapping of Holly Bobo in violation of TCA 39-13-305. Do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Same situation, he understands the nature to the extent not waiving anything.
Right, we understand what statutes are involved.
All right, you waive the formal reading.
We waive the reading.
All right, count number 3. You have been charged with having committed the offense of especially aggravated kidnapping of Holly Bobo in violation of TCA 39-13-305. Do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Same situation, waive the formal reading.
Yes, sir.
Count number 4, you're charged with having committed the offense of felony first-degree murder in the perpetration or attempt to perpetrate rape in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202. Do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Same situation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 5, you've been charged with having committed the offense of aggravated rape in violation of TCA 39-13-502. Do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Same situation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Count number 6, you're charged with having committed the offense of aggravated rape in violation of TCA 39-13-502. Do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Same situation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 7, you're charged with having committed the offense of aggravated rape in violation of TCA 39-13-502. Do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Waive formal reading of the indictment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pleas of not guilty will be entered on, well, I've got the eighth count as well. You've been charged with having committed the offense of premeditated murder in the first degree in violation of TCA 39-13-202. Do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
Waive formal reading, Mr. Herbison.
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the indictment, counts of, or pleas of not guilty will be entered as all 8 counts of the indictment. Other matters that you wish to take up today, or are you in the same situation that Ms. Thompson was?
Your Honor, we would ask that Mr. Autry be determined to be indigent for purposes of support services and expert assistance. I realize he'll need to fill out an affidavit.
Can you get that affidavit and get to the court, and I will, I think there's very little question. You don't have any financial resources?
Absolutely not.
I'm going to make a preliminary determination of indigency for purposes of getting support services, mitigation specialist, whatever are deemed necessary in his proper defense.
We will.
If you'll get me an affidavit to support that.
Certainly will. In regard to Mr. Zachary Adams, there was discussion of open file discovery. Do we have an on-the-record representation that open file discovery will be provided?
I don't know that we said open file. What we did say, you'll be furnished the same discovery of each defendant. The state will be under a continuing duty to provide any additional discovery.
Very well.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think she's giving you everything she's got.
Very well.
And you've already essentially, under 2 DAs ago, had essentially an electronic dump that I understand it's just unbelievable the amount of material in that. That stretches the human imagination, but she will have this in form indexed, and I will have a copy so that when we have any discovery disputes, we'll know where we can go.
Yes, we were furnished 2 external hard drives that the defense had provided to the state. There was some difficulty in the organization of it, but I'm pleased to hear that this will be indexed.
We're indexing it, we're not organizing it perhaps the way that defense counsel wishes that we would. They'll have an index. They're still going to have to work. There's no way to make this small. Your Honor made reference to the voluminous amount. It's over 4 terabytes. I've been told that's a quarter of the size of the Library of Congress. Can't make it small, but they're going to have an index.
I understand.
The haystack's still there. They're going to give you some needles. Okay?
I understand.
You want to hold your other matters in reserve?
Yes, and Your Honor, as to indictment number, the previous indictment, number 2014 CR 20, we had motions pending that request dismissal with prejudice, and we will accordingly object to any nollie prosequi there.
We're keeping those files open until everything's done, and then there'll be no process.
Yes, and I understand. I received one motion from the state, one filing from the state. It's the state's response to defend this motion for bill of particulars. I understand there's an additional 83-page or so pleading or filing that I've not yet
There's some
received,
cases attached and some other matters.
So if we can hold those off until later, I would advise.
I want you to get your discovery before we address the bill of particular issue. The state is saying we will give you complete discovery such that we feel that it will obviate the need for a bill of particulars. The court will cross that at a later time.
I understand, and Your Honor, I do.
And then I guess we ought to say, Mr. Flanagan, who's also co-counsel, he received the court's permission to be away today.
Yes.
He's apparently got a vacation scheduled.
That's what I understand.
And
you know what? This is triggering a memory lane. I feel like we might have to do a rewatch of the Melnick saga over in YSL, and then the Ashley Merchant saga with YSL, with attorneys You know, state acts like they don't know the attorney exists, but then they suddenly know exactly when the attorney has filed a conflict. They're not going to be available for certain days, and they want to do really important things like call their client as a witness on those specific days that they're going to be gone. But I like that this is acknowledged. I do like that this is acknowledged. We're not going to try to have anything going on when we're already aware somebody will not be available. The very rare +1 we're going to give to this court.
I think it's good that attorneys periodically take vacations.
Very well.
Ms. McGinley had me on vacation last week with grandkids. So.
Very well.
All right. Anything else on this?
I would apprise the court that I do anticipate fairly promptly filing some dispositive motions regarding the new indictment, and if we can, since that would moot out the case, if we could take those up pretty promptly. Since that would moot out the case, if we could take those up pretty promptly.
Some guy with cancer. Also, did we have a gang war going on? I saw FFS dropping 5 gifts. I saw some W's for FFS.
How soon?
And Sheriff Chuck dropped 5. Holy moly. Hybrid gang.
I can file them by the end of next week, and they can be for hearing anytime afterwards.
Of course, the state will need to respond. So, and I don't know what motions he's talking about.
Well, I can apprise that.
How about July 29? That's about a month and a half.
Very well.
I try to keep Wednesdays available for this case because a lot of the courthouse offices are closed, and with the enhanced security and the things, I try to do that. Let's see if we can.
Your Honor, was that a date for a hearing on that motion? Is that what you just announced?
It would not be, well, might be an evidentiary hearing, but I don't know yet whether it will require evidentiary hearing. Morning or afternoon, Your Honor.
I guess I'm asking if we can, since we don't know what motion he's referring to, can we at least get a copy of it and see whether or not it requires?
Let's tentatively set it for July 29, and then is that a problem?
Okay.
I'm turning on my calendar.
Morning or afternoon, Your Honor.
Morning.
Morning. And I will
that
say,
way, I've got all day if it takes it.
Very well. And I can state that the grounds for dismissal I anticipate will be Rule 8A of the Rules of Criminal Procedure plus the due process doctrine of prosecutorial vindictiveness. That's what I anticipated this time.
I can take that. If we just got you, that's fine. If there's something touching on the other people, then I'll make that date available as well.
Okay, I'm not available that day. That's why I was just asking if this is for everyone or just this defendant.
Well,
I can do it the 22nd, a week earlier, or I would have to go into the last week of August.
22nd work for me, Your Honor.
I can do it the last week of August, Your Honor. I'm not available the 22nd.
26th of August, tentatively.
I'm available. Mr. McConnell's checking. It's good for the state.
If they haven't changed, and I think they have changed, used to the court system in Shelby County closed down during August. Maybe it's civil. I think it harkens back to the days before air conditioners. And they just haven't changed that rule.
We both have trials in August. It's definitely not.
Okay. So we'll hold that date, and then if problems arise, I can take up things by telephone conference. Okay? I mean, just scheduling things. I don't want to hear anything that is material. Just scheduling problems.
Okay.
All right? All right, anything else on him today?
I would like an opportunity to confer with Mr. Autry before he's taken back. I'd like to observe Mr. Dylan Adams' arraignments, but if I can make sure I ask the time to apply.
All right, can we hold him? Where's my TDOC?
Right here, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, John.
Your Honor, there are people in the courtroom that were subpoenaed by Mr. Herbison that if he's not going to go forward, I'd ask that they be allowed to leave.
Oh, certainly.
All right, anyone that's subpoenaed on behalf of State of Tennessee versus Jason Autry, you're hereby released.
So long as they're subject to being present for any future motion hearing with regard to. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Autry, you got any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, we got a place where he can meet after our hearing?
Yes, sir. Yes, we do.
Okay, so he can exit there and then you'll make him available?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in John Dylan Adams.
This camera. Did they lose him?
Your Honor, I do have an affidavit prepared, but he's not yet signed that I will be submitting that to the court.
I've already found him to be indigent.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I don't know that it's necessary, but you're appointed on this. I'm going to execute it today's date, but it'll be not pro tunc.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you are John Dylan Adams.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if that's significant, and maybe Aaron or maybe Dana are still in the chat, but resolving an issue of someone being classified as indigent, and judge is like, all right, well, nunc pro tunc it, which means we're going to like correct backwards. But what if Dylan Adams wanted to be working on something, or the attorney wanted to be working on something, but didn't know that they'd actually have the funds? To me, that seems like if you aren't sure that it's actually in place, the ruling that he's indigent isn't in place yet, I feel like that could have stalled some progress. But maybe not. Maybe it's not that significant.
Mr. Adams, in case 15 CR 30, a new indictment has been returned by the Decatur County Grand Jury. It contains earlier charges as well as additional charges, and you have been indicted along with two co-defendants, Zachary Adams and Jason Autry. The first count of that indictment, you were charged with having committed the offense of felony murder, alleging that you did unlawfully and with the intent to commit kidnapping, kill Holly Bobo in the perpetration or attempt to perpetrate kidnapping, thereby committing the offense of first-degree murder in violation of TCA 39-13-202. It's generically known as felony murder. Do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature of that charge? Count 2, you're charged with having committed the offense of especially aggravated kidnapping of Holly Bobo in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-305. Do you understand what you're charged with on that count?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature of that charge?
Yes, sir.
Count 3 of the indictment, you're charged with having committed the offense of especially aggravated kidnapping of Holly Bobo in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-305. Do you?
Yes, sir.
Count 4, you're charged with having committed the offense that you did unlawfully and with intent to commit rape, kill Holly Bobo in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate rape, thereby committing the offense of first-degree murder in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202. Do you understand what you've been charged with in that count? Count 5, you're charged with having committed the offense of aggravated rape in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-502. Do you understand what you've been charged with in that count? Count 6, you're charged with having committed the offense of aggravated rape of Holly Bobo in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-502. Do you understand what you've been charged with? Count 7, you're charged with having committed the offense of aggravated rape in violation of 39-13-502. Do you understand what you've been charged with? Count 8, you're charged with having committed the offense of premeditated first-degree murder of Holly Bobo in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-13-202. You understand what you're charged with? Yes, sir. Mr. Maddox, do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Your Honor, we have received a copy of the indictment as well as I've given a copy to the defendant, and we will waive formal reading of the indictment at this time.
Let the record so reflect. Pleas of not guilty as to all 8 counts will be formally entered on his behalf.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we have the same situation concerning any motions in the old case?
Your Honor, I did have motions that I filed underneath the old case. What I was asking for in those motions is that discovery be provided. I've been assured by the state that that is forthcoming.
I think you're going to get more than you...
I think that's probably true, Your Honor, but I do need that. And as long as it's forthcoming at this time, I do not need to proceed on with those motions under the same circumstances that...
those files will not be closed until I've either been advised that the parties no longer wish to present them or they've been disposed of.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
Your Honor, there are a few other matters that I do need to address the court on under the new indictment, I guess you would say. It's my understanding, or at least some of the other attorneys may have indicated that they do not wish to file the motions again. However, in light of the notice given by the state of Tennessee today, I will be filing all of my motions again due to the heightened scrutiny that notice brings with it. So I will be refiling those, but I would like to...
Mr. Maddox, I've been dealing with you for how many years?
More than either one of us care to talk about,
Since
John.
the memory of man runneth not. I'm very familiar with what your computer generates in virtually every case that I have.
Yes, John.
I anticipate I will be seeing that yet again.
Yes, John.
Okay.
However, if the state will agree to the same orders that we have already agreed to under the first case, then that will belay any argument of those motions.
All right.
That's for record-keeping purposes.
Okay, all right.
For any appellate.
So anything else, and then, as I said, we'll be looking at August 26th. That's not a deadline for motions or anything. It's just an early hearing date if there's anything that's dispositive or that the parties feel particularly need the court's attention.
Your Honor.
And I will say, in thinking of this case, I've tried very hard since the very beginning to get this thing on track. There are times that I felt like the children's game, the whack-a-mole. I'll whack it down and I'll have 2 more pop up over here. But I hope that we're past the primary obstacles and surprises in this case and we can take this to a reasonably expeditious conclusion.
Well, the number of years that I've dealt with you, Your Honor, I've never been whacked by you, and I hope I don't get whacked now. Your Honor,
I don't have friends or enemies, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the other issue that I would like to address is the state has said and they will be providing an index to this discovery. If I could impose upon the state to also make available someone who is aware of the current organization of the material on the hard drive and make that person available to me so I can understand the organization that, as it is,
As I
and also
understand,
the
they said
different file types.
they're willing for a face-to-face exchange.
And I had the same discussion with Mr. Maddox that I had with the others. We've already had a face-to-face or two, and that offer remains on the table as well. I'm not at this point, because we've already copied.
But then we know that they get mad. Specifically, Jennifer Nichols gets mad that Jennifer Thompson is in there looking at all the evidence in the room with a recording device that there's no reason she's not allowed to have. But Jennifer Nichols sounds so amenable to this in court, and then tries to get Jennifer Thompson in trouble later.
Discovery, not going to reorganize it. The index, along with the face-to-face, will point him where he wants to go.
Okay.
Certainly.
All right, anything else?
Finally, Your Honor, the previous cases were all individualized as to the defendants. Now, with the new indictment, all three defendants have been brought underneath the same case number. I would ask that all parties in this case, if they would include all the defendants and all of the attorneys on any certificate of services, so we could all receive copies of motions and other responses.
I have no problems. Ms. Thompson, you all right with that?
I agree.
Mr. Herbison? Okay, same over here. And Mr. Herbison, you've had some change of address. If you'll get various counsels, the address as well as the clerk's office, and also Ms. Carroll. Okay? All right, anything else on him?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else we need to deal with today as to any of these defendants? Anything further from the state?
No, sir.
Anything further from defendant Zach?
No.
Autry? Jason?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then we will, Dylan, I beg your pardon. Then we will hereby adjourn. All right.
I am relieved to be away from that audio. And let me switch my banner now, because I think we're going to go back to 2016. Let's double check before I change it. But I'm with you there. Sheriff Chuck says they're going to give an index, but not the secret code on how the discovery, in quotes, is organized. All right, so let's see. Let's check the date on this 49-second clip. Okay, July 21st, 2016. And he must be in a different facility at this point, because it's like the faded gray stripes. Oh, do we have sound? We just have... Alright, well... Anyway. Next
The
clip.
four of us weren't on the case for the first...
Look how happy, never mad Jennifer is. We have August 17th, 2016.
Several years. I know what's happened in the past year and a half for us, and the past 6 months for these guys, and we have a trial date, and we'll be ready on trial date. And so all of these things that we're talking about in between now and the trial date are simply dates for motions to be filed and responded to and argued. And you heard what the judge said. He plans to go forward on April 3rd.
The judge stated today in court that he had confidence that whatever issues exist, that we could resolve those with defense counsel. And we're talking about one set of defense counsels. I'm confident we can too.
I think we haven't really seen much of Paul yet. All right, so this looks like another hearing. Let me double check. So we should be getting closer to recent coverage. We've got some stuff to go through still. All right, so we might have to do a part 3 on this because there's quite a bit left. We're at the 5-hour mark. Because tomorrow I'm going to be doing the Fonnie Willis testimony in front of the Georgia Senate Special Committee on Investigations. That's going to be, the Georgia Senate Committee. The purpose is they're investigating, which means they want testimony because testimony is evidence. They want to be able to decide, should we have different laws? Should there be different legislation in place that can give us investigative power and or make sure that if a district attorney, someone in the role of a district attorney, checks and balances, would be in the position to hire a special prosecutor, that there can be some oversight on how that person's hired, how that person is paid, and oversight on how that special prosecution proceeds. So it's parallel to the Trump RICO, but it's not that process. It has nothing to do with retrying what is now dropped, the Trump RICO, and it's also separate from the open records case that the merchants opened and won against Fani Willis. So we've been waiting to see if Fani will finally testify. Looking forward to that. That's at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So instead of having a stream for this at 10 a.m., and I don't know how long that Senate hearing is going to go. If it's like 2 hours long, chances are I'll pop back up for like a noon, 1 o'clock stream, and we'll go into the early evening tomorrow and we can watch part 3. Thursday, if there's a feed, is Courtney Clenny. It's supposed to be a bond hearing. And it's weird because I don't see the hearing on the hearing section, but everything on the docket says everything's set for 9 a.m. on Thursday. So that's going to be a bond hearing. I think that's going to take quite a while. I think that's going to be all day. So it means if there is a hearing for Courtney Clenny that's streamed, I'll be live all day. That'll take up the whole day on Thursday. I don't imagine that being quick. Friday, back to whatever we want to get through with these deep dives. So I think the best way is definitely Friday. We will be here talking about Zachary Adams and doing a deep dive. Tomorrow, we might be here tomorrow doing a dive, like a 3-4 hour deep dive. Thursday, you'll know early in the morning, because if there's no feed for Courtney Clenny, I'll call an audible. We'll just get back to Zach Adams stuff. So 24-hour stream. I thought about doing like a crime miss type stream. I was like, I don't know if I could do a 24-hour stream. Maybe a 12-hour stream. So, and Aaron's saying, Lord, I don't know what it's for. And a pass. So these could be, maybe they're about Fani, maybe they're about the Courtney Clenny. There's also a YNW Melly status hearing tomorrow. That might overlap with the Fani hearing. That's supposed to start at 8:45. The Senate hearing is scheduled for 10, all Eastern time. I don't know how long that status hearing is going to go. I did see that the state did file a notice of discovery, and the only line item on that notice that they had filed was that they sent over an iCloud affidavit. Not an iCloud extraction or a return from Apple, but just an affidavit. So I imagine tomorrow might go something like, hey, Judge, we still don't think that they've turned over all the discovery they were supposed to. There's your status check. But I know Hal wants to cover that. So happily angry lawyers, where I'll defer to any YNW Melly updates. So yeah, Aaron says mine was definitely about Fani. 2 12-hour streams back to back. I mean, that's how YouTube wants you to do it when you do 24 hours. They want you to break it up. And I don't really know the logic behind it, but the processing gets funky, so. MLS says I'm off to go listen to a rendition of Silent Night performed by Chewbacca. You've got to learn to imitate it and do it yourself. MLS imitating Chewbacca doing a rendition of Silent Night. So, yeah, I think, guys, we'll wrap it up there. Recovery Addict is doing a court roulette, jumping around to different courtrooms, so we can hop over there if you guys want to continue watching courtroom stuff. We will resume tomorrow with November. We'll be in November of 2016. So, well, I shouldn't say tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Definitely Friday. But I'll let you know. Look out for the notifications. Bye, guys, and thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you also, FFS, Sheriff Chuck. We had Derek dropping stickers. We had love here from Slim Life and Jay. Thank you so much, you guys, for the additional love. Nico with the super chat. You know, I always love when someone has a comment saying this is a mess. And even though it's from like 4 hours ago, it's still relevant. It's evergreen. It just always applies. So thank you so much, you guys. Good to see you, Trikisha. And see you guys. Fani, Courtney, or back for Zach Adams. Who knows? Bye, guys.